London, June 11, 1878. The following work is by no means the fruit of any inner urge. On the contrary, when 3 years ago Herr Duhring, as an adept and at the same time a reformer of socialism, suddenly issued his challenge to his age, friends in Germany repeatedly urged on me their desire that I should subject this new socialist theory to a critical examination in the central organ of the Social Democratic Party, at that time the Volksstaat. They thought this absolutely necessary if the occasion for sectarian divisions and confusions were not once again to arise within the party, which was still so young and had but just achieved definite unity. 2. They were in a better position than I was to judge the situation in Germany, and I was therefore duty-bound to accept their view. Moreover, it became apparent that the new convert was being welcomed by a section of the socialist press with a warmth which it is true was only extended to Herr Duhring's goodwill, but which at the same time also indicated that in this section of the party press there existed the goodwill, precisely on account of Herr Duhring's goodwill, to take also, without examination, Herr Duhring's doctrine into the bargain. 3. There were, besides, people who were already preparing to spread this doctrine in a popularist form among the workers. 4. And finally Herr Duhring and his little sect were using all the arts of advertisement and intrigue to force the Volksstaat to take a definite stand in relation to the new doctrine which had come forward with such mighty pretensions. 5. Nevertheless it was a year before I could make up my mind to neglect other work and get my teeth into this sour apple. It was the kind of apple that, once bitten into, had to be completely devoured, and it was not only very sour, but also very large. The new socialist theory was presented as the ultimate practical fruit of a new philosophical system. It was therefore necessary to examine it in the context of this system, and in doing so to examine the system itself. It was necessary to follow Herr Duhring into that vast territory in which he dealt with all things under the sun and with some others as well. That was the origin of a series of articles which appeared in the Leipzig Vorwärts, the successor of the Volksstaat, from the beginning of 1877 onwards and are here presented as a connected whole. It was thus the nature of the object itself which forced the criticism to go into such detail as is entirely out of proportion to the scientific content of this object, that is to say, of Duhring's writings. But there are also 2 other considerations which may excuse this length of treatment. On the one hand it gave me, in connection with the very diverse subjects to be touched on here, the opportunity of setting forth in a positive form my views on controversial issues which are today of quite general scientific or practical interest. This has been done in every single chapter, and although this work cannot in any way aim at presenting another system as an alternative to Herr Duhring's system, yet it is to be hoped that the reader will not fail to observe the connection inherent in the various views which I have advanced. I have already had proof enough that in this respect my work has not been entirely fruitless. On the other hand, the system creating Herr Duhring is by no means an isolated phenomenon in contemporary Germany. For some time now in Germany systems of cosmogony, of philosophy of nature in general, of politics, of economics, etc., have been springing up by the dozen overnight, like mushrooms. The most insignificant doctor philosophia and even a student will not go in for anything less than a complete system. Just as in the modern state it is presumed that every citizen is competent to pass judgment on all the issues on which he is called to vote, and just as in economics it is assumed that every consumer is a connoisseur of all the commodities which he has occasion to buy for his maintenance, so similar assumptions are now to be made in science. Freedom of science is taken to mean that people write on every subject which they have not studied, and put this forward as the only strictly scientific method. Herr Duhring, however, is one of the most characteristic types of this bumptious pseudoscience which in Germany nowadays is forcing its way to the front everywhere and is drowning everything with its resounding sublime nonsense. Sublime nonsense in poetry, in philosophy, in politics, in economics, in historiography, sublime nonsense in the lecture room and on the platform, sublime nonsense everywhere, sublime nonsense which lays claim to a superiority and depth of thought distinguishing it from the simple, commonplace nonsense of other nations, sublime nonsense, the most characteristic mass product of Germany's intellectual industry, cheap but bad, just like other German-made goods, only that unfortunately it was not exhibited along with them at Philadelphia. 6. Even German socialism has lately, particularly since Herr Duhring's good example, gone in for a considerable amount of sublime nonsense, producing various persons who give themselves airs about science, of which they really never learned a word. 7. This is an infantile disease which marks, and is inseparable from, the incipient conversion of the German student to social democracy, but which our workers with their remarkably healthy nature will undoubtedly overcome. It was not my fault that I had to follow Herr Duhring into realms where at best I can only claim to be a dilettante. In such cases I have for the most part limited myself to putting forward the correct, undisputed facts in opposition to my adversaries' false or distorted assertions. This applies to jurisprudence and in some instances also to natural science. In other cases it has been a question of general views connected with the theory of natural science, that is, a field where even the professional natural scientist is compelled to pass beyond his own speciality and encroach on neighboring territory on which he is therefore, as Herr Virchow has admitted, just as much a semi-initiate as any one of us. I hope that in respect of minor inexactitudes and clumsiness of expression, I shall be granted the same indulgence as is shown to another in this domain. Just as I was completing this preface I received a publisher's notice, composed by Herr Duhring, of a new authoritative work of Herr Duhrings, Neue Grundgesetze zur rationellen Physik und Chemie. Conscious as I am of the inadequacy of my knowledge of physics and chemistry, I nevertheless believe that I know my Herr Duhring, and therefore, without having seen the work itself, think that I am entitled to say in advance that the laws of physics and chemistry put forward in it will be worthy to take their place, by their erroneousness or platitudinousness, among the laws of economics, world schematism, etc., which were discovered earlier by Herr Duhring and are examined in this book of mine. And also that the rigometer, or instrument constructed by Herr Duhring for measuring extremely low temperatures, will serve as a measure not of temperatures either high or low, but simply and solely of the ignorant arrogance of Herr Duhring. London, June 11, 1878. To 1885 Preface. I had not expected that a new edition of this book would have to be published. The subject matter of its criticism is now practically forgotten. The work itself was not only available to many thousands of readers in the form of a series of articles published in the Leipzig Vorwärts in 1877 and 1878, but also appeared in its entirety as a separate book, of which a large edition was printed. How then can anyone still be interested in what I had to say about Herr Duhring years ago? I think that I owe this in the first place to the fact that this book, as in general almost all my works that were still current at the time, was prohibited within the German Empire immediately after the anti-socialist Law 8 was promulgated. To anyone whose brain has not been ossified by the hereditary bureaucratic prejudices of the countries of the Holy Alliance, 9. The effect of this measure must have been self-evident, a doubled and trebled sale of the prohibited books, and the exposure of the impotence of the gentlemen in Berlin who issue prohibitions and are unable to enforce them. Indeed, the kindness of the imperial government has brought me more new editions of my minor works than I could really cope with. I have had no time to make a proper revision of the text, and in most cases have been obliged simply to allow it to be reprinted as it stood. But there was also another factor. The system of Herr Duhring which is criticized in this book ranges over a very wide theoretical domain, and I was compelled to follow him wherever he went and to oppose my conceptions to his. As a result, my negative criticism became positive, the polemic was transformed into a more or less connected exposition of the dialectical method and of the communist world outlook championed by Marx and myself, an exposition covering a fairly comprehensive range of subjects. After its first presentation to the world in Marx's Mesure de la Philosophie and in the Communist Manifesto, this mode of outlook of ours, having passed through an incubation period of fully 20 years before the publication of Capital, has been more and more rapidly extending its influence among ever-widening circles, and now finds recognition and support far beyond the boundaries of Europe, in every country which contains on the one hand proletarians and on the other undaunted scientific Theoreticians. It seems therefore that there is a public whose interest in the subject is great enough for them to take into the bargain the polemic against the Duhring tenets merely for the sake of the positive conceptions developed alongside this polemic, in spite of the fact that the latter has now largely lost its point. I must note in passing that inasmuch as the mode of outlook expounded in this book was founded and developed in far greater measure by Marx, and only to an insignificant degree by myself, it was self-understood between us that this exposition of mine should not be issued without his knowledge. I read the whole manuscript to him before it was printed, and the 10th chapter of the part on economics, from Kritisgeschichte, was written by Marx 10 but unfortunately had to be shortened somewhat by me for purely external reasons. As a matter of fact, we had always been accustomed to help each other out in special subjects. With the exception of one chapter, the present new edition is an unaltered reprint of the former edition. For one thing, I had no time for a thoroughgoing revision, although there was much in the presentation that I should have liked to alter. Besides, I am under the obligation to prepare for the press the manuscripts which Marx has left, and this is much more important than anything else. Then again, my conscience rebels against making any alterations. The book is a polemic, and I think that I owe it to my adversary not to improve anything in my work when he is unable to improve his. I could only claim the right to make a rejoinder to Herr Duhring's reply. But I have not read, and will not read, unless there is some special reason to do so, what Herr Duhring has written concerning my attack 11, in point of theory I have finished with him. Besides, I must observe the rules of decency in literary warfare all the more strictly in his regard because of the despicable injustice that has since been done to him by the University of Berlin. It is true that the university has not gone unpunished. A university which so abases itself as to deprive Herr Duhring, in circumstances which are well known, of his academic freedom 12 must not be surprised to find Herr Schweninger forced on it in circumstances which are equally well known. The only chapter in which I have allowed myself some additional elucidation is the second of part 3, theoretical. This chapter deals simply and solely with the exposition of a pivotal point in the mode of outlook for which I stand, and my adversary cannot therefore complain if I attempt to state it in a more popular form and to make it more coherent. And there was in fact an extraneous reason for doing this. I had revised 3 chapters of the book, the first chapter of the introduction and the first and second of part 3, for my friend Lafargue with a view to their translation into French 13 and publication as a separate pamphlet, and after the French edition had served as the basis for Italian and Polish editions, a German edition was issued by me under the title, Die Entwicklung des Sozialismus von der Utopie zur Wissenschaft. This ran through 3 editions within a few months, and also appeared in Russian 14 and Danish translations. In all these editions it was only the chapter in question which had been amplified, and it would have been pedantic, in the new edition of the original work, to have tied myself down to its original text instead of the later text which had become known internationally. Whatever else I should have liked to alter relates in the main to 2 points. First, to the history of primitive society, the key to which was provided by Morgan only in 1877. But as I have since then had the opportunity, in my work, Der Ursprung der Familie, De Privateitentums und des Staats, Zurich, 1884, to work up the material which in the meantime had become available to me, a reference to this later work meets the case. The second point concerns the section dealing with theoretical natural science. There is much that is clumsy in my exposition, and much of it could be expressed today in a clearer and more definite form. I have not allowed myself the right to improve this section, and for that very reason am under an obligation to criticize myself here instead. Marx and I were pretty well the only people to rescue conscious dialectics from German idealist philosophy and apply it in the materialist conception of nature and history. But a knowledge of mathematics and natural science is essential to a conception of nature which is dialectical and at the same time materialist. Marx was well versed in mathematics, but we could keep up with natural science only piecemeal, intermittently, and sporadically. For this reason, when I retired from business and transferred my home to London, 15 thus enabling myself to give the necessary time to it, I went through as complete as possible a Malting, as Liebig calls it, 16 in mathematics and the natural sciences, and spent the best part of 8 years on it. I was right in the middle of this Malting process when it happened that I had to occupy myself with Herr Duhring's so-called natural philosophy. It was therefore only too natural that in dealing with this subject I was sometimes unable to find the correct technical expression, and in general moved with considerable clumsiness in the field of theoretical natural science. On the other hand, my lack of assurance in this field, which I had not yet overcome, made me cautious, and I cannot be charged with real blunders in relation to the facts known at that time or with incorrect presentation of recognized theories. In this connection there was only one unrecognized genius of a mathematician who complained in a letter to Mark 17 that I had made a wanton attack upon the honor of. It goes without saying that my recapitulation of mathematics and the natural sciences was undertaken in order to convince myself also in detail of what in general I was not in doubt, that in nature, amid the welter of innumerable changes, the same dialectical laws of motion force their way through as those which in history govern the apparent fortuitousness of events, the same laws which similarly form the thread running through the history of the development of human thought and gradually rise to consciousness in thinking man, the laws which Hegel first developed in all-embracing but mystic form, and which we made it one of our aims to strip of this mystic form and to bring clearly before the mind in their complete simplicity and universality. It goes without saying that the old philosophy of nature, in spite of its real value and the many fruitful seeds it contained, *1 was unable to satisfy us. As is more fully brought out in this book, natural philosophy, particularly in the Hegelian form, erred because it did not concede to nature any development in time, any succession, but only coexistence. This was on the one hand grounded in the Hegelian system itself, which ascribed historical evolution only to the spirit, but on the other hand was also due to the whole state of the natural sciences in that period. In this Hegel fell far behind Kant, whose nebular theory had already indicated the origin of the solar system, and whose discovery of the retardation of the Earth's rotation by the tides also had proclaimed the doom of that system. And finally, to me there could be no question of building the laws of dialectics into nature, but of discovering them in it and evolving them from it. But to do this systematically and in each separate department, is a gigantic task. Not only is the domain to be mastered almost boundless, natural science in this entire domain is itself undergoing such a mighty process of being revolutionized that even people who can devote the whole of their spare time to it can hardly keep pace. Since Karl Marx's death, however, my time has been requisitioned for more urgent duties, and I have therefore been compelled to lay aside my work. For the present I must content myself with the indications given in this book, and must wait to find some later opportunity to put together and publish the results which I have arrived at, perhaps in conjunction with the extremely important mathematical manuscripts left by Marx. 18. Yet the advance of theoretical natural science may possibly make my work to a great extent or even altogether superfluous. For the revolution which is being forced on theoretical natural science by the mere need to set in order the purely empirical discoveries, great masses of which have been piled up, is of such a kind that it must bring the dialectical character of natural processes more and more to the consciousness even of those empiricists who are most opposed to it. The old rigid antagonisms, the sharp, impassable dividing lines are more and more disappearing. Since even the last true gases have been liquefied, and since it has been proved that a body can be brought into a condition in which the liquid and the gaseous forms are indistinguishable, the aggregate states have lost the last relics of their former absolute character. 19. With the thesis of the kinetic theory of gases, that in perfect gases at equal temperatures the squares of the speeds with which the individual gas molecules move are in inverse ratio to their molecular weights, heat also takes its place directly among the forms of motion which can be immediately measured as such. Whereas only 10 years ago the great basic law of motion, then recently discovered, was as yet conceived merely as a law of the conservation of energy, as the mere expression of the indestructibility and uncreatability of motion, that is, merely in its quantitative aspect, this narrow negative conception is being more and more supplanted by the positive idea of the transformation of energy, in which for the first time the qualitative content of the process comes into its own, and the last vestige of an extramundane creator is obliterated. That the quantity of motion, so-called energy, remains unaltered when it is transformed from kinetic energy, so-called mechanical force, into electricity, heat, potential energy, etc., and vice versa, no longer needs to be preached as something new. It serves as the already secured basis for the now much more pregnant investigation into the very process of transformation, the great basic process, knowledge of which comprises all knowledge of nature. And since biology has been pursued in the light of the theory of evolution, one rigid boundary line of classification after another has been swept away in the domain of organic nature. The almost unclassifiable intermediate links are growing daily more numerous. Closer investigation throws organisms out of one class into another, and distinguishing characteristics which almost became articles of faith are losing their absolute validity. We now have mammals that lay eggs, and, if the report is confirmed, also birds that walk on all fours. Years ago Virchow was compelled, following on the discovery of the cell, to dissolve the unity of the individual animal being into a federation of cell states, thus acting more progressively rather than scientifically and dialectically. 20 And now the conception of animal, therefore also human, individuality is becoming far more complex owing to the discovery of the white blood corpuscles which creep about amoeba-like within the bodies of the higher animals. It is however precisely the polar antagonisms put forward as irreconcilable and insoluble, the forcibly fixed lines of demarcation and class distinctions, which have given modern theoretical natural science its restricted, metaphysical character. The recognition that these antagonisms and distinctions, though to be found in nature, are only of relative validity, and that on the other hand their imagined rigidity and absolute validity have been introduced into nature only by our reflective minds. This recognition is the kernel of the dialectical conception of nature. It is possible to arrive at this recognition because the accumulating facts of natural science compel us to do so, but one arrives at it more easily if one approaches the dialectical character of these facts equipped with an understanding of the laws of dialectical thought. In any case, natural science has now advanced so far that it can no longer escape dialectical generalization. However, it will make this process easier for itself if it does not lose sight of the fact that the results in which its experiences are summarized are concepts, that the art of working with concepts is not inborn and also is not given with ordinary everyday consciousness, but requires real thought, and that this thought similarly has a long empirical history, not more and not less than empirical natural science. Only by learning to assimilate the results of the development of philosophy during the past 2,500 years will it rid itself on the one hand of any natural philosophy standing apart from it, outside it, and above it, and on the other hand also of its own limited method of thought, which is its inheritance from English empiricism. London. September 23, 1885. 1894 Preface. The following new edition is a reprint of the former, except for a few very unimportant stylistic changes. It is only in one chapter, the 10th of Part 2, from Kritisgeschichte, that I have allowed myself to make substantial additions, on the following grounds. As already stated in the preface to the second edition, this chapter was in all essentials the work of Marx. I was forced to make considerable cuts in Marx's manuscript, which in its first wording had been intended as an article for a journal, and I had to cut precisely those parts of it in which the critique of Duhring's propositions was overshadowed by Marx's own revelations from the history of economics. But this is just the section of the manuscript which is even today of the greatest and most permanent interest. I consider myself under an obligation to give in as full and faithful a form as possible the passages in which Marx assigns to people like Petty, North, Locke and Hume their appropriate place in the genesis of classical political economy, and even more his explanation of Quesnay's economic tableau, which has remained an insoluble riddle of the Sphinx to all modern political economy. On the other hand, wherever the thread of the argument makes this possible, I have omitted passages which refer exclusively to Herr Duhring's writings. For the rest, I may well be perfectly satisfied with the degree to which, since the previous edition of this book was issued, the views maintained in it have penetrated into the social consciousness of scientific circles and of the working class in every civilized country of the world. London, May 23, 1894. F. Engels. Introduction. General. Modern socialism is, in its essence, the direct product of the recognition, on the one hand, of the class antagonisms existing in the society of today between proprietors and non-proprietors, between capitalists and wage workers, on the other hand, of the anarchy existing in production. But, in its theoretical form, modern socialism originally appears ostensibly as a more logical extension of the principles laid down by the great French philosophers of the 18th century. Like every new theory, modern socialism had, at first, to connect itself with the intellectual stock in trade ready to its hand, however deeply its roots lay in economic facts. The great men, who in France prepared men's minds for the coming revolution, were themselves extreme revolutionists. They recognized no external authority of any kind whatever. Religion, natural science, society, political institutions, everything was subjected to the most unsparing criticism, everything must justify its existence before the judgment seat of reason or give up existence. Reason became the sole measure of everything. It was the time when, as Hegel says, the world stood upon its head, first in the sense that the human head, and the principles arrived at by its thought, claimed to be the basis of all human action and association, but by and by, also, in the wider sense that the reality which was in contradiction to these principles had, in fact, to be turned upside down. Every form of society and government then existing, every old traditional notion was flung into the lumber room as irrational. The world had hitherto allowed itself to be led solely by prejudices, everything in the past deserved only pity and contempt. Now, for the first time, appeared the light of day, henceforth superstition, injustice, privilege, oppression, were to be superseded by eternal truth, eternal right, equality based on nature and the inalienable rights of man. We know today that this kingdom of reason was nothing more than the idealized kingdom of the bourgeoisie, that this eternal right found its realization in bourgeois justice, that this equality reduced itself to bourgeois equality before the law, that bourgeois property was proclaimed as one of the essential rights of man, and that the government of reason, the contrat social of Rousseau, 21 came into being, and only could come into being, as a democratic bourgeois republic. The great thinkers of the 18th century could, no more than their predecessors, go beyond the limits imposed upon them by their epoch. But, side by side with the antagonism of the feudal nobility and the burghers, was the general antagonism of exploiters and exploited, of rich idlers and poor workers. It was this very circumstance that made it possible for the representatives of the bourgeoisie to put themselves forward as representing not one special class, but the whole of suffering humanity. Still further, from its origin the bourgeoisie was saddled with its antithesis: capitalists cannot exist without wage workers, and, in the same proportion as the medieval burgher of the guild developed into the modern bourgeois, the guild journeyman and the day laborer, outside the guilds, developed into the proletarian. And although, upon the whole, the bourgeoisie, in their struggle with the nobility, could claim to represent at the same time the interests of the different working classes of that period, yet in every great bourgeois movement there were independent outbursts of that class which was the forerunner, more or less developed, of the modern proletariat. For example, at the time of the German Reformation and the Peasant War, Thomas Munzer, in the Great English Revolution, the Levellers 22, in the Great French Revolution, Babeuf. There were theoretical enunciations corresponding with these revolutionary uprisings of a class not yet developed, in the 16th and 17th centuries utopian pictures of ideal social conditions 23, in the 18th, actual communistic theories, Morelli and Mably. The demand for equality was no longer limited to political rights, it was extended also to the social conditions of individuals. It was not simply class privileges that were to be abolished, but class distinctions themselves. A communism, ascetic, Spartan, was the first form of the new teaching. Then came the three great utopians, Saint Simon, to whom the middle-class movement, side by side with the proletarian, still had a certain significance, Fourier, and Owen, who in the country where capitalist production was most developed, and under the influence of the antagonisms begotten of this, worked out his proposals for the removal of class distinctions systematically and in direct relation to French materialism. One thing is common to all three. Not one of them appears as a representative of the interests of that proletariat which historical development had, in the meantime, produced. Like the French philosophers, they do not claim to emancipate a particular class, but all humanity. Like them, they wish to bring in the kingdom of reason and eternal justice, but this kingdom, as they see it, is as far as heaven from earth, from that of the French philosophers. For the bourgeois world, based upon the principles of these philosophers, is quite as irrational and unjust, and, therefore, finds its way to the dust hole quite as readily as feudalism and all the earlier stages of society. If pure reason and justice have not, hitherto, ruled the world, this has been the case only because men have not rightly understood them. What was wanted was the individual man of genius, who has now arisen and who understands the truth. That he has now arisen, that the truth has now been clearly understood, is not an inevitable event, following of necessity in the chain of historical development, but a mere happy accident. He might just as well have been born 500 years earlier, and might then have spared humanity 500 years of error, strife, and suffering. This mode of outlook is essentially that of all English and French and of the first German socialists, including Weitling. Socialism is the expression of absolute truth, reason, and justice and has only to be discovered to conquer all the world by virtue of its own power. And as absolute truth is independent of time, space, and of the historical development of man, it is a mere accident when and where it is discovered. With all this, absolute truth, reason, and justice are different with the founder of each different school. And as each one's special kind of absolute truth, reason, and justice is again conditioned by his subjective understanding, his conditions of existence, the measure of his knowledge and his intellectual training, there is no other ending possible in this conflict of absolute truths than that they shall be mutually exclusive one of the other. Hence, from this nothing could come but a kind of eclectic, average socialism, which, as a matter of fact, has up to the present time dominated the minds of most of the socialist workers in France and England. Hence, a mishmash allowing of the most manifold shades of opinion, a mishmash of less striking critical statements, economic theories, pictures of future society by the founders of different sects, a mishmash which is the more easily brewed the more the definite sharp edges of the individual constituents are rubbed down in the stream of debate, like rounded pebbles in a brook. To make a science of socialism, it had first to be placed upon a real basis. In the meantime, along with and after the French philosophy of the 18th century had arisen the new German philosophy, culminating in Hegel. Its greatest merit was the taking up again of dialectics as the highest form of reasoning. The old Greek philosophers were all born natural dialecticians, and Aristotle, the most encyclopedic intellect of them, had already analyzed the most essential forms of dialectic thought. The newer philosophy on the other hand, although in it also dialectics had brilliant exponents, example Descartes and Spinoza, had, especially through English influence, become more and more rigidly fixed in the so-called metaphysical mode of reasoning, by which also the French of the 18th century were almost wholly dominated at all events in their special philosophical work. Outside philosophy in the restricted sense, the French nevertheless produced masterpieces of dialectic. We need only call to mind Diderot's Le Neveu de Rameau 24 and Rousseau's Discours sur l'origine et les fondements de l'inégalité parmi les hommes. We give here, in brief, the essential character of these two modes of thought. We shall have to return to them later in greater detail. When we consider and reflect upon nature at large or the history of mankind or our own intellectual activity, at first we see the picture of an endless entanglement of relations and reactions in which nothing remains what, where and as it was, but everything moves, changes, comes into being and passes away. This primitive, naive but intrinsically correct conception of the world is that of ancient Greek philosophy, and was first clearly formulated by Heraclitus: everything is and is not, for everything is fluid, is constantly changing, constantly coming into being and passing away. But this conception, correctly as it expresses the general character of the picture of appearances as a whole, does not suffice to explain the details of which this picture is made up, and so long as we do not understand these, we have not a clear idea of the whole picture. In order to understand these details we must detach them from their natural or historical connection and examine each one separately, its nature, special causes, effects, etc. This is, primarily, the task of natural science and historical research, branches of science which the Greeks of classical times on very good grounds, relegated to a subordinate position, because they had first of all to collect the material. The beginnings of the exact natural sciences were first worked out by the Greeks of the Alexandrian period, 25 and later on, in the Middle Ages, by the Arabs. Real natural science dates from the second half of the 15th century, and thence onward it has advanced with constantly increasing rapidity. The analysis of nature into its individual parts, the grouping of the different natural processes and objects in definite classes, the study of the internal anatomy of organic bodies in their manifold forms, these were the fundamental conditions of the gigantic strides in our knowledge of nature that have been made during the last 400 years. But this method of work has also left us as legacy the habit of observing natural objects and processes in isolation, apart from their connection with the vast whole, of observing them in repose, not in motion, as constants, not as essentially variables, in their death, not in their life. And when this way of looking at things was transferred by Bacon and Locke from natural science to philosophy, it begot the narrow, metaphysical mode of thought peculiar to the preceding centuries. To the metaphysician, things and their mental reflexes, ideas, are isolated, are to be considered one after the other and apart from each other, are objects of investigation fixed, rigid, given once for all. He thinks in absolutely irreconcilable antitheses. His communication is yeah, nay, nay, for whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. Matthew 5:37. Ed. For him a thing either exists or does not exist, a thing cannot at the same time be itself and something else. Positive and negative absolutely exclude one another, cause and effect stand in a rigid antithesis one to the other. At first sight this mode of thinking seems to us very luminous, because it is that of so-called sound common sense. Only sound common sense, respectable fellow that he is, in the homely realm of his own four walls, has very wonderful adventures directly he ventures out into the wide world of research. And the metaphysical mode of thought, justifiable and even necessary as it is in a number of domains whose extent varies according to the nature of the particular object of investigation, sooner or later reaches a limit, beyond which it becomes one-sided, restricted, abstract, lost in insoluble contradictions. In the contemplation of individual things it forgets the connection between them, in the contemplation of their existence, it forgets the beginning and end of that existence, of their repose, it forgets their motion. It cannot see the wood for the trees. For everyday purposes we know and can say, example whether an animal is alive or not. But, upon closer inquiry, we find that this is, in many cases, a very complex question, as the jurists know very well. They have cudgeled their brains in vain to discover a rational limit beyond which the killing of the child in its mother's womb is murder. It is just as impossible to determine absolutely the moment of death, for physiology proves that death is not an instantaneous momentary phenomenon, but a very protracted process. In like manner, every organic being is every moment the same and not the same, every moment it assimilates matter supplied from without, and gets rid of other matter, every moment some cells of its body die and others build themselves anew, in a longer or shorter time the matter of its body is completely renewed, and is replaced by other atoms of matter, so that every organic being is always itself, and yet something other than itself. Further, we find upon closer investigation that the two poles of an antithesis, positive and negative, example, are as inseparable as they are opposed, and that despite all their opposition, they mutually interpenetrate. And we find, in like manner, that cause and effect are conceptions which only hold good in their application to individual cases, but as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other, and they become confounded when we contemplate that universal action and reaction in which causes and effects are eternally changing places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa. None of these processes and modes of thought enters into the framework of metaphysical reasoning. Dialectics, on the other hand, comprehends things and their representations, ideas, in their essential connection, concatenation, motion, origin, and ending. Such processes as those mentioned above are, therefore, so many corroborations of its own method of procedure. Nature is the proof of dialectics, and it must be said for modern science that it has furnished this proof with very rich materials increasing daily, and thus has shown that, in the last resort, nature works dialectically and not metaphysically. But the naturalists who have learned to think dialectically are few and far between, and this conflict of the results of discovery with preconceived modes of thinking explains the endless confusion now reigning in theoretical natural science, the despair of teachers as well as learners, of authors and readers alike. An exact representation of the universe, of its evolution, of the development of mankind, and of the reflection of this evolution in the minds of men, can therefore only be obtained by the methods of dialectics with its constant regard to the innumerable actions and reactions of life and death, of progressive or retrogressive changes. And in this spirit the new German philosophy has worked. Kant began his career by resolving the stable solar system of Newton and its eternal duration, after the famous initial impulse had once been given, into the result of a historic process, the formation of the Sun and all the planets out of a rotating nebulous mass. From this he at the same time drew the conclusion that, given this origin of the solar system, its future death followed of necessity. His theory half a century later was established mathematically by Laplace, and half a century after that the spectroscope proved the existence in space of such incandescent masses of gas in various stages of condensation. 26. This new German philosophy culminated in the Hegelian system. In this system, and herein is its great merit, for the first time the whole world, natural, historical, intellectual, is represented as a process, i.e., as in constant motion, change, transformation, development, and the attempt is made to trace out the internal connection that makes a continuous whole of all this movement and development. From this point of view the history of mankind no longer appeared as a wild whirl of senseless deeds of violence, all equally condemnable at the judgment seat of mature philosophic reason and which are best forgotten as quickly as possible, but as the process of evolution of man himself. It was now the task of the intellect to follow the gradual march of this process through all its devious ways, and to trace out the inner law running through all its apparently accidental phenomena. That Hegel did not solve the problem is here immaterial. His epoch-making merit was that he propounded the problem. This problem is one that no single individual will ever be able to solve. Although Hegel was with Saint Simon the most encyclopedic mind of his time, yet he was limited, first, by the necessarily limited extent of his own knowledge and, second, by the limited extent and depth of the knowledge and conceptions of his age. To these limits a third must be added. Hegel was an idealist. To him the thoughts within his brain were not the more or less abstract pictures of actual things and processes, but, conversely, things and their evolution were only the realized pictures of the idea, existing somewhere from eternity before the world was. This way of thinking turned everything upside down, and completely reversed the actual connection of things in the world. Correctly and ingeniously as many individual groups of facts were grasped by Hegel, yet, for the reasons just given, there is much that is botched, artificial, labored, in a word, wrong in point of detail. The Hegelian system, in itself, was a colossal miscarriage, but it was also the last of its kind. It was suffering, in fact, from an internal and incurable contradiction. Upon the one hand, its essential proposition was the conception that human history is a process of evolution, which, by its very nature, cannot find its intellectual final term in the discovery of any so-called absolute truth. But, on the other hand, it laid claim to being the very essence of this absolute truth. A system of natural and historical knowledge, embracing everything, and final for all time, is a contradiction to the fundamental laws of dialectic reasoning. This law, indeed, by no means excludes, but, on the contrary, includes the idea that the systematic knowledge of the external universe can make giant strides from age to age. The perception of the fundamental contradiction in German idealism led necessarily back to materialism, but, nota bene, not to the simply metaphysical, exclusively mechanical materialism of the 18th century. In contrast to the naively revolutionary, simple rejection of all previous history, modern materialism sees in the latter the process of evolution of humanity, it being its task to discover the laws of motion thereof. With the French of the 18th century, and with Hegel, the conception obtained of nature as a whole, moving in narrow circles, and forever immutable, with its eternal celestial bodies, as Newton, and unalterable organic species, as Linnaeus, taught. Modern materialism embraces the more recent discoveries of natural science, according to which nature also has its history in time, the celestial bodies, like the organic species that, under favorable conditions, people them, being born and perishing. And even if nature, as a whole, must still be said to move in recurrent cycles, these cycles assume infinitely larger dimensions. In both cases modern materialism is essentially dialectic, and no longer needs any philosophy standing above the other sciences. As soon as each special science is bound to make clear its position in the great totality of things and of our knowledge of things, a special science dealing with this totality is superfluous. That which still survives, independently, of all earlier philosophy is the science of thought and its laws, formal logic and dialectics. Everything else is subsumed in the positive science of nature and history. Whilst, however, the revolution in the conception of nature could only be made in proportion to the corresponding positive materials furnished by research, already much earlier certain historical facts had occurred which led to a decisive change in the conception of history. In 1831, the first working-class rising took place in Lyons. Between 1838 and 1842, the first national working-class movement, that of the English Chartists, reached its height. The class struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie came to the front in the history of the most advanced countries in Europe, in proportion to the development, upon the one hand, of modern industry, gross industry, upon the other, of the newly acquired political supremacy of the bourgeoisie. Facts more and more strenuously gave the lie to the teachings of bourgeois economy as to the identity of the interests of capital and labor, as to the universal harmony and universal prosperity that would be the consequence of unbridled competition. All these things could no longer be ignored, any more than the French and English socialism, which was their theoretical, though very imperfect, expression. But the old idealist conception of history, which was not yet dislodged, knew nothing of class struggles based upon economic interests, knew nothing of economic interests. Production and all economic relations appeared in it only as incidental, subordinate elements in the history of civilization. The new facts made imperative a new examination of all past history. Then it was seen that all past history was the history of class struggles. 27. That these warring classes of society are always the products of the modes of production and of exchange, in a word, of the economic conditions of their time, that the economic structure of society always furnishes the real basis, starting from which we can alone work out the ultimate explanation of the whole superstructure of juridical and political institutions, as well as of the religious, philosophical, and other ideas of a given historical period. But now idealism was driven from its last refuge, the philosophy of history. Now a materialistic treatment of history was propounded, and a method found of explaining man's knowing by his being, instead of, as heretofore, his being by his knowing. But the socialism of earlier days was as incompatible with this materialistic conception as the conception of nature of the French materialists was with dialectics and modern natural science. The socialism of earlier days certainly criticized the existing capitalistic mode of production and its consequences. But it could not explain them, and, therefore, could not get the mastery of them. It could only simply reject them as bad. But for this it was necessary, 1. To present the capitalistic method of production in its historical connection and its inevitableness during a particular historical period, and therefore, also, to present its inevitable downfall, and, 2. To lay bare its essential character, which was still a secret, as its critics had hitherto attacked its evil consequences rather than the process of the thing itself. This was done by the discovery of surplus value. It was shown that the appropriation of unpaid labor is the basis of the capitalist mode of production and of the exploitation of the worker that occurs under it, that even if the capitalist buys the labor power of his laborer at its full value as a commodity on the market, he yet extracts more value from it than he paid for, and that in the ultimate analysis the surplus value forms those sums of value from which are heaped up the constantly increasing masses of capital in the hands of the possessing classes. The genesis of capitalist production and the production of capital were both explained. These two great discoveries, the materialistic conception of history and the revelation of the secret of capitalistic production through surplus value, we owe to Marx. With these discoveries socialism became a science. The next thing was to work out all its details and relations. This, approximately, was how things stood in the fields of theoretical socialism and extinct philosophy, when Herr Eugen Duhring, not without considerable din, sprang onto the stage and announced that he had accomplished a complete revolution in philosophy, political economy, and socialism. Let us see what Herr Duhring promises us and how he fulfills his promises. 2. What Herr Duhring promises. The writings of Herr Duhring with which we are here primarily concerned are his Kursister Philosophie, his Kursister National und Sozialökonomie, and his Kritisgeschichte der Nationalökonomie und des Sozialismus. 28. The first named work is the one which particularly claims our attention here. On the very first page Herr Duhring introduces himself as the man who claims to represent this power, philosophy, in his age and for its immediately foreseeable development ph 1. He thus proclaims himself to be the only true philosopher of today and of the foreseeable future. Whoever departs from him departs from truth. Many people, even before Herr Duhring, have thought something of this kind about themselves, but except for Richard Wagner he is probably the first who has calmly blurted it out. And the truth to which he refers is a final and ultimate truth too. Herr Duhring's philosophy is the natural system or the philosophy of reality. In it reality is so conceived as to exclude any tendency to a visionary and subjectively limited conception of the world. 13. This philosophy is therefore of such a nature that it lifts Herr Duhring above the limits he himself can hardly deny of his personal, subjective limitations. And this is in fact necessary if he is to be in a position to lay down final and ultimate truths, although so far we do not see how this miracle should come to pass. This natural system of knowledge which in itself is of value to the mind 508 has, without the slightest detraction from the profundity of thought, securely established the basic forms of being 556 to 57. From its really critical standpoint 404 it provides the elements of a philosophy which is real and therefore directed to the reality of nature and of life, a philosophy which cannot allow the validity of any merely apparent horizon, but in its powerfully revolutionizing movement unfolds all earths and heavens of outer and inner nature. 430. It is a new mode of thought. 543, and its results are from the ground up original conclusions and views, system creating ideas. 525, established truths. 527. In it we have before us a work which must find its strength in concentrated initiative. 38. Whatever that may mean, an investigation going to the roots. 200, a deep-rooted science. 219, a strictly scientific conception of things and men. 387, an all-round penetrating work of thought. DC3, a creative evolving of premises and conclusions controllable by thought. 6, the absolutely fundamental 150. In the economic and political sphere he gives us not only historical and systematically comprehensive works 532, of which the historical ones are, to boot, notable for my historical depiction in the grand style DKG 556, while those dealing with political economy have brought about creative turns 462. But he even finishes with a fully worked out socialist plan of his own for the society of the future, a plan which is the practical fruit of a clear theory going to the ultimate roots of things. DC 555-56. And, like the Duhring philosophy, is consequently infallible and offers the only way to salvation, for only in that socialist structure which I have sketched in my Cursus der National und Sozialökonomie can a true own take the place of ownership which is merely apparent and transitory or even based on violence. Ph 242. And the future has to follow these directions. This bouquet of glorifications of Herr Duhring by Herr Duhring could easily be enlarged tenfold. It may already have created some doubt in the mind of the reader as to whether it is really a philosopher with whom he is dealing, but we must beg the reader to reserve judgment until he has got to know the above-mentioned deep-rootedness at closer quarters. We have given the above anthology only for the purpose of showing that we have before us not any ordinary philosopher and socialist, who merely expresses his ideas and leaves it to the future to judge their worth, but quite an extraordinary creature, who claims to be not less infallible than the Pope, and whose doctrine is the only way to salvation and simply must be accepted by anyone who does not want to fall into the most abominable heresy. What we are here confronted with is certainly not one of those works in which all socialist literature, recently also German, has abounded, works in which people of various calibers, in the most straightforward way in the world, try to clear up in their minds problems for the solution of which they may be more or less short of material, works in which, whatever their scientific and literary shortcomings, the socialist goodwill is always deserving of recognition. On the contrary, Herr Duhring offers us principles which he declares are final and ultimate truths, and therefore any views conflicting with these are false from the outset. He is in possession not only of the exclusive truth but also of the sole strictly scientific method of investigation, in contrast with which all others are unscientific. Either he is right, and in this case we have before us the greatest genius of all time, the first superhuman, because infallible, man. Or he is wrong, and in that case, whatever our judgment may be, benevolent consideration shown for any good intentions he may possibly have had would nevertheless be the most deadly insult to Herr Duhring. When a man is in possession of the final and ultimate truth and of the only strictly scientific method, it is only natural that he should have a certain contempt for the rest of erring and unscientific humanity. We must therefore not be surprised that Herr Duhring should speak of his predecessors with extreme disdain, and that there are only a few great men, thus styled by way of exception by himself, who find mercy at the bar of his deep-rootedness. Let us hear first what he has to say about the philosophers. Leibniz, devoid of any nobler sentiments, that best of all court philosophizers ph 346. Kant is still just about tolerated, but after him everything got into a muddle. 197. There followed the wild ravings and equally childish and windy stupidities of the immediately succeeding epigony, namely, a Fichte and a Schelling. 227, monstrous caricatures of ignorant natural philosophy. 56, the post-Kantian monstrosities and the delirious fantasies. 449, crowned by a Hegel. 197. The last named used a Hegel jargon DKC 491 and spread the Hegel pestilence ph 486 by means of his moreover even in form unscientific demeanor and his crudities. DKG 235. The natural scientists fare no better, but as only Darwin is cited by name we must confine ourselves to him. Darwinian semi-poetry and dexterity in metamorphosis, with their coarsely sentient narrowness of comprehension and blunted power of differentiation. Ph 142. In our view, what is specific to Darwinism, from which of course the Lamarckian formulations must be excluded, is a piece of brutality directed against humanity. 117. But the socialists come off worst of all. With the exception at any rate of Louis Blanc, the most insignificant of them all, they are all and sundry sinners and fall short of the reputation which they should have before, or behind, Herr Duhring. And not only in regard to truth and scientific method, no, also in regard to their character. Except for Babeuf and a few communards of 1871, none of them are men. DKG 239. The three utopians are called social alchemists. 237. As to them, a certain indulgence is shown to Saint Simon, in so far as he is merely charged with exaltation of mind. 252, and there is a compassionate suggestion that he suffered from religious mania. With Fourier, however, Herr Duhring completely loses patience. For Fourier revealed every element of insanity, ideas which one would normally have most expected to find in madhouses. 276, the wildest dreams, products of delirium. 283. The unspeakably silly Fourier. 222, this infantile mind. 284, this idiot. 286, is withal not even a socialist. His phalanstery 29 is absolutely not a piece of rational socialism, but a caricature constructed on the pattern of everyday commerce. 283. And finally, anyone who does not find those effusions, of Fourier's, concerning Newton, sufficient to convince himself that in Fourier's name and in the whole of Fourierism it is only the first syllable, fou crazy, that has any truth in it, should himself be classed under some category of idiots. 286. Finally, Robert Owen had feeble and paltry ideas. 295, his reasoning, so crude in ethics. 296, a few commonplaces which degenerated into perversions, nonsensical and crude way of looking at things. 297, the course of Owen's ideas is hardly worth subjecting to more serious criticism. 298, his vanity. 299 to 300, and so on. With extreme wit, Herr Duhring characterizes the utopians by reference to their names, as follows: Saint Simon, saint, holy; Fourier, fou, crazy; enfant and enfant, childish. 303, he only needs to add, Owen, oh woe. And a very important period in the history of socialism has in 4 words been roundly condemned, and anyone who has any doubts about it should himself be classed under some category of idiots. As for Duhring's opinion of the later socialists, we shall, for the sake of brevity, cite him only on Lassalle and Marx. Lassalle, pedantic, hair-splitting efforts to popularize, rampant scholasticism, a monstrous hash of general theories and paltry trash. 509. Hegel, superstition, senseless and formless, a horrifying example. 511, peculiarly limited. 513, pompous display of the most paltry trifles. 514, our Jewish hero. 515, pamphleteer. 519, common. 520, inherent instability in his view of life and of the world. 529. Marx, narrowness of conception, his works and achievements in and by themselves, that is, regarded from a purely theoretical standpoint, are without any permanent significance in our domain, the critical history of socialism, and in the general history of intellectual tendencies they are to be cited at most as symptoms of the influence of one branch of modern sectarian scholastics. DKG 495, impotence of the faculties of concentration and systematization, deformity of thought and style, undignified affectation of language, anglicized vanity, duping. 497, barren conceptions which in fact are only bastards of historical and logical fantasy, deceptive twisting. 498, personal vanity. 499, vile mannerisms, snotty, buffoonery pretending to be witty. Chinese erudition. 506, philosophical and scientific backwardness. 507. And so on, and so forth, for this is only a small superficially culled bouquet out of the Duhring rose garden. It must be understood that, at the moment, we are not in the least concerned whether these amiable expressions of abuse which, if he had any education, should forbid Herr Duhring from finding anything vile and snotty, are also final and ultimate truths. And for the moment we will guard against voicing any doubt as to their deep-rootedness, as we might otherwise be prohibited even from trying to find the category of idiots to which we belong. We only thought it was our duty to give, on the one hand, an example of what Herr Duhring calls the select language of the considerate and, in the real sense of the word, moderate mode of expression d. ph 260. And on the other hand, to make it clear that to Herr Duhring the worthlessness of his predecessors is a no less established fact than his own infallibility. Whereupon we sink to the ground in deepest reverence before the mightiest genius of all time, if that is how things really stand. Part I. Philosophy. 3. Classification. A priorism. Philosophy, according to Herr Duhring, is the development of the highest form of consciousness of the world and of life d. ph 2, and in a wider sense embraces the principles of all knowledge and volition. Wherever a series of cognitions or stimuli or a group of forms of being come to be examined by human consciousness, the principles underlying these manifestations of necessity become an object of philosophy. These principles are the simple, or until now assumed to be simple, constituents of manifold knowledge and volition. 8. Like the chemical composition of bodies, the general constitution of things can be reduced to basic forms and basic elements. These ultimate constituents or principles, once they have been discovered, are valid not only for what is immediately known and accessible, but also for the world which is unknown and inaccessible to us. Philosophical principles consequently provide the final supplement required by the sciences in order to become a uniform system by which nature and human life can be explained. 9. Apart from the fundamental forms of all existence, philosophy has only two specific subjects of investigation: nature and the world of man. 14. Accordingly, our material arranges itself quite naturally into three groups, namely, the general scheme of the universe, the science of the principles of nature, and finally the science of mankind. This succession at the same time contains an inner logical sequence, for the formal principles which are valid for all being take precedence, and the realms of the objects to which they are to be applied then follow in the degree of their subordination. 15. So far Herr Duhring, and almost entirely word for word. What he is dealing with are therefore principles, formal tenets derived from thought and not from the external world, which are to be applied to nature and the realm of man, and to which therefore nature and man have to conform. But whence does thought obtain these principles? From itself? No, for Herr Duhring himself says, the realm of pure thought is limited to logical schemata and mathematical forms. 42, the latter, moreover, as we shall see, is wrong. Logical schemata can only relate to forms of thought, but what we are dealing with here is solely forms of being, of the external world, and these forms can never be created and derived by thought out of itself, but only from the external world. But with this the whole relationship is inverted. The principles are not the starting point of the investigation, but its final result. They are not applied to nature and human history, but abstracted from them. It is not nature and the realm of man which conform to these principles, but the principles are only valid in so far as they are in conformity with nature and history. That is the only materialist conception of the matter, and Herr Duhring's contrary conception is idealistic, makes things stand completely on their heads, and fashions the real world out of ideas, out of schemata, schemes or categories existing somewhere before the world, from eternity, just like a Hegel. In fact, let us compare Hegel's Encyclopedia 30 and all its delirious fantasies with Herr Duhring's final and ultimate truths. With Herr Duhring we have in the first place general world schematism, which Hegel calls logic. Then with both of them we have the application of these schemata or logical categories to nature, the philosophy of nature, and finally their application to the realm of man, which Hegel calls the philosophy of mind. The inner logical sequence of the Duhring succession therefore leads us quite naturally ph 15 back to Hegel's Encyclopedia, from which it has been taken with a loyalty which would move that wandering Jew of the Hegelian school, Professor Michelet of Berlin, to tears. 31. That is what comes of accepting consciousness, thought, quite naturalistically, as something given, something opposed from the outset to being, to nature. If that were so, it must seem extremely strange that consciousness and nature, thinking and being, the laws of thought and the laws of nature, should correspond so closely. But if the further question is raised what thought and consciousness really are and where they come from, it becomes apparent that they are products of the human brain and that man himself is a product of nature, which has developed in and along with its environment. Hence it is self-evident that the products of the human brain, being in the last analysis also products of nature, do not contradict the rest of nature's interconnections but are in correspondence with them. 32. But Herr Duhring cannot permit himself such a simple treatment of the subject. He thinks not only in the name of humanity in itself no small achievement but in the name of the conscious and reasoning beings on all celestial bodies. Indeed, it would be a degradation of the basic forms of consciousness and knowledge to attempt to rule out or even to put under suspicion their sovereign validity and their unconditional claim to truth, by applying the epithet human to them too. Hence, in order that no suspicion may arise that on some celestial body or other twice 2 makes 5:30-31, Herr Duhring dare not designate thought as being human, and so he has to sever it from the only real foundation on which we find it, namely, man and nature, and with that he tumbles hopelessly into an ideology 33 which reveals him as the epigone of the epigone Hegel 197. By the way, we shall often meet Herr Duhring again on other celestial bodies. It goes without saying that no materialist doctrine can be founded on such an ideological basis. Later on we shall see that Herr Duhring is forced more than once to endow nature surreptitiously with conscious activity, with what in plain language is called God. However, our philosopher of reality had also other motives for shifting the basis of all reality from the real world to the world of thought. The science of this general world schematism, of these formal principles of being, is precisely the foundation of Herr Duhring's philosophy. If we deduce world schematism not from our minds, but only through our minds from the real world, if we deduce principles of being from what is, we need no philosophy for this purpose, but positive knowledge of the world and of what happens in it, and what this yields is also not philosophy, but positive science. In that case, however, Herr Duhring's whole volume would be nothing but love's labor lost. Further, if no philosophy as such is any longer required, then also there is no more need of any system, not even of any natural system of philosophy. The perception that all the processes of nature are systematically connected drives science on to prove this systematic connection throughout, both in general and in particular. But an adequate, exhaustive scientific exposition of this interconnection, the formation of an exact mental image of the world system in which we live, is impossible for us, and will always remain impossible. If at any time in the development of mankind such a final, conclusive system of the interconnections within the world physical as well as mental and historical were brought about, this would mean that human knowledge had reached its limit, and, from the moment when society had been brought into accord with that system, further historical development would be cut short, which would be an absurd idea, sheer nonsense. Mankind therefore finds itself faced with a contradiction. On the one hand, it has to gain an exhaustive knowledge of the world system in all its interrelations, and on the other hand, because of the nature both of men and of the world system, this task can never be completely fulfilled. But this contradiction lies not only in the nature of the two factors, the world and man. It is also the main lever of all intellectual advance, and finds its solution continuously, day by day, in the endless progressive development of humanity, just as for example mathematical problems find their solution in an infinite series or continued fractions. Each mental image of the world system is and remains in actual fact limited, objectively by the historical conditions and subjectively by the physical and mental constitution of its originator. but Herr Duhring explains in advance that his mode of reasoning is such that it excludes any tendency to a subjectively limited conception of the world. We saw above that he was omnipresent on all possible celestial bodies. We now see that he is also omniscient. He has solved the ultimate problems of science and thus nailed boards across the future of all science. As with the basic forms of being, so also with the whole of pure mathematics, Herr Duhring thinks that he can produce it a priori, that is, without making use of the experience offered us by the external world, can construct it in his head. In pure mathematics the mind deals with its own free creations and imaginations. Ph 43, the concepts of number and figure are the adequate object of that pure science which it can create of itself. 42, and hence it has a validity which is independent of particular experience and of the real content of the world. 43. That pure mathematics has a validity which is independent of the particular experience of each individual is, for that matter, correct, and this is true of all established facts in every science, and indeed of all facts whatsoever. The magnetic poles, the fact that water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen, the fact that Hegel is dead and Herr Duhring alive, hold good independently of my own experience or that of any other individual, and even independently of Herr Duhring's experience, when he begins to sleep the sleep of the just. But it is not at all true that in pure mathematics the mind deals only with its own creations and imaginations. The concepts of number and figure have not been derived from any source other than the world of reality. The 10 fingers on which men learn to count, that is, to perform the first arithmetical operation, are anything but a free creation of the mind. Counting requires not only objects that can be counted, but also the ability to exclude all properties of the objects considered except their number, and this ability is the product of a long historical development based on experience. Like the idea of number, so the idea of figure is borrowed exclusively from the external world, and does not arise in the mind out of pure thought. There must have been things which had shape and whose shapes were compared before anyone could arrive at the idea of figure. Pure mathematics deals with the space forms and quantity relations of the real world, that is, with material which is very real indeed. The fact that this material appears in an extremely abstract form can only superficially conceal its origin from the external world. But in order to make it possible to investigate these forms and relations in their pure state, it is necessary to separate them entirely from their content, to put the content aside as irrelevant. Thus we get points without dimensions, lines without breadth and thickness, a and b and x and y, constants and variables, and only at the very end do we reach the free creations and imaginations of the mind itself, that is to say, imaginary magnitudes. Even the apparent derivation of mathematical magnitudes from each other does not prove their a priori origin, but only their rational connection. Before one came upon the idea of deducing the form of a cylinder from the rotation of a rectangle about one of its sides, a number of real rectangles and cylinders, however imperfect in form, must have been examined. Like all other sciences, mathematics arose out of the needs of men, from the measurement of land and the content of vessels, from the computation of time and from mechanics. But, as in every department of thought, at a certain stage of development the laws, which were abstracted from the real world, become divorced from the real world, and are set up against it as something independent, as laws coming from outside, to which the world has to conform. That is how things happened in society and in the state, and in this way, and not otherwise, pure mathematics was subsequently applied to the world, although it is borrowed from this same world and represents only one part of its forms of interconnection, and it is only just because of this that it can be applied at all. But just as Herr Duhring imagines that, out of the axioms of mathematics, which also in accordance with pure logic neither require nor are capable of substantiation. 34. He can deduce the whole of pure mathematics without any kind of empirical admixture, and then apply it to the world, so he likewise imagines that he can, in the first place, produce out of his head the basic forms of being, the simple elements of all knowledge, the axioms of philosophy, deduce from these the whole of philosophy or world schematism, and then, by sovereign decree, impose this constitution of his on nature and humanity. Unfortunately, nature is not at all, and humanity only to an infinitesimal degree, composed of the Manterfelite Prussians of 1850. 34. Mathematical axioms are expressions of the scantiest thought content, which mathematics is obliged to borrow from logic. They can be reduced to two. 1. The whole is greater than its part. This statement is pure tautology, as the quantitatively conceived idea part is from the outset definitely related to the idea whole, and in fact in such a way that part simply means that the quantitative whole consists of several quantitative parts. In stating this explicitly, the so-called axiom does not take us a step further. This tautology can even in a way be proved by saying, a whole is that which consists of several parts, a part is that of which several make a whole, hence the part is less than the whole, in which the inanity of repetition brings out even more clearly the inanity of content. 2. If two quantities are equal to a third, they are equal to each other. This statement, as Hegel has already shown, is a conclusion, the correctness of which is vouched for by logic, and which is therefore proved, although outside of pure mathematics. The remaining axioms relating to equality and inequality are merely logical extensions of this conclusion. These meager principles do not cut much ice, either in mathematics or anywhere else. In order to get any further, we are obliged to bring in real relations, and space forms which are taken from real bodies. The ideas of lines, planes, angles, polygons, cubes, spheres, etc., are all taken from reality, and it requires a pretty good portion of naive ideology to believe the mathematicians that the first line came into existence through the movement of a point in space, the first plane through the movement of a line, the first solid through the movement of a plane, and so on. Even language rebels against such a conception. A mathematical figure of 3 dimensions is called a solid body, corpus solidum, hence, in Latin, even a tangible object. It therefore has a name derived from sturdy reality and by no means from the free imagination of the mind. But why all this prolixity? After Herr Duhring, on pages 42 and 43, 35 has enthusiastically sung the independence of pure mathematics from the world of experience, its a priority, its preoccupation with the mind's own free creations and imaginations, he says on page 63. It is, of course, easily overlooked that those mathematical elements, number, magnitude, time, space, and geometric motion, are ideal only in their form. Absolute magnitudes are therefore something completely empirical, no matter to what species they belong, but mathematical schemata are capable of characterization which is adequate even though divorced from experience. The last statement is more or less true of every abstraction, but does not by any means prove that it is not abstracted from reality. In world schematism, pure mathematics arose out of pure thought. In the philosophy of nature, it is something completely empirical, taken from the external world and then divorced from it. Which are we to believe? For world schematism, all-embracing being is one. In its self-sufficiency it has nothing alongside it or over it. To associate a second being with it would be to make it something that it is not, namely, a part or constituent of a more comprehensive whole. Due to the fact that we extend our unified thought like a framework, nothing that should be comprised in this thought unity can retain a duality within itself. Nor, again, can anything escape this thought unity. The essence of all thought consists in bringing together the elements of consciousness into a unity. Ph 16. It is the point of unity of the synthesis where the indivisible idea of the world came into being, and the universe, as the name itself implies, is apprehended as something in which everything is united into unity. 17. Thus far Herr Duhring. This is the first application of the mathematical method. Every question is to be decided axiomatically in accordance with simple basic forms, as if we were dealing with the simple principles of mathematics. 224. All-embracing being is one. If tautology, the simple repetition in the predicate of what is already expressed in the subject, if that makes an axiom, then we have here one of the purest water. Herr Duhring tells us in the subject that being embraces everything, and in the predicate he intrepidly declares that in that case there is nothing outside it. What colossal system creating thought! 525. This is indeed system creating. Within the space of the next 6 lines Herr Duhring has transformed the oneness of being, by means of our unified thought, into its unit. As the essence of all thought consists in bringing things together into a unity, so being, as soon as it is conceived as unified, and the idea of the world as indivisible, and because conceived being, the idea of the world, is unified, therefore real being, the real world, is also an indivisible unity. And with that, there is no longer any room for things beyond, once the mind has learned to conceive being in its homogeneous universality. Ph 523. That is a campaign which puts Austerlitz and Jena, Connage Rats, and Sedan completely in the shade. 36. In a few sentences, hardly a page after we have mobilized the first axiom, we have already done away with, cast overboard, destroyed, everything beyond the world God and the heavenly hosts, heaven, hell, and purgatory, along with the immortality of the soul. How do we get from the oneness of being to its unity? By the very fact of conceiving it. In so far as we spread our unified thought around being like a frame, its oneness becomes a unity in thought, a thought unity, for the essence of all thought consists in bringing together the elements of consciousness into a unity. This last statement is simply untrue. In the first place, thought consists just as much in the taking apart of objects of consciousness into their elements as in the putting together of related elements into a unity. Without analysis, no synthesis. Secondly, without making blunders, thought can bring together into a unity only those elements of consciousness in which or in whose real prototypes this unity already existed before. If I include a shoe brush in the unity mammals, this does not help it to get mammary glands. The unity of being, or rather, the question whether its conception as a unity is justified, is therefore precisely what was to be proved, and when Herr Duhring assures us that he conceives being as a unity and not as twofold, he tells us nothing more than his own unauthoritative opinion. If we try to state his process of thought in unalloyed form, we get the following: I begin with being. I therefore think what being is. The thought of being is a unified thought. But thinking and being must be in agreement, they are in conformity with each other, they coincide. Therefore being is a unity also in reality. Therefore there cannot be anything beyond. If Herr Duhring had spoken without disguise in this way, instead of treating us to the above oracular passages, his ideology would have been clearly visible. To attempt to prove the reality of any product of thought by the identity of thinking and being was indeed one of the most absurd delirious fantasies of a Hegel. Even if his whole method of proof had been correct, Herr Duhring would still not have won an inch of ground from the spiritualists. The latter would reply briefly, to us, too, the universe is simple, the division into this world and the world beyond exists only for our specifically earthly, original sin standpoint, in and for itself, that is, in God, all being is a unity. And they would accompany Herr Duhring to his other beloved celestial bodies and show him one or several on which there had been no original sin, where therefore no opposition exists between this world and the beyond, and where the unity of the universe is a dogma of faith. The most comical part of the business is that Herr Duhring, in order to prove the non-existence of God from the idea of being, uses the ontological proof for the existence of God. This runs: when we think of God, we conceive him as the sum total of all perfections. But the sum total of all perfections includes above all existence, since a non-existent being is necessarily imperfect. We must therefore include existence among the perfections of God. Hence God must exist. Herr Duhring reasons in exactly the same way: when we think of being, we conceive it as one idea. Whatever is comprised in one idea is a unity. Being would not correspond to the idea of being if it were not a unity. Consequently it must be a unity. Consequently there is no God, and so on. When we speak of being, and purely of being, unity can only consist in that all the objects to which we are referring exist. they are comprised in the unity of this being, and in no other unity, and the general dictum that they all are not only cannot give them any additional qualities, whether common or not, but provisionally excludes all such qualities from consideration. For as soon as we depart even a millimeter from the simple basic fact that being is common to all these things, the differences between these things begin to emerge, and whether these differences consist in the circumstance that some are white and others black, that some are animate and others inanimate, that some may be of this world and others of the world beyond, cannot be decided by us from the fact that mere existence is in equal manner ascribed to them all. The unity of the world does not consist in its being, although its being is a precondition of its unity, as it must certainly first be before it can be one. Being, indeed, is always an open question beyond the point where our sphere of observation ends. The real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved not by a few juggled phrases, but by a long and wearisome development of philosophy and natural science. To return to the text. The being which Herr Duhring is telling us about is not that pure, self-equal being which lacks all special determinants, and in fact represents only the counterpart of the idea of nothing or of the absence of idea d. Ph 22. But we shall see very soon that Herr Duhring's universe really starts with a being which lacks all inner differentiation, all motion and change, and is therefore in fact only a counterpart of the idea of nothing, and therefore really nothing. Only out of this being nothing develops the present differentiated, changing state of the universe, which represents a development, a becoming, and it is only after we have grasped this that we are able, even within this perpetual change, to maintain the conception of universal being in a self-equal state d. Ph 23. We have now, therefore, the idea of being on a higher plane, where it includes within itself both inertness and change, being and becoming. Having reached this point, we find that genus and species, or the general and the particular, are the simplest means of differentiation, without which the constitution of things cannot be understood. 24. But these are means of differentiation of qualities, and after these have been dealt with, we proceed. In opposition to genus stands the concept of magnitude, as of a homogeneity in which no further differences of species exist. 26. And so from quality we pass to quantity, and this is always measurable. 26. Let us now compare this sharp division of the general effect schemata DC6 and its really critical standpoint d. Ph 404 with the crudities, wild ravings and delirious fantasies of a Hegel. We find that Hegel's logic starts from being as with Herr Duhring, that being turns out to be nothing, just as with Herr Duhring, that from this being nothing there is a transition to becoming, the result of which is determinate being Dasein, i.e., a higher, fuller form of being sen, just the same as with Herr Duhring. Determinate being leads on to quality, and quality on to quantity, just the same as with Herr Duhring. And so that no essential feature may be missing, Herr Duhring tells us on another occasion. From the realm of non-sensation a transition is made to that of sensation, in spite of all quantitative gradations, only through a qualitative leap, of which we can say that it is infinitely different from the mere gradation of one and the same property. 142. This is precisely the Hegelian nodal dyne of measure relations, in which, at certain definite nodal points, the purely quantitative increase or decrease gives rise to a qualitative leap, for example, in the case of heated or cooled water, where boiling point and freezing point are the nodes at which under normal pressure the leap to a new state of aggregation takes place, and where consequently quantity is transformed into quality. Our investigation has likewise tried to reach down to the roots, and it finds the roots of the deep-rooted basic schemata of Herr Duhring to be the delirious fantasies of a Hegel, the categories of Hegelian logic, Part I, the doctrine of being, in strictly old Hegelian succession and with hardly any attempt to cloak the plagiarism. And not content with pilfering from his worst slandered predecessor the latter's whole scheme of being, Herr Duhring, after himself giving the above-quoted example of the leap-like change from quantity into quality, says of Marx without the slightest perturbation. How ridiculous, for example, is the reference, made by Marx, to the Hegelian confused, hazy notion that quantity is transformed into quality. DKG 498. Confused, hazy notion. Who has been transformed here? And who is ridiculous here? Herr Duhring. All these pretty little things are therefore not only not axiomatically decided, as prescribed, but are merely imported from outside, that is to say, from Hegel and ars quo's logic. And in fact in such a form that in the whole chapter there is not even the semblance of any internal coherence unless borrowed from Hegel, and the whole question finally trickles out in a meaningless subtilising about space and time, inertness and change. From being Hegel passes to essence, to dialectics. Here he deals with the determinations of reflection, their internal antagonisms and contradictions, as for example, positive and negative. He then comes to causality or the relation of cause and effect and ends with necessity. Not otherwise Herr Duhring. What Hegel calls the doctrine of essence Herr Duhring translates into logical properties of being d. Ph 29. These, however, consist above all in the antagonism of forces 31, in opposites. Contradiction, however, Herr Duhring absolutely denies. We will return to this point later. Then he passes over to causality, and from this to necessity. So that when Herr Duhring says of himself, "We, who do not philosophize out of a cage 41. He apparently means that he philosophizes in a cage, namely, the cage of the Hegelian schematism of categories. V. Philosophy of nature. Time and space. We now come to philosophy of nature. Here again Herr Duhring has every cause for dissatisfaction with his predecessors. Natural philosophy sank so low that it became an arid, spurious doggerel founded on ignorance, and fell to the prostituted philosophistics of a Schelling and his like, rigging themselves out in the priesthood of the absolute and hoodwinking the public. Fatigue has saved us from these deformities, but up to now it has only given place to instability, and as far as the public at large is concerned, it is well known that the disappearance of a great charlatan is often only the opportunity for a lesser but commercially more experienced successor to put out again, under another signboard, the products of his predecessor. Natural scientists themselves feel little inclination to make excursions into the realm of world-encompassing ideas, and consequently jump to wild and hasty conclusions in the theoretical sphere d. Ph 56-57. The need for deliverance is therefore urgent, and by a stroke of good luck Herr Duhring is at hand. In order properly to appreciate the revelations which now follow on the development of the world in time and its limitations in space, we must turn back again to certain passages in World Schematism 15. Infinity, which Hegel calls bad infinity, is attributed to being also in accordance with Hegel, Encyclopedia, 93, and then this infinity is investigated. The clearest form of an infinity which can be conceived without contradiction is the unlimited accumulation of numbers in a numerical series 18. As we can add yet another unit to any number, without ever exhausting the possibility of further numbers, so also to every state of being a further state succeeds, and infinity consists in the unlimited begetting of these states. This exactly conceived infinity has consequently only one single basic form with one single direction. For although it is immaterial to our thought whether or not it conceives an opposite direction in the accumulation of states, this retrogressing infinity is nevertheless only a rashly constructed thought image. Indeed, since this infinity would have to be traversed in reality in the reverse direction, it would in each of its states have an infinite succession of numbers behind itself. But this would involve the impermissible contradiction of a counted infinite numerical series, and so it is contrary to reason to postulate any second direction in infinity 19. The first conclusion drawn from this conception of infinity is that the chain of causes and effects in the world must at some time have had a beginning. An infinite number of causes which assumedly already have lined up next to one another is inconceivable, just because it presupposes that the uncountable has been counted 37. And thus a final cause is proved. The second conclusion is the law of definite number. The accumulation of identities of any actual species of independent things is only conceivable as forming a definite number. Not only must the number of celestial bodies existing at any point of time be in itself definite, but so must also the total number of all, even the tiniest independent particles of matter existing in the world. This latter requisite is the real reason why no composition can be conceived without atoms. All actual division has always a definite limit, and must have it if the contradiction of the counted uncountable is to be avoided. For the same reason, not only must the number of the Earth's revolutions round the Sun up to the present time be a definite number, even though it cannot be stated, but all periodical processes of nature must have had some beginning, and all differentiation, all the multifariousness of nature which appears in succession must have its roots in one self-equal state. This state may, without involving a contradiction, have existed from eternity, but even this idea would be excluded if time in itself were composed of real parts and were not, on the contrary, merely arbitrarily divided up by our minds owing to the variety of conceivable possibilities. The case is quite different with the real, and in itself distinguished content of time. This real filling of time with distinguishable facts and the forms of being of this sphere belong, precisely because of their distinguishability, to the realm of the countable 64 to 65. If we imagine a state in which no change occurs and which in its self-equality provides no differences of succession whatever, the more specialized idea of time transforms itself into the more general idea of being. What the accumulation of empty duration would mean is quite unimaginable. 70. Thus far Herr Duhring, and he is not a little edified by the significance of these revelations. At first he hopes that they will at least not be regarded as paltry truths. 64. But later we find. Recall to your mind the extremely simple methods by which we helped forward the concepts of infinity and their critique to a hitherto unknown import, the elements of the universal conception of space and time, which have been given such simple form by the sharpening and deepening now effected. 427 to 28. We helped forward the deepening and sharpening now effected. Who are we, and when is this now? Who is deepening and sharpening? Thesis: the world has a beginning in time, and with regard to space is also limited. Proof: for if it is assumed that the world has no beginning in time, then an eternity must have elapsed up to every given point of time, and consequently an infinite series of successive states of things must have passed away in the world. The infinity of a series, however, consists precisely in this, that it can never be completed by means of a successive synthesis. Hence an infinite elapsed series of worlds is impossible, and consequently a beginning of the world is a necessary condition of its existence. And this was the first thing to be proved. With regard to the second, if the opposite is again assumed, then the world must be an infinite given total of coexistent things. Now we cannot conceive the dimensions of a quantum, which is not given within certain limits of an intuition, in any other way than by means of the synthesis of its parts, and can conceive the total of such a quantum only by means of a completed synthesis, or by the repeated addition of a unit to itself. Accordingly, to conceive the world, which fills all spaces, as a whole, the successive synthesis of the parts of an infinite world would have to be looked upon as completed, that is, an infinite time would have to be regarded as elapsed in the enumeration of all coexisting things. This is impossible. For this reason an infinite aggregate of actual things cannot be regarded as a given whole nor, therefore, as given at the same time. Hence it follows that the world is not infinite, as regards extension in space, but enclosed in limits. And this was the second thing, to be proved. These sentences are copied word for word from a well-known book which first appeared in 1781 and is called, Kritik der reinen Vernunft by Immanuel Kant, where all and sundry can read them, in the first part, second division, Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 2, the first antinomy of pure reason. So that Herr Duhring's fame rests solely on his having tacked on the name law of definite number to an idea expressed by Kant, and on having made the discovery that there was once a time when as yet there was no time, though there was a world. As regards all the rest, that is, anything in Herr Duhring's exegesis which has some meaning, we is Immanuel Kant, and the now is only 95 years ago. Certainly extremely simple. Remarkable hitherto unknown import. Kant, however, does not at all claim that the above propositions are established by his proof. On the contrary, on the opposite page he states and proves the reverse, that the world has no beginning in time and no end in space, and it is precisely in this that he finds the antinomy, the insoluble contradiction, that the one is just as demonstrable as the other. People of smaller caliber might perhaps feel a little doubt here on account of a Kant having found an insoluble difficulty. But not so our valiant fabricator of from the ground up original conclusions and views d. Ph 525, he indefatigably copies down as much of Kant's antinomy as suits his purpose, and throws the rest aside. The problem itself has a very simple solution. Eternity in time, infinity in space, signify from the start, and in the simple meaning of the words, that there is no end in any direction, neither forwards nor backwards, upwards or downwards, to the right or to the left. This infinity is something quite different from that of an infinite series, for the latter always starts from 1, with the first term. The inapplicability of this idea of series to our object becomes clear directly we apply it to space. The infinite series, transferred to the sphere of space, is a line drawn from a definite point in a definite direction to infinity. Is the infinity of space expressed in this even in the remotest way? On the contrary, the idea of spatial dimensions involves 6 lines drawn from this one point in 3 opposite directions, and consequently we would have 6 of these dimensions. Kant saw this so clearly that he transferred his numerical series only indirectly, in a roundabout way, to the space relations of the world. Herr Duhring, on the other hand, compels us to accept 6 dimensions in space, and immediately afterwards can find no words to express his indignation at the mathematical mysticism of Gauss, who would not rest content with the usual 3 dimensions of space 37 CD pH 67-68. As applied to time, the line or series of units infinite in both directions has a certain figurative meaning. But if we think of time as a series counted from 1 forward, or as a line starting from a definite point, we imply in advance that time has a beginning, we put forward as a premise precisely what we are to prove. We give the infinity of time a one-sided, halved character, but a one-sided, halved infinity is also a contradiction in itself, the exact opposite of an infinity conceived without contradiction. We can only get past this contradiction if we assume that the one from which we begin to count the series, the point from which we proceed to measure the line is any one in the series, that it is any one of the points in the line, and that it is a matter of indifference to the line or to the series where we place this one or this point. But what of the contradiction of the counted infinite numerical series? We shall be in a position to examine this more closely as soon as Herr Duhring has performed for us the clever trick of counting it. When he has completed the task of counting from -infinity to 0, let him come again. It is certainly obvious that, at whatever point he begins to count, he will leave behind him an infinite series and, with it, the task which he is to fulfill. Let him just reverse his own infinite series 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, and try to count from the infinite end back to 1, it would obviously only be attempted by a man who has not the faintest understanding of what the problem is. And again, if Herr Duhring states that the infinite series of elapsed time has been counted, he is thereby stating that time has a beginning, for otherwise he would not have been able to start counting at all. Once again, therefore, he puts into the argument, as a premise, the thing that he has to prove. The idea of an infinite series which has been counted, in other words, the world-encompassing Duhringian law of definite number, is therefore a contradictionary in adjecto, contradiction in definition. It contains within itself a contradiction, and in fact an absurd contradiction. It is clear that an infinity which has an end but no beginning is neither more nor less infinite than that which has a beginning but no end. The slightest dialectical insight should have told Herr Duhring that beginning and end necessarily belong together, like the North Pole and the South Pole, and that if the end is left out, the beginning just becomes the end, the one end which the series has, and vice versa. The whole deception would be impossible but for the mathematical usage of working with infinite series. because in mathematics it is necessary to start from definite, finite terms in order to reach the indefinite, the infinite, all mathematical series, positive or negative, must start from 1, or they cannot be used for calculation. The abstract requirement of a mathematician is, however, far from being a compulsory law for the world of reality. For that matter, Herr Duhring will never succeed in conceiving real infinity without contradiction. Infinity is a contradiction, and is full of contradictions. From the outset it is a contradiction that an infinity is composed of nothing but finites, and yet this is the case. The limitedness of the material world leads no less to contradictions than its unlimitedness, and every attempt to get over these contradictions leads, as we have seen, to new and worse contradictions. It is just because infinity is a contradiction that it is an infinite process, unrolling endlessly in time and in space. The removal of the contradiction would be the end of infinity. Hegel saw this quite correctly, and for that reason treated with well-merited contempt the gentleman who subtilized over this contradiction. Let us pass on. So time had a beginning. What was there before this beginning? The universe, which was then in a self-equal, unchanging state. And as in this state no changes succeed one another, the more specialized idea of time transforms itself into the more general idea of being. In the first place, we are here not in the least concerned with what ideas change in Herr Duhring's head. The subject at issue is not the idea of time, but real time, which Herr Duhring cannot rid himself of so cheaply. In the second place, however much the idea of time may convert itself into the more general idea of being, this does not take us one step further. For the basic forms of all being are space and time, and being out of time is just as gross an absurdity as being out of space. The Hegelian being passed away non-temporally and the Neo-Schellingian unpremeditatable being are rational ideas compared with this being out of time. And for this reason Herr Duhring sets to work very cautiously. Actually it is of course time, but of such a kind as cannot really be called time. Time, indeed, in itself does not consist of real parts, and is only divided up at will by our mind. Only an actual filling of time with distinguishable facts is susceptible of being counted. What the accumulation of empty duration means is quite unimaginable. What this accumulation is supposed to mean is here beside the point. The question is, whether the world, in the state here assumed, has duration, passes through a duration in time. We have long known that we can get nothing by measuring such a duration without content, just as we can get nothing by measuring without aim or purpose in empty space, and Hegel, just because of the weariness of such an effort, calls such an infinity bad. According to Herr Duhring, time exists only through change, change in and through time does not exist. Just because time is different from change, is independent of it, it is possible to measure it by change, for measuring always requires something different from the thing to be measured. And time in which no recognizable changes occur is very far removed from not being time, it is rather pure time, unaffected by any foreign admixtures, that is, real time, time as such. In fact, if we want to grasp the idea of time in all its purity, divorced from all alien and extraneous admixtures, we are compelled to put aside, as not being relevant here, all the various events which occur simultaneously or one after another in time, and in this way to form the idea of a time in which nothing happens. In doing this, therefore, we have not let the concept of time be submerged in the general idea of being, but have thereby for the first time arrived at the pure concept of time. But all these contradictions and impossibilities are only mere child's play compared with the confusion into which Herr Duhring falls with his self-equal initial state of the world. If the world had ever been in a state in which no change whatever was taking place, how could it pass from this state to alteration? The absolutely unchanging, especially when it has been in this state from eternity, cannot possibly get out of such a state by itself and pass over into a state of motion and change. An initial impulse must therefore have come from outside the universe, an impulse which set it in motion. But as everyone knows, the initial impulse is only another expression for God. God and the beyond, which in his world schematism Herr Duhring pretended to have so beautifully dismantled, are both introduced again by him here, sharpened and deepened, into natural philosophy. Further, Herr Duhring says, where magnitude is attributed to a constant element of being, it will remain unchanged in its determinateness. This holds good, of matter and mechanical force d. Ph 26. The first sentence, it may be noted in passing, is a precious example of Herr Duhring's axiomatic tautological grandiloquence, where magnitude does not change, it remains the same. Therefore the amount of mechanical force which exists in the world remains the same for all eternity. We will overlook the fact that, in so far as this is correct, Descartes already knew and said it in philosophy nearly 300 years ago, that in natural science the theory of the conservation of energy has held sway for the last 20 years, and that Herr Duhring, in limiting it to mechanical force, does not in any way improve on it. But where was the mechanical force at the time of the unchanging state? Herr Duhring obstinately refuses to give us any answer to this question. Where, Herr Duhring, was the eternally self-equal mechanical force at that time, and what did it put in motion? The reply: the original state of the universe, or to put it more plainly, of an unchanging existence of matter which comprised no accumulation of changes in time, is a question which can be spurned only by a mind that sees the acme of wisdom in the self-mutilation of its own generative power. 78-79. Therefore, either you accept without examination my unchanging original state, or I, Eugen Duhring, the possessor of creative power, will certify you as intellectual eunuchs. That may, of course, deter a good many people. But we, who have already seen some examples of Herr Duhring's generative power, can permit ourselves to leave this genteel abuse unanswered for the moment, and ask once again, but Herr Duhring, if you please, what about that mechanical force? Herr Duhring at once grows embarrassed. In actual fact, he stammers, the absolute identity of that initial extreme state does not in itself provide any principle of transition. But we must remember that at bottom the position is similar with every new link, however small, in the chain of existence with which we are familiar. So that whoever wants to raise difficulties in the fundamental case now under consideration must take care that he does not allow himself to pass them by on less obvious occasions. Moreover, there exists the possibility of interposing successively graduated intermediate stages, and also a bridge of continuity by which it is possible to move backwards and reach the extinction of the process of change. It is true that from a purely conceptual standpoint this continuity does not help us pass the main difficulty, but to us it is the basic form of all regularity and of every known form of transition in general, so that we are entitled to use it also as a medium between that first equilibrium and the disturbance of it. But if we had conceived the so to speak motionless equilibrium on the model of the ideas which are accepted without any particular objection, in our present-day mechanics, there would be no way of explaining how matter could have reached the process of change. Apart from the mechanics of masses there is, however, we are told, also a transformation of mass movement into the movement of extremely small particles, but as to how this takes place for this up to the present we have no general principle at our disposal, and consequently we should not be surprised if these processes take place somewhat in the dark. 79-80, 81. That is all Herr Duhring has to say. And in fact, we would have to see the acme of wisdom not only in the self-mutilation of our generative powers 79, but also in blind, implicit faith, if we allowed ourselves to be put off with these really pitiable rank subterfuges and circumlocutions. Herr Duhring admits that absolute identity cannot of itself effect the transition to change. Nor is there any means whereby absolute equilibrium can of itself pass into motion. What is there, then? 3 lame, false arguments. Firstly, it is just as difficult to show the transition from each link, however small, in the chain of existence with which we are familiar, to the next one. Herr Duhring seems to think his readers are infants. The establishment of individual transitions and connections between the tiniest links in the chain of existence is precisely the content of natural science, and when there is a hitch at some point in its work, no one, not even Herr Duhring, thinks of explaining prior motion as having arisen out of nothing, but always only as a transfer, transformation, or transmission of some previous motion. But here the issue is admittedly one of accepting motion as having arisen out of immobility, that is, out of nothing. In the second place, we have the bridge of continuity. From a purely conceptual standpoint, this, to be sure, does not help us over the difficulty, but all the same we are entitled to use it as a medium between immobility and motion. Unfortunately, the continuity of immobility consists in not moving. How therefore it is to produce motion remains more mysterious than ever. And however infinitely small the parts into which Herr Duhring minces his transition from complete non-motion to universal motion, and however long the duration he assigns to it, we have not got a 10,000th part of a millimeter further. Without an act of creation we can never get from nothing to something, even if the something were as small as a mathematical differential. The bridge of continuity is therefore not even an ass's bridge 37a, it is passable only for Herr Duhring. Thirdly, so long as present-day mechanics holds good and this science, according to Herr Duhring, is one of the most essential levers for the formation of thought, it cannot be explained at all how it is possible to pass from immobility to motion. But the mechanical theory of heat shows us that the movement of masses under certain conditions changes into molecular movement, although here too one motion originates from another motion, but never from immobility, and this, Herr Duhring shyly suggests, may possibly furnish a bridge between the strictly static, in equilibrium, and dynamic, in motion. But these processes take place somewhat in the dark. And it is in the dark that Herr Duhring leaves us sitting. This is the point we have reached with all his deepening and sharpening, that we have perpetually gone deeper into ever sharper nonsense, and finally land up where of necessity we had to land up, in the dark. But this does not abash Herr Duhring much. Right on the next page he has the effrontery to declare that he has been able to provide a real content for the idea of self-equal stability directly from the behavior of matter and the mechanical forces d. Ph 82. And this man describes other people as charlatans. Fortunately, in spite of all this helpless wandering and confusion in the dark, we are left with one consolation, and this is certainly edifying to the soul. The mathematics of the inhabitants of other celestial bodies can rest on no other axioms than our own. 69. 6. Philosophy of nature. Cosmogony, physics, chemistry. Passing on, we come now to the theories concerning the manner in which the present world came into existence. A state of universal dispersion of matter, we are told, was the point of departure of the Ionic philosophers, but later, particularly from the time of Kant, the assumption of a primordial nebula played a new role, gravitation and the radiation of heat having been instrumental in the gradual formation of separate solid celestial bodies. The contemporary mechanical theory of heat makes it possible to deduce the earlier states of the universe in a far more definite form. However, the state of gaseous dispersion can be a starting point for serious deductions only when it is possible to characterize beforehand more definitely the mechanical system existing in it. Otherwise, not only does the idea in fact remain extremely nebulous, but also the original nebula, as the deductions progress, really becomes ever thicker and more impenetrable. Meanwhile it all still remains in the vagueness and formlessness of an idea of diffusion that cannot be more closely determined, and so this gaseous universe provides us with only an extremely airy conception d. Ph 85-87. The Kantian theory of the origin of all existing celestial bodies from rotating nebular masses was the greatest advance made by astronomy since Copernicus. For the first time the conception that nature had no history in time began to be shaken. Until then the celestial bodies were believed to have been always, from the very beginning, in the same states and always to have followed the same courses, and even though individual organisms on the various celestial bodies died out, nevertheless genera and species were held to be immutable. It is true that nature was obviously in constant motion, but this motion appeared as an incessant repetition of the same processes. Kant made the first breach in this conception, which corresponded exactly to the metaphysical mode of thought, and he did it in such a scientific way that most of the proofs furnished by him still hold good today. At the same time, the Kantian theory is still, strictly considered, only a hypothesis. But the Copernican world system, too, is still no more than this. 38 And since the spectroscopic proof of the existence of such red-hot gaseous masses in the starry heavens, proved that brooks no contradiction, the scientific opposition to Kant's theory has been silenced. Even Herr Duhring cannot complete his construction of the world without such a nebular stage, but takes his revenge for this by demanding to be shown the mechanical system existing in this nebular stage, and because no one can show him this, he applies all kinds of depreciatory epithets to this nebular stage of the universe. Contemporary science unfortunately cannot describe the system to Herr Duhring's satisfaction. Just as little is it able to answer many other questions. To the question, why do toads have no tails? Up to now it has only been able to answer, because they have lost them. But should anyone get excited over that and say that this is to leave the whole question in the vagueness and formlessness of an idea of loss which cannot be determined more closely, and that it is an extremely airy conception, such an application of morality to natural science does not take us one step further. Such expressions of dislike and bad temper can be used always and everywhere, and just for that reason they should never be used anywhere. After all, who is stopping Herr Duhring from himself discovering the mechanical system of the primordial nebula? Fortunately we now learn that the Kantian nebular mass is far from coinciding with the completely identical state of the world medium, or, to put it another way, with the self-equal state of matter d. Ph 87. It was really fortunate for Kant that he was able to content himself with going back from the existing celestial bodies to the nebular ball, and did not even dream of the self-equal state of matter. It may be remarked in passing that when contemporary natural science describes the Kantian nebular ball as primordial nebula, this, it goes without saying, is only to be understood in a relative sense. It is primordial nebula, on the one hand, in that it is the origin of the existing celestial bodies, and on the other hand because it is the earliest form of matter which we have up to now been able to work back to. This certainly does not exclude but rather implies the supposition that before the nebular stage matter passed through an infinite series of other forms. Herr Duhring sees his advantage here. Where we, with science, stand still for the time being at what for the time being is deemed primordial nebula, his science of sciences helps him much further back to that state of the world medium which cannot be understood either as purely static in the present meaning of the idea, or as dynamic 87. Which therefore cannot be understood at all. The unity of matter and mechanical force which we call the world medium is what might be termed a logical real formula for indicating the self-equal state of matter as the prerequisite of all innumerable stages of evolution 87 to 88. We are clearly not by a long shot rid of the self-equal primordial state of matter. Here it is spoken of as the unity of matter and mechanical force, and this as a logical real formula, etc. Hence, as soon as the unity of matter and mechanical force comes to an end, motion begins. The logical real formula is nothing but a lame attempt to make the Hegelian categories in itself and sich and for itself for sich usable in the philosophy of reality. With Hegel, in itself covers the original identity of the hidden, undeveloped contradictions within a thing, a process, or an idea, and for itself contains the distinction and separation of these hidden elements and the starting point of their conflict. We are therefore to think of the motionless primordial state as the unity of matter and mechanical force, and of the transition to movement as their separation and opposition. What we have gained by this is not any proof of the reality of that fantastic primordial state, but only the fact that it is possible to bring this state under the Hegelian category of in itself, and its equally fantastic termination under the category of for itself. Hegel help us. Matter, Herr Duhring says, is the bearer of all reality, accordingly, there can be no mechanical force apart from matter. Mechanical force is furthermore a state of matter, cd pH 73. In the original state, when nothing happened, matter and its state, mechanical force, were one. Afterwards, when something began to happen, this state must apparently have become different from matter. So we are to let ourselves be dismissed with these mystical phrases and with the assurance that the self-equal state was neither static nor dynamic, neither in equilibrium nor in motion. We still do not know where mechanical force was in that state, and how we are to get from absolute immobility to motion without an impulse from outside, that is, without God. The materialists before Herr Duhring spoke of matter and motion. He reduces motion to mechanical force as its supposed basic form, and thereby makes it impossible for himself to understand the real connection between matter and motion, which moreover was also unclear to all former materialists. And yet it is simple enough. Motion is the mode of existence of matter. Never anywhere has there been matter without motion, nor can there be. Motion in cosmic space, mechanical motion of smaller masses on the various celestial bodies, the vibration of molecules as heat or as electrical or magnetic currents, chemical disintegration and combination, organic life at each given moment. Each individual atom of matter in the world is in one or other of these forms of motion, or in several forms at once. All rest, all equilibrium, is only relative, only has meaning in relation to one or other definite form of motion. On the earth, for example, a body may be in mechanical equilibrium, may be mechanically at rest, but this in no way prevents it from participating in the motion of the earth and in that of the whole solar system, just as little as it prevents its most minute physical particles from carrying out the vibrations determined by its temperature, or its atoms from passing through a chemical process. Matter without motion is just as inconceivable as motion without matter. Motion is therefore as uncreatable and indestructible as matter itself. As the older philosophy, Descartes, expressed it, the quantity of motion existing in the world is always the same. Motion therefore cannot be created, it can only be transferred. When motion is transferred from one body to another, it may be regarded, in so far as it transfers itself, is active, as the cause of motion, in so far as the latter is transferred, is passive. We call this active motion force, and the passive, the manifestation of force. Hence it is as clear as daylight that a force is as great as its manifestation, because in fact the same motion takes place in both. A motionless state of matter is therefore one of the most empty and nonsensical of ideas, a delirious fantasy of the purest water. In order to arrive at such an idea it is necessary to conceive the relative mechanical equilibrium, a state in which a body on the earth may be, as absolute rest, and then to extend this equilibrium over the whole universe. This is certainly made easier if universal motion is reduced to purely mechanical force. And the restriction of motion to purely mechanical force has the further advantage that a force can be conceived as at rest, as tied up, and therefore for the moment inoperative. For if, as is very often the case, the transfer of a motion is a somewhat complex process containing a number of intermediate links, it is possible to postpone the actual transmission to any moment desired by omitting the last link in the chain. This is the case, for instance, if a man loads a gun and postpones the moment when, by the pulling of the trigger, the discharge, the transfer of the motion set free by the combustion of the powder, takes place. It is therefore possible to imagine that during its motionless, self-equal state, matter was loaded with force, and this, if anything at all, seems to be what Herr Duhring understands by the unity of matter and mechanical force. This conception is nonsensical, because it transfers to the entire universe a state as absolute, which by its nature is relative and therefore can only affect a part of matter at any one time. Even if we overlook this point, the difficulty still remains. First, how did the world come to be loaded, since nowadays guns do not load themselves, and second, whose finger was it then that pulled the trigger? We may turn and twist as much as we like, but under Herr Duhring's guidance we always come back again to the finger of God. From astronomy our philosopher of reality passes on to mechanics and physics, and voices the lament that the mechanical theory of heat has not, in the generation since its discovery, been materially advanced beyond the point to which Robert Meyer had himself developed it, bit by bit. Apart from this, the whole business is still very obscure. We must always remember that in the states of motion of matter, static relations are also present, and that these latter are not measurable by the mechanical work. If previously we described nature as a great worker, and if we now construe this expression strictly, we must furthermore add that the self-equal states and static relations do not represent mechanical work. So once again we miss the bridge from the static to the dynamic, and if so-called latent heat has up to now remained a stumbling block for the theory, we must recognize a defect in this too, which can least be denied in its cosmic applications. Ph 90. This whole oracular discourse is once again nothing but the outpouring of a bad conscience, which is very well aware that with its creation of motion out of absolute immobility it got irretrievably stuck in the mud, but is nevertheless ashamed to appeal to the only possible Savior, namely, the Creator of heaven and earth. If the bridge from the static to the dynamic, from equilibrium to motion, cannot be found even in mechanics, including the mechanics of heat, under what obligations is Herr Duhring to find the bridge from his motionless state to motion? That would be a fortunate way for him to get out of his plight. In ordinary mechanics the bridge from the static to the dynamic is the external impulse. If a stone weighing 100 weight is raised from the ground 10 yards into the air and is freely suspended in such a way that it remains hanging there in a self-equal state and in a condition of rest, it would be necessary to have an audience of sucklings to be able to maintain that the present position of this body does not represent any mechanical work, or that its distance from its previous position is not measurable by mechanical work. Any passerby will easily explain to Herr Duhring that the stone did not rise of itself to the rope, and any manual of mechanics will tell him that if he lets the stone fall again it performs in falling just as much mechanical work as was necessary to raise it the 10 yards in the air. Even the simple fact that the stone is hanging up there represents mechanical work, for if it remains hanging long enough the rope breaks, as soon as chemical decomposition makes it no longer strong enough to bear the weight of the stone. But it is to such simple basic forms, to use Herr Duhring's language, that all mechanical processes can be reduced, and the engineer is still to be born who cannot find the bridge from the static to the dynamic, so long as he has at his disposal a sufficient external impulse. To be sure, it is a hard nut and a bitter pill for our metaphysician that motion should find its measure in its opposite, in rest. That is indeed a crying contradiction, and every contradiction, according to Herr Duhring, is nonsense. Ph 30. It is none the less a fact that a suspended stone represents a definite quantity of mechanical motion, which is measurable exactly by the stone's weight and its distance from the ground, and may be used in various ways at will, for example, by its direct fall, by sliding down an inclined plane, or by turning a shaft. The same is true of a loaded gun. From the dialectical standpoint, the possibility of expressing motion in its opposite, in rest, presents absolutely no difficulty. From the dialectical standpoint the whole antithesis, as we have seen, is only relative. There is no such thing as absolute rest, unconditional equilibrium. Each separate movement strives towards equilibrium, and the motion as a whole puts an end again to the equilibrium. When therefore rest and equilibrium occur they are the result of limited motion, and it is self-evident that this motion is measurable by its result, can be expressed in it, and can be restored out of it again in one form or another. But Herr Duhring cannot allow himself to be satisfied with such a simple presentation of the matter. As a good metaphysician he first tears open, between motion and equilibrium, a yawning gulf which does not exist in reality, and is then surprised that he cannot find any bridge across this self-fabricated gulf. He might just as well mount his metaphysical Rosinante Don Quixote's horse and chase the Kantian thing in itself, for it is that and nothing else which in the last analysis is hiding behind this undiscoverable bridge. But what about the mechanical theory of heat and the tied-up or latent heat which has remained a stumbling block for this theory? If, under normal atmospheric pressure, a pound of ice at the temperature of the freezing point is transformed by heat into a pound of water of the same temperature, a quantity of heat disappears which would be sufficient to warm the same pound of water from 0 degrees to 79.4 degrees Celsius, or to raise the temperature of 79.4 pounds of water by 1 degree. If this pound of water is heated to boiling point, that is, to 100 degrees Celsius, and is then transformed into steam of 100 degrees Celsius, the amount of heat that disappears, by the time the last of the water has changed into steam, is almost 7 times greater, sufficient to raise the temperature of 537.2 pounds of water by 1 degree. The heat that disappears is called tied up. If, by cooling, the steam is again transformed into water, and the water, in its turn, into ice, the same quantity of heat as was previously tied up is now again set free, i.e., can be felt and measured as heat. This setting free of heat on the condensation of steam and the freezing of water is the reason why steam, when cooled to 100 degrees, is only gradually transformed into water, and why a mass of water of freezing point temperature is only very gradually transformed into ice. These are the facts. The question is, what happens to the heat while it is tied up? The mechanical theory of heat, according to which heat consists in a greater or lesser vibration, depending on the temperature and state of aggregation, of the smallest physically active particles, molecules, of a body of vibration which under certain conditions can change into any other form of motion, explains that the heat that has disappeared has done work, has been transformed into work. When ice melts, the close and firm connection between the individual molecules is broken, and transformed into a loose juxtaposition. When water at boiling point becomes steam, a state is reached in which the individual molecules no longer have any noticeable influence on one another, and under the influence of heat even fly apart in all directions. It is clear that the single molecules of a body are endowed with far greater energy in the gaseous state than they are in the fluid state, and in the fluid state again more than in the solid state. The tied-up heat, therefore, has not disappeared, it has merely been transformed, and has assumed the form of molecular tension. As soon as the condition under which the separate molecules are able to maintain their absolute or relative freedom in regard to one another ceases to exist, that is, as soon as the temperature falls below the minimum of 100 degrees or 0 degrees, as the case may be, this tension relaxes, the molecules again press towards each other with the same force with which they had previously flown apart, and this force disappears, but only to reappear as heat, and as precisely the same quantity of heat as had previously been tied up. This explanation is of course a hypothesis, as is the whole mechanical theory of heat, inasmuch as no one has up to now ever seen a molecule, not to mention one in vibration. Just for this reason it is certain to be full of defects as the still very young theory is as a whole, but it can at least explain what happens without in any way coming into conflict with the indestructibility and uncreatability of motion, and it is even able to account for the whereabouts of heat during its transformations. Latent, or tied up, heat is therefore in no way a stumbling block for the mechanical theory of heat. On the contrary, this theory provides the first rational explanation of what takes place, and it involves no stumbling block except in so far as physicists continue to describe heat which has been transformed into another form of molecular energy by means of the term tied up, which has become obsolete and unsuitable. The self-equal states and conditions of rest in the solid, in the liquid and in the gaseous state of aggregation therefore represent, to be sure, mechanical work, in so far as mechanical work is the measure of heat. Both the solid crust of the earth and the water of the ocean, in their present aggregate states, represent a definite quantity of heat set free, to which of course corresponds an equally definite quantity of mechanical force. In the transition of the gaseous ball, from which the earth has developed, into the liquid and subsequently into the largely solid aggregate state, a definite quantity of molecular energy was radiated as heat into space. The difficulty about which Herr Duhring mumbles in his mysterious manner therefore does not exist, and though even in applying the theory cosmically we may come up against defects and gaps which must be attributed to our imperfect means of knowledge, we nowhere come up against theoretically insuperable obstacles. The bridge from the static to the dynamic is here, too, the external impulse, the cooling or heating brought about by other bodies acting on an object which is in a state of equilibrium. The further we explore this natural philosophy of Duhring's, the more impossible appear all attempts to explain motion out of immobility or to find the bridge over which the purely static, the resting, can by itself pass to the dynamic, to motion. With this we have fortunately rid ourselves for a time of the self-equal primordial state. Herr Duhring passes on to chemistry, and takes the opportunity to reveal to us three laws of nature's inertness which have so far been discovered by his philosophy of reality, viz. 1. The quantity of all matter in general, 2. That of the simple, chemical, elements, and 3. That of mechanical force are constant d. Ph 97. Hence, the uncreatability and indestructibility of matter, and also of its simple component parts, in so far as it is made up of such, as well as the uncreatability and indestructibility of motion, these old facts known the world over and expressed most inadequately, is the only positive thing which Herr Duhring can provide us with as a result of his natural philosophy of the inorganic world. We knew all this long ago. But what we did not know was that they were laws of inertness and as such schematic properties of the system of things. We are witnessing a repetition of what happened above to Kant. Herr Duhring picks up some old familiar quip, sticks a Duhring label on it, and calls the result. From the ground up original conclusions and views, system creating ideas 525 deep-rooted science 219, DC 555-56. But the need not by any means despair on this account. Whatever defects even the most deep-rooted science and the best-ordered society may have, Herr Duhring can at any rate assert one thing with confidence. The amount of gold existing in the universe must at all times have been the same, and it can have increased or diminished just as little as can matter in general d. Ph 96. Unfortunately, Herr Duhring does not tell us what we can buy with this existing gold. 7. Philosophy of nature. The organic world. A single and uniform ladder of intermediate steps leads from the mechanics of pressure and impact to the linking together of sensations and ideas d. Ph 104. With this assurance Herr Duhring saves himself the trouble of saying anything further about the origin of life, although it might reasonably have been expected that a thinker who had traced the evolution of the world back to its self-equal state, and is so much at home on other celestial bodies, would have known exactly what's what also on this point. For the rest, however, the assurance he gives us is only half right unless it is completed by the Hegelian nodal line of measure relations which has already been mentioned. In spite of all gradualness, the transition from one form of motion to another always remains a leap, a decisive change. This is true of the transition from the mechanics of celestial bodies to that of smaller masses on a particular celestial body. It is equally true of the transition from the mechanics of masses to the mechanics of molecules, including the forms of motion investigated in physics proper, heat, light, electricity, magnetism. In the same way, the transition from the physics of molecules to the physics of atoms chemistry in turn involves a decided leap, and this is even more clearly the case in the transition from ordinary chemical action to the chemism of albumin which we call life. 39. Then within the sphere of life the leaps become ever more infrequent and imperceptible. Once again, therefore, it is Hegel who has to correct Herr Duhring. The concept of purpose provides Herr Duhring with a conceptual transition to the organic world. Once again, this is borrowed from Hegel, who in his Logic the doctrine of the notion makes the transition from chemism to life by means of teleology, or the science of purpose. Wherever we look in Herr Duhring we run into a Hegelian crudity, which he quite unblushingly dishes out to us as his own deep-rooted science. It would take us too far afield to investigate here the extent to which it is legitimate and appropriate to apply the ideas of means and end to the organic world. In any case, even the application of the Hegelian inner purpose, i.e., a purpose which is not imported into nature by some third party acting purposively, such as the wisdom of providence, but lies in the necessity of the thing itself, constantly leads people who are not well versed in philosophy to thoughtlessly ascribing to nature conscious and purposive activity. That same Herr Duhring who is filled with boundless moral indignation at the slightest spiritistic tendency in other people assures us with certainty that the instinctive sensations were primarily created for the sake of the satisfaction involved in their activity. Ph 158. He tells us that poor nature is obliged incessantly to maintain order in the world of objects. 159, and in doing so she has to settle more than one business which requires more subtlety on the part of nature than is usually credited to her. 165. But nature not only knows why she does one thing or another, she has not only to perform the duties of a housemaid, she not only possesses subtlety, in itself a pretty good accomplishment in subjective conscious thought, she has also a will. For what the instincts do in addition, incidentally fulfilling real natural functions such as nutrition, propagation, etc., we should not regard as directly but only indirectly willed. 169. So we have arrived at a consciously thinking and acting nature, and are thus already standing on the bridge not indeed from the static to the dynamic, but from pantheism to deism. Or is Herr Duhring perhaps just for once indulging a little in natural philosophical semi-poetry? Impossible. All that our philosopher of reality can tell us of organic nature is restricted to the fight against this natural philosophical semi-poetry, against charlatanism with its frivolous superficialities and pseudo-scientific mystifications, against the poetizing features. 109 of Darwinism. The main reproach levelled against Darwin is that he transferred the Malthusian population theory from political economy to natural science, that he was held captive by the ideas of an animal breeder, that in his theory of the struggle for existence he pursued unscientific semi-poetry, and that the whole of Darwinism, after deducting what had been borrowed from Lamarck, is a piece of brutality directed against humanity. Darwin brought back from his scientific travels the view that plant and animal species are not constant but subject to variation. In order to follow up this idea after his return home, there was no better field available than that of the breeding of animals and plants. It is precisely in this field that England is the classical country. The achievements of other countries, for example Germany, fall far short of what England has achieved in this connection. Moreover, most of these successes have been won during the last 100 years, so that there is very little difficulty in establishing the facts. Darwin found that this breeding produced artificially, among animals and plants of the same species, differences greater than those found in what are generally recognized as different species. Thus was established on the one hand the variability of species up to a certain point, and on the other the possibility of a common ancestry for organisms with different specific characteristics. Darwin then investigated whether there were not possibly causes in nature which without the conscious intention of the breeder would nevertheless in the long run produce in living organisms changes similar to those produced by artificial selection. He discovered these causes in the disproportion between the immense number of germs in the original chyme, shoots, embryos created by nature and the insignificant number of organisms which actually attain maturity. But as each germ strives to develop, there necessarily arises a struggle for existence which manifests itself not merely as direct bodily combat or devouring, but also as a struggle for space and light, even in the case of plants. And it is evident that in this struggle those individuals which have some individual peculiarity, however insignificant, that gives them an advantage in the struggle for existence will have the best prospect of reaching maturity and propagating themselves. These individual peculiarities have thus the tendency to descend by heredity, and when they occur among many individuals of the same species, to become more pronounced through accumulated heredity in the direction once taken, while those individuals which do not possess these peculiarities succumb more easily in the struggle for existence and gradually disappear. In this way a species is altered through natural selection, through the survival of the fittest. Against this Darwinian theory Herr Duhring now says that the origin of the idea of the struggle for existence, as, he claims, Darwin himself admitted, has to be sought in a generalization of the views of the economist and theoretician of population, Malthus, and that the idea therefore suffers from all the defects inherent in the priestly Malthusian ideas of overpopulation. Ph 101. Now Darwin would not dream of saying that the origin of the idea of the struggle for existence is to be found in Malthus. he only says that his theory of the struggle for existence is the theory of Malthus applied to the animal and plant world as a whole. However great the blunder made by Darwin in accepting the Malthusian theory so naively and uncritically, nevertheless anyone can see at the first glance that no Malthusian spectacles are required to perceive the struggle for existence in nature, the contradiction between the countless host of germs which nature so lavishly produces and the small number of those which ever reach maturity, a contradiction which in fact for the most part finds its solution in a struggle for existence often of extreme cruelty. And just as the law of wages has maintained its validity even after the Malthusian arguments on which Ricardo based it have long been consigned to oblivion, so likewise the struggle for existence can take place in nature, even without any Malthusian interpretation. For that matter, the organisms of nature also have their laws of population, which have been left practically uninvestigated, although their establishment would be of decisive importance for the theory of the evolution of species. But who was it that lent decisive impetus to work in this direction too? No other than Darwin. Herr Duhring carefully avoids an examination of this positive side of the question. Instead, the struggle for existence is arraigned again and again. It is obvious, according to him, that there can be no talk of a struggle for existence among unconscious plants and good-natured plant-eaters. In the precise and definite sense, the struggle for existence is found in the realm of brutality to the extent that animals live on prey and its devourment. 118. And after he has reduced the idea of the struggle for existence to these narrow limits, he can give full vent to his indignation at the brutality of this idea, which he himself has restricted to brutality. But this moral indignation only rebounds upon Herr Duhring himself, who is indeed the only author of the struggle for existence in this limited conception and is therefore solely responsible for it. It is consequently not Darwin who sought the laws and understanding of all nature's actions in the kingdom of the brutes. 117. Darwin had in fact expressly included the whole of organic nature in the struggle, but an imaginary bugbear dressed up by Herr Duhring himself. The name, the struggle for existence, can for that matter be willingly sacrificed to Herr Duhring's highly moral indignation. That the fact exists also among plants can be demonstrated to him by every meadow, every cornfield, every wood, and the question at issue is not what it is to be called, whether struggle for existence or lack of conditions of life and mechanical effects. 118, but how this fact influences the preservation or variation of species. On this point Herr Duhring maintains an obstinate and self-equal silence. Therefore for the time being everything may remain as it was in natural selection. But Darwinism produces its transformations and differences out of nothing. 114. It is true that Darwin, when considering natural selection, leaves out of account the causes which have produced the alterations in separate individuals, and deals in the first place with the way in which such individual deviations gradually become the characteristics of a race, variety, or species. To Darwin it was of less immediate importance to discover these causes which up to the present are in part absolutely unknown, and in part can only be stated in quite general terms, than to find a rational form in which their effects become fixed, acquire permanent significance. It is true that in doing this Darwin attributed to his discovery too wide a field of action, made it the sole agent in the alteration of species, and neglected the causes of the repeated individual variations, concentrating rather on the form in which these variations become general, but this is a mistake which he shares with most other people who make any real advance. Moreover, if Darwin produces his individual transformations out of nothing, and in so doing applies exclusively the wisdom of the breeder. 125, the breeder, too, must produce out of nothing his transformations in animal and plant forms which are not merely imaginary but real. But once again, the man who gave the impetus to investigate how exactly these transformations and differences arise is no other than Darwin. In recent times the idea of natural selection was extended, particularly by Haeckel, and the variation of species conceived as a result of the mutual interaction of adaptation and heredity, in which process adaptation is taken as the factor which produces variations, and heredity as the preserving factor. This is also not regarded as satisfactory by Herr Duhring. Real adaptation to conditions of life which are offered or withheld by nature presupposes impulses and actions determined by ideas. Otherwise the adaptation is only apparent, and the causality operative thereupon does not rise above the low grades of the physical, chemical, and plant physiological pH 115. Once again it is the name which makes Herr Duhring angry. But whatever name he may give to the process, the question here is whether variations in the species of organisms are produced through such processes or not. And again Herr Duhring gives no answer. If, in growing, a plant takes the path along which it will receive most light, this effect of the stimulus is nothing but a combination of physical forces and chemical agents, and any attempt to describe it as adaptation not metaphorically, but in the strict sense of the word must introduce a spiritistic confusion into the concepts 115. Such is the severity meted out to others by the very man who knows exactly by whose will nature does one thing or another, who speaks of nature's subtlety and even of her will. Spiritistic confusion, yes, but where? In Haeckel or in Herr Duhring? And not only spiritistic, but also logical confusion. We saw that Herr Duhring insists with might and main on establishing the validity in nature of the concept of purpose. The relation between means and end does not in the least presuppose a conscious intention. 102. What, then, is adaptation without conscious intention, without the mediation of ideas, which he so zealously opposes, if not such unconscious purposive activity? If therefore tree frogs and leaf-eating insects are green, desert animals sandy yellow, and animals of the polar regions mainly snow-white in color, they have certainly not adopted these colors on purpose or in conformity with any ideas. On the contrary, the colors can only be explained on the basis of physical forces and chemical agents. And yet it cannot be denied that these animals, because of those colors, are purposively adapted to the environment in which they live, in that they have become far less visible to their enemies. In just the same way the organs with which certain plants seize and devour insects alighting on them are adapted to this action, and even purposively adapted. Consequently, if Herr Duhring insists that this adaptation must be effected through ideas, he as much as says, only in other words, that purposive activity must also be brought about through ideas, must be conscious and intentional. And this brings us, as is usually the case in his philosophy of reality, to a purposive creator, to God. An explanation of this kind used to be called deism, and was not thought much of. Herr Duhring tells us but on this matter, too, views now seem to have been reversed. 111. From adaptation we now pass on to heredity. Here likewise, according to Herr Duhring, Darwinism is completely on the wrong track. The whole organic world, Darwin is said to have asserted, descended from one primordial being, is so to speak the progeny of one single being. Duhring states that, in Darwin's view, there is no such thing as the independent parallel lines of homogeneous products of nature unless mediated by common descent, and that therefore Darwin and his retrospectively directed views had perforce to come to an end at the point where the thread of begetting, or other form of propagation, breaks off. 111. The assertion that Darwin traced all existing organisms back to one primordial being is, to put it politely, a product of Herr Duhring's own free creation and imagination. 43. Darwin expressly says on the last page but one of his Origin of Species, 6th edition, that he regards all beings not as special creations, but as the lineal descendants of some few beings. And Haeckel even goes considerably further, assuming a quite independent stock for the vegetable kingdom, and a second for the animal kingdom, and between the two a number of independent stocks of Protista, each of which, quite independently of the former, has developed out of one special archegon of the Monoran type. 40, Schöpfungsgeschichte, p. 397. This primordial being was only invented by Duhring in order to bring it into as great disrepute as possible by drawing a parallel with the primordial Jew pH 110 atom, and in this he, that is to say, Herr Duhring, suffers the misfortune of not having the faintest idea that this primordial Jew had been shown by Smith's Assyrian discoveries 41 to have been a primordial Semite, and that the whole biblical history of creation and the flood turns out to be a part of the old heathen religious myths which the Jew have in common with the Babylonians, Chaldeans, and Assyrians. It is certainly a bitter reproach against Darwin, and one for which he has no defense, that he comes to an end at once at the point where the thread of descent breaks off. Unfortunately, it is a reproach which has been earned by the whole of our natural science. Where the thread of descent breaks off for it, it ends. It has not yet succeeded in producing organic beings without descent from others. Indeed, it has not yet succeeded even in producing simple protoplasm or other albuminous bodies out of chemical elements. With regard to the origin of life, therefore, up to the present, natural science is only able to say with certainty that it must have been the result of chemical action. However, perhaps the philosophy of reality is in a position to give some help on this point, as it has at its disposal independent parallel lines of products of nature not mediated by common descent. How can these have come into existence? By spontaneous generation? But up to now even the most audacious advocates of spontaneous generation have not claimed that this produced anything but bacteria, embryonic fungi, and other very primitive organisms, no insects, fishes, birds or mammals. But if these homogeneous products of nature organic, of course, as here we are only dealing with these, are not connected by descent, they or each of their ancestors must, at the point where the thread of descent breaks off, have been put into the world by a separate act of creation. So we arrive once again at a creator and at what is called deism. Herr Duhring further declares that it was very superficial on Darwin's part to make the mere act of the sexual composition of properties the fundamental principle of the origin of these properties. 116. This is another free creation and imagination of our deep-rooted philosopher. Darwin definitely states the opposite. The expression natural selection only implies the preservation of variations, not their origin, p. 63. This new imputation to Darwin of things he never said nevertheless helps us to grasp the following depth of Duhringian mentality. If some principle of independent variation had been found in the inner schematism of generation, this idea would have been quite rational, for it is a natural idea to combine the principle of universal genesis with that of sexual propagation into a unity, and to regard so-called spontaneous generation, from a higher standpoint, not as the absolute antithesis of reproduction but just as a production. 116. And the man who can write such rubbish is not ashamed to reproach Hegel for his jargon. DKG 491. But enough of the peevish, contradictory grumbling and nagging through which Herr Duhring gives vent to his anger at the colossal impetus which natural science owes to the driving force of the Darwinian theory. Neither Darwin nor his followers among naturalists ever think of belittling in any way the great services rendered by Lamarck. In fact, they are the very people who first put him up again on his pedestal. But we must not overlook the fact that in Lamarck's time science was as yet far from being in possession of sufficient material to have enabled it to answer the question of the origin of species except in an anticipatory way, prophetically, as it were. In addition to the enormous mass of material, both of descriptive and anatomical botany and zoology, which has accumulated in the intervening period, two completely new sciences have arisen since Lamarck's time, and these are of decisive importance on this question: research into the development of plant and animal germs, embryology, and research into the organic remains preserved in the various strata of the Earth's surface, paleontology. There is in fact a peculiar correspondence between the gradual development of organic germs into mature organisms and the succession of plants and animals following each other in the history of the Earth. And it is precisely this correspondence which has given the theory of evolution its most secure basis. The theory of evolution itself is, however, still in a very early stage, and it therefore cannot be doubted that further research will greatly modify our present conceptions, including strictly Darwinian ones, of the process of the evolution of species. What, of a positive character, has the philosophy of reality to tell us concerning the evolution of organic life? The variability of species is a presupposition which can be accepted. Ph 115. But alongside it there hold also the independent parallel lines of homogeneous products of nature, not mediated by common descent. 111. From this we are apparently to infer that the heterogeneous products of nature, i.e., the species which show variations, descend from each other, but not so the homogeneous products. But this is not altogether correct either, for even with species which show variations, mediation by common descent is on the contrary quite a secondary act of nature. 114. So we get common descent after all, but only second class. We must rejoice that after Herr Duhring has attributed so much to it that is evil and obscure, we nevertheless find it in the end readmitted by the back door. It is the same with natural selection, for after all his moral indignation over the struggle for existence through which natural selection operates, we suddenly read: the deeper basis of the constitution of organisms is thus to be sought in the conditions of life and cosmic relations, while the natural selection emphasized by Darwin can only come in as a secondary factor. 115. So we get natural selection after all, though only second class, and along with natural selection also the struggle for existence, and with that also the priestly Malthusian overpopulation. That is all, and for the rest Herr Duhring refers us to Lamarck. In conclusion he warns us against the misuse of the terms, metamorphosis and development. Metamorphosis, he maintains, is an unclear concept. 112, and the concept of development is permissible only in so far as laws of development can be really established. 126. In place of both these terms we should use the term composition. 114, and then everything would be all right. It is the same old story over again, things remain as they were, and Herr Duhring is quite satisfied as soon as we just alter the names. When we speak of the development of the chicken in the egg we are creating confusion, for we are able to prove the laws of development only in an incomplete way. But if we speak of its composition everything becomes clear. We shall therefore no longer say, this child is developing finely, but it is composing itself magnificently. We can congratulate Herr Duhring on being a worthy peer of the author of the Nibelungenring not only in his noble self-esteem but also in his capacity of composer of the future. 42. 8. Philosophy of Nature. The Organic World, Conclusion. Ponder, what positive knowledge is required to equip our section on natural philosophy with all its scientific premises. Its basis is provided firstly by all the fundamental achievements of mathematics, and then the principal propositions established by exact science in mechanics, physics, and chemistry, as well as the general conclusions of natural science in physiology, zoology and similar branches of inquiry. D. Ph. 517. Such is the confidence and assurance with which Herr Duhring speaks of the mathematical and naturalistic erudition of Herr Duhring. It is impossible to detect from the meager section concerned, and still less from its even more paltry conclusions, what deep-rooted positive knowledge lies behind them. In any case, in order to create the Duhring oracle on physics and chemistry, it is not necessary to know any more of physics than the equation which expresses the mechanical equivalent of heat, or any more of chemistry than that all bodies can be divided into elements and combinations of elements. Moreover, a person who can talk of gravitating atoms 81, as Herr Duhring does, p. 131, d. Ph, only proves that he is completely in the dark as to the difference between atoms and molecules. As is well known, it is only chemical action, and not gravitation or other mechanical or physical forms of motion, that is explained by atoms. And if anyone should read as far as the chapter on organic nature, with its vacuous, self-contradictory and, at the decisive point, oracularly senseless meandering verbiage, and its absolutely futile final conclusion, he will not be able to avoid forming the opinion, from the very start, that Herr Duhring is here speaking of things of which he knows remarkably little. This opinion becomes absolute certainty when the reader reaches his suggestion that in the science of organic beings, biology, the term composition should be used instead of development. 114. The person who can put forward such a suggestion shows that he has not the faintest suspicion of the formation of organic bodies. All organic bodies, except the very lowest, consist of cells, small granules of albumin which are only visible when considerably magnified, with a nucleus inside. As a rule, the cells also develop an outer membrane and the contents are then more or less fluid. The lowest cellular bodies consist of a single cell. The immense majority of organic beings are multicellular, congruous complexes of many cells which in lower organisms remain of a homogeneous type, but in higher organisms develop more and more varied forms, groupings and functions. In the human body, for example, bones, muscles, nerves, tendons, ligaments, cartilages, skin, in a word, all tissues are either composed of cells or originated from them. But in all organic cellular structure, from the amoeba, which is a simple and most of the time skinless albuminous particle with a nucleus inside, up to man, and from the tiniest unicellular desmids up to the most highly developed plant, the manner in which the cells multiply is the same, by fission. The cell nucleus first becomes constricted in the middle, the constriction separating the two halves of the nucleus gets more and more pronounced, and at last they separate from each other and form two cell nuclei. The same process takes place in the cell itself. Each of the two nuclei becomes the center of an accumulation of cellular substance, linked to the other by a strip which is steadily growing narrower, until at last the two separate from each other and continue to exist as independent cells. Through such repeated cell fission the whole animal is gradually developed in full out of the embryonal vesicle of the animal egg, after it has been fertilized, and the replacement of used-up tissues is effected in the same way in the adult animal. To call such a process composition, and to say that to describe it as development is pure imagination ph 126, certainly indicates a person who, however difficult this may be to believe at the present day, knows absolutely nothing of this process. Here it is precisely and exclusively development that is going on, and indeed development in the most literal sense, and composition has absolutely nothing to do with it. Later on we shall have something more to say about what Herr Duhring understands in general by life. In particular, his conception of life is as follows. The inorganic world too is a system of self-executing impulses, but it is only at the point where there begins real differentiation, with the circulation of substances through special channels from one internal point and according to a germ scheme transmissible to a smaller structure, that we may venture to speak of real life in the narrower and stricter sense. 141. This sentence is, in the narrower and stricter sense, a system of self-executing impulses, whatever they may be, of nonsense, even apart from its hopelessly confused grammar. If life first begins where real differentiation commences, we must declare that the whole Hegelian kingdom of Protista and perhaps much else are dead, depending on the meaning we attach to the idea of differentiation. If life first begins when this differentiation can be transmitted through a smaller germ scheme, then at least all organisms up to and including unicellular ones cannot be regarded as living. If the circulation of substances through special channels is the hallmark of life, then, in addition to the foregoing, we must also strike from the ranks of the living the whole of the higher class of the coelenterata, excepting however the medusae, that is, all polyps and other zoophytes. 43. If the circulation of substances through special channels from one internal point is the essential hallmark of life, then we must declare that all those animals which have no heart and those which have more than one heart are dead. Under this heading would fall, in addition to those already enumerated, all worms, starfish and rotifers, annuloida and annulosa, Huxley's classification 44, a section of the crustacea, lobsters, and finally even a vertebrate animal, the lancelet, the amphioxus. And moreover all plants. In undertaking, therefore, to define real life in the narrower and stricter sense, Herr Duhring gives us four characteristics of life which totally contradict one another, one of which condemns to eternal death not only the whole vegetable kingdom but also about half the animal kingdom. Really no one can say that he misled us when he promised us from the ground up original conclusions and views. 525. Another passage runs. In nature, too, one simple type is the basis of all organisms, from the lowest to the highest, and this type is fully and completely present in its general essence even in the most subordinate impulse of the most undeveloped plant. 305. This statement is again full and complete nonsense. The most simple type found in the whole of organic nature is the cell, and it certainly is the basis of the higher organisms. On the other hand, among the lowest organisms there are many which are far below the cell. The protamoeba, a simple albuminous particle without any differentiation whatever, and a whole series of other Monera and all bladder seaweeds, Siphonae. All of these are linked with the higher organisms only by the fact that their essential component is albumin and that they consequently perform functions of albumin, i.e., live and die. Herr Duhring further tells us, physiologically, sensation is bound up with the presence of some kind of nerve apparatus, however simple. It is therefore characteristic of all animal structures that they are capable of sensation, i.e., of a subjectively conscious awareness of their states. The sharp boundary line between plant and animal lies at the point where the leap to sensation takes place. Far from being obliterated by the known transitional structures, that line becomes a logical necessity precisely through these externally undecided or undecidable forms. D. Ph 141-42. And again. On the other hand, plants are completely and for all time devoid of the slightest trace of sensation, and even lack any capacity for it. 140. In the first place, Hegel says, Nature Philosophy, 351, addendum, that sensation is the differentia specifica specific difference, the absolute distinguishing characteristic of the animal. So once again we find a Hegelian crudity. DKG 235, which through the simple process of appropriation by Herr Duhring is raised to the honorable position of a final and ultimate truth. In the second place, we hear for the first time here of transitional structures, externally undecided or undecidable forms, fine gibberish, between plant and animal. That these intermediate forms exist, that there are organisms of which we cannot say flatly whether they are plants or animals, that therefore we are wholly unable to draw a sharp dividing line between plant and animal. Precisely this fact makes it a logical necessity for Herr Duhring to establish a criterion of differentiation which in the same breath he admits will not hold water. But we have absolutely no need to go back to the doubtful territory between plants and animals. Are the sensitive plants which at the slightest touch fold their leaves or close their flowers? Are the insect-eating plants devoid of the slightest trace of sensation, and do they even lack any capacity for it? This cannot be maintained even by Herr Duhring without unscientific semi-poetry. D. Ph 56, 142. In the third place, it is once again a free creation and imagination on Herr Duhring's part when he asserts that sensation is physiologically bound up with the presence of some kind of nerve apparatus, however simple. Not only all primitive animals, but also the zoophytes, or at any rate the great majority of them, show no trace of a nerve apparatus. It is only from the worms on that such an apparatus is regularly found, and Herr Duhring is the first person to make the assertion that those animals have no sensation because they have no nerves. Sensation is not necessarily associated with nerves, but undoubtedly with certain albuminous bodies which up to now have not been more precisely determined. At any rate, Herr Duhring's biological knowledge is sufficiently characterized by the question which he does not hesitate to put to Darwin. Is it to be supposed that animals have developed out of plants? 110. Such a question could only be put by a person who has not the slightest knowledge of either animals or plants. Of life in general Herr Duhring is only able to tell us the metabolism which is carried out through a plastically creating schematization. What in the world can that be? Remains always a distinguishing characteristic of the real life process. 141. That is all we learn about life, while in the plastically creating schematization we are left knee-deep in the meaningless gibberish of the purest Duhring jargon. If therefore we want to know what life is, we shall evidently have to look a little more closely at it ourselves. That organic exchange of matter is the most general and most characteristic phenomenon of life has been said times out of number during the last 30 years by physiological chemists and chemical physiologists, and it is here merely translated by Herr Duhring into his own elegant and clear language. But to define life as organic metabolism is to define life as life, for organic exchange of matter or metabolism with plastically creating schematization is in fact a phrase which itself needs explanation through life, explanation through the distinction between the organic and the inorganic, that is, that which lives and that which does not live. This explanation therefore does not get us any further. Exchange of matter as such takes place even without life. There is a whole series of processes in chemistry which, given an adequate supply of raw material, constantly reproduce their own conditions, and do so in such a way that a definite body is the carrier of the process. This is the case in the manufacture of sulfuric acid by the burning of sulfur. In this process sulfur dioxide, so too, is produced, and when steam and nitric acid are added, the sulfur dioxide absorbs hydrogen and oxygen and is converted into sulfuric acid, H2SO4. The nitric acid gives off oxygen and is reduced to nitric oxide. This nitric oxide immediately absorbs new oxygen from the air and is transformed into the higher oxides of nitrogen, but only to transfer this oxygen immediately to sulfur dioxide and to go through the same process again, so that theoretically an infinitely small quantity of nitric acid should suffice to change an unlimited quantity of sulfur dioxide, oxygen, and water into sulfuric acid. Exchange of matter also takes place in the passage of fluids through dead organic and even inorganic membranes, as in Traub's artificial cells. 45 Here too it is clear that we cannot get any further by means of exchange of matter, for the peculiar exchange of matter which is to explain life needs itself to be explained through life. We must therefore try some other way. Life is the mode of existence of albuminous bodies, and this mode of existence essentially consists in the constant self-renewal of the chemical constituents of these bodies. The term albuminous body is used here in the sense in which it is employed in modern chemistry, which includes under this name all bodies constituted similarly to ordinary white of egg, otherwise also known as protein substances. The name is an unhappy one, because ordinary white of egg plays the most lifeless and passive role of all the substances related to it, since, together with the yolk, it is merely food for the developing embryo. But while so little is yet known of the chemical composition of albuminous bodies, this name is better than any other because it is more general. Wherever we find life we find it associated with an albuminous body, and wherever we find an albuminous body not in process of dissolution, there also without exception we find phenomena of life. Undoubtedly, the presence of other chemical combinations is also necessary in a living body in order to induce particular differentiations of these phenomena of life, but they are not requisite for naked life, except in so far as they enter the body as food and are transformed into albumin. The lowest living beings known to us are in fact nothing but simple particles of albumin, and they already exhibit all the essential phenomena of life. But what are these universal phenomena of life which are equally present among all living organisms? Above all, the fact that an albuminous body absorbs other appropriate substances from its environment and assimilates them, while other, older parts of the body disintegrate and are excreted. Other non-living bodies also change, disintegrate, or enter into combinations in the natural course of events, but in doing this they cease to be what they were. A weather-worn rock is no longer a rock, metal which oxidizes turns into rust. But what with non-living bodies is the cause of destruction, with albumin is the fundamental condition of existence. From the moment when this uninterrupted metamorphosis of its constituents, this constant alternation of nutrition and excretion, no longer takes place in an albuminous body, the albuminous body itself comes to an end, it decomposes, that is, dies. Life, the mode of existence of an albuminous body, therefore consists primarily in the fact that every moment it is itself and at the same time something else, and this does not take place as the result of a process to which it is subjected from without, as is the way in which this can occur also in the case of inanimate bodies. On the contrary, life, the metabolism which takes place through nutrition and excretion, is a self-implementing process which is inherent in, native to, its bearer, albumin, without which the latter cannot exist. and hence it follows that if chemistry ever succeeds in producing albumin artificially, this albumin must show the phenomena of life, however weak these may be. It is certainly open to question whether chemistry will at the same time also discover the right food for this albumin. From the metabolism which takes place through nutrition and excretion, as the essential function of albumin, and from its peculiar plasticity proceed also all the other most simple factors of life, irritability, which is already included in the mutual interaction between the albumin and its food, contractibility, which is shown, even at a very low stage, in the consumption of food, the possibility of growth, which in the lowest forms includes propagation by fission, internal movement, without which neither the consumption nor the assimilation of food is possible. Our definition of life is naturally very inadequate, inasmuch as, far from including all the phenomena of life, it has to be limited to those which are the most common and the simplest. From a scientific standpoint, all definitions are of little value. In order to gain an exhaustive knowledge of what life is, we should have to go through all the forms in which it appears, from the lowest to the highest. But for ordinary usage such definitions are very convenient and in places cannot well be dispensed with. Moreover, they can do no harm, provided their inevitable deficiencies are not forgotten. But back to Herr Duhring. When things are faring badly with him in the sphere of earthly biology, he knows where to find consolation, he takes refuge in his starry heaven. It is not merely the special apparatus of an organ of sensation, but the whole objective world, which is adapted to the production of pleasure and pain. For this reason we take it for granted that the antithesis between pleasure and pain, and moreover exactly, in the form with which we are familiar, is a universal antithesis, and must be represented in the various worlds of the universe by essentially homogeneous feelings. This conformity, however, is of no little significance, for it is the key to the universe of sensations. Hence the subjective cosmic world is to us not much more unfamiliar than the objective. The constitution of both spheres must be conceived according to one concordant type, and in this we have the beginnings of a science of consciousness whose range is wider than merely terrestrial d. Ph 139-40. What do a few gross blunders in terrestrial natural science matter to the man who carries in his pocket the key to the universe of sensations? Allons Don. Well, really. 9. Morality and law. Eternal truths. We refrain from giving samples of the mishmash of platitudes and oracular sayings, in a word, of the simple balderdash with which Herr Duhring regales his readers for 50 full pages as the deep-rooted science of the elements of consciousness. We will cite only this. He who can think only by means of language has never yet learnt what is meant by abstract and pure thought d. Ph 189. On this basis animals are the most abstract and purest thinkers, because their thought is never obscured by the officious intrusion of language. In any case one can see from the Duhringian thoughts and the language in which they are couched how little suited these thoughts are to any language, and how little suited the German language is to these thoughts. At last the fourth section brings us deliverance. Apart from the liquefying pap of rhetoric, it does at least offer us, here and there, something tangible on the subject of morality and law. Right at the outset, on this occasion, we are invited to take a trip to the other celestial bodies. The elements of morals must occur in concordant fashion among all extra-human beings whose active reason has to deal with the conscious ordering of life impulses in the form of instincts. And yet our interest in such deductions will be small. Nevertheless it is an idea which beneficently extends our range of vision, when we think that on other celestial bodies individual and communal life must be based on a scheme which is unable to abrogate or escape from the general fundamental constitution of a rationally acting being. 192-93. In this case, by way of exception, the validity of the Duhringian truths also for all other possible worlds is put at the beginning instead of the end of the chapter concerned, and for a sufficient reason. If the validity of the Duhringian conceptions of morality and justice is first established for all worlds, it is all the more easy beneficently to extend their validity to all times. But once again what is involved is nothing less than final and ultimate truth too. The world of morals, just as much as the world of general knowledge, has its permanent principles and simple elements. The moral principles stand above history and also above the present differences in national characteristics. The special truths out of which, in the course of evolution, a more complete moral consciousness and, so to speak, conscience are built up, may, in so far as their ultimate basis is understood, claim a validity and range similar to the insights and applications of mathematics. Genuine truths are absolutely immutable, so that it is altogether stupid to think that the correctness of knowledge is something that can be affected by time and changes in reality. 196. Hence the certitude of strict knowledge and the adequacy of common cognition leave no room, when we are in possession of our senses, for doubting the absolute validity of the principles of knowledge. Even persistent doubt is itself a diseased condition of weakness and only the expression of hopeless confusion, which sometimes seeks to contrive the appearance of something stable in the systematic consciousness of its nothingness. In the sphere of ethics, the denial of general principles clutches at the geographical and historical variety of customs and principles, and once the inevitable necessity of moral wickedness and evil is conceded, it believes itself so much the more to be above the recognition of the great importance and actual efficacy of concordant moral impulses. This mordant scepticism, which is not directed against particular false doctrines but against mankind's very capacity to develop conscious morality, resolves itself ultimately into a real nothing, in fact into something that is worse than pure nihilism. 194. It flatters itself that it can easily dominate within its utter chaos of disintegrated ethical ideas and open the gates to unprincipled arbitrariness. But it is greatly mistaken, for mere reference to the inevitable fate of reason in error and truth suffices to show by this analogy alone that natural fallibility does not necessarily exclude the attainment of accuracy. 195. Up to now we have calmly put up with all these pompous phrases of Herr Duhrings about final and ultimate truths, the sovereignty of thought, absolute certainty of knowledge, and so forth, because it is only at the point which we have now reached that the matter can be settled. Up to this point it has been enough to inquire how far the separate assertions of the philosophy of reality had sovereign validity and an unconditional claim to truth too. Now we come to the question whether any, and if so which, products of human knowledge ever can have sovereign validity and an unconditional claim to truth. When I say of human knowledge I do not use the phrase with the intention of insulting the inhabitants of other celestial bodies, whom I have not had the honor of knowing, but only for the reason that animals also have knowledge, though it is in no way sovereign. A dog acknowledges his master to be his God, though this master may be the biggest scoundrel on earth. Is human thought sovereign? Before we can answer yes or no we must first inquire, what is human thought? Is it the thought of the individual man? No. But it exists only as the individual thought of many milliards of past, present and future men. If, then, I say that the total thought of all these human beings, including the future ones, which is embraced in my idea, is sovereign, able to know the world as it exists, if only mankind lasts long enough and in so far as no limits are imposed on its knowledge by its perceptive organs or the objects to be known, then I am saying something which is pretty banal and, in addition, pretty barren. For the most valuable result from it would be that it should make us extremely distrustful of our present knowledge, inasmuch as in all probability we are just about at the beginning of human history, and the generations which will put us right are likely to be far more numerous than those whose knowledge we often enough with a considerable degree of contempt have the opportunity to correct. Herr Duhring himself proclaims it to be a necessity that consciousness, and therefore also thought and knowledge, can become manifest only in a series of individual beings. We can only ascribe sovereignty to the thought of each of these individuals in so far as we are not aware of any power which would be able to impose any idea forcibly on him, when he is of sound mind and wide awake. But as for the sovereign validity of the knowledge obtained by each individual thought, we all know that there can be no talk of such a thing, and that all previous experience shows that without exception such knowledge always contains much more that is capable of being improved upon than that which cannot be improved upon, or is correct. In other words, the sovereignty of thought is realized in a series of extremely unsovereignly thinking human beings, the knowledge which has an unconditional claim to truth is realized in a series of relative errors, neither the one nor the other can be fully realized except through an unending duration of human existence. Here once again we find the same contradiction as we found above, between the character of human thought, necessarily conceived as absolute, and its reality in individual human beings, all of whom think only limitedly. This is a contradiction which can be resolved only in the course of infinite progress, in what is at least practically for us an endless succession of generations of mankind. In this sense human thought is just as much sovereign as not sovereign, and its capacity for knowledge just as much unlimited as limited. It is sovereign and unlimited in its disposition, its vocation, its possibilities and its historical ultimate goal. It is not sovereign and it is limited in its individual realization and in reality at any particular moment. It is just the same with eternal truths. If mankind ever reached the stage at which it should work only with eternal truths, with results of thought which possess sovereign validity and an unconditional claim to truth, it would then have reached the point where the infinity of the intellectual world both in its actuality and in its potentiality had been exhausted, and thus the famous miracle of the counted uncountable would have been performed. But are there any truths which are so securely based that any doubt of them seems to us to be tantamount to insanity? That twice 2 makes 4, that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, that Paris is in France, that a man who gets no food dies of hunger, and so forth? Are there then nevertheless eternal truths, final and ultimate truths ph 2? Certainly there are. We can divide the whole realm of knowledge in the traditional way into 3 great departments. The first includes all sciences that deal with inanimate nature and are to a greater or lesser degree susceptible of mathematical treatment: mathematics, astronomy, mechanics, physics, chemistry. If it gives anyone any pleasure to use mighty words for very simple things, it can be asserted that certain results obtained by these sciences are eternal truths, final and ultimate truths, for which reason these sciences are known as the exact sciences. But very far from all their results have this validity. With the introduction of variable magnitudes and the extension of their variability to the infinitely small and infinitely large, mathematics, usually so strictly ethical, fell from grace. It ate of the tree of knowledge, which opened up to it a career of most colossal achievements, but at the same time a path of error. The virgin state of absolute validity and irrefutable proof of everything mathematical was gone forever, the realm of controversy was inaugurated, and we have reached the point where most people differentiate and integrate not because they understand what they are doing but from pure faith, because up to now it has always come out right. Things are even worse with astronomy and mechanics, and in physics and chemistry we are swamped by hypotheses as if attacked by a swarm of bees. And it must of necessity be so. In physics we are dealing with the motion of molecules, in chemistry with the formation of molecules out of atoms, and if the interference of light waves is not a myth, we have absolutely no prospect of ever seeing these interesting objects with our own eyes. As time goes on, final and ultimate truths become remarkably rare in this field. We are even worse off in geology, which, by its nature, has to deal chiefly with processes which took place not only in our absence but in the absence of any human being whatever. The gleaning here of final and ultimate truths is therefore a very troublesome business, and the crop is extremely scanty. The second department of science is the one which covers the investigation of living organisms. In this field there is such a multiplicity of interrelationships and causalities that not only does the solution of each question give rise to a host of other questions, but each separate problem can in most cases only be solved piecemeal, through a series of investigations which often require centuries, and besides, the need for a systematic presentation of interconnections makes it necessary again and again to surround the final and ultimate truths with a luxuriant growth of hypotheses. What a long series of intermediaries from Galen to Malpighi was necessary for correctly establishing such a simple matter as the circulation of the blood in mammals, how slight is our knowledge of the origin of blood corpuscles, and how numerous are the missing links even today. For example, to be able to bring the symptoms of a disease into some rational relationship with its cause. And often enough discoveries, such as that of the cell, are made which compel us to revise completely all formerly established final and ultimate truths in the realm of biology, and to put whole piles of them on the scrap heap once and for all. Anyone who wants to establish really genuine and immutable truths here will therefore have to be content with such platitudes as, all men are mortal, all female mammals have lacteal glands, and the like. He will not even be able to assert that the higher animals digest with their stomachs and intestines and not with their heads, for the nervous activity, which is centralized in the head, is indispensable to digestion. But eternal truths are in an even worse plight in the third, the historical, group of sciences, which study in their historical sequence and in their present resultant state the conditions of human life, social relationships, forms of law and government, with their ideal superstructure in the shape of philosophy, religion, art, etc. In organic nature we are at least dealing with a succession of processes which, so far as our immediate observation is concerned, recur with fair regularity within very wide limits. Organic species have on the whole remained unchanged since the time of Aristotle. In social history, however, the repetition of conditions is the exception and not the rule. Once we pass beyond the primitive state of man, the so-called Stone Age, and when such repetitions occur, they never arise under exactly similar circumstances. Such, for example, is the existence of an original common ownership of the land among all civilized peoples, or the way it was dissolved. In the sphere of human history our knowledge is therefore even more backward than in the realm of biology. Furthermore, when by way of exception the interconnection between the social and political forms of existence in any epoch comes to be known, this as a rule occurs only when these forms have already by half outlived themselves and are nearing extinction. Therefore, knowledge is here essentially relative, inasmuch as it is limited to the investigation of interconnections and consequences of certain social and state forms which exist only in a particular epoch and among particular peoples and are by their very nature transitory. Anyone therefore who here sets out to hunt down final and ultimate truths, genuine, absolutely immutable truths, will bring home but little, apart from platitudes and commonplaces of the sorriest kind, for example, that, generally speaking, men cannot live except by labor, that up to the present they for the most part have been divided into rulers and ruled, that Napoleon died on May 5, 1821, and so on. Now it is a remarkable thing that it is precisely in this sphere that we most frequently encounter truths which claim to be eternal, final, and ultimate and all the rest of it. That twice two makes four, that birds have beaks, and similar statements, are proclaimed as eternal truths only by those who aim at deducing, from the existence of eternal truths in general, the conclusion that there are also eternal truths in the sphere of human history, eternal morality, eternal justice, and so on, which claim a validity and scope similar to those of the insights and applications of mathematics. And then we can confidently rely on this same friend of humanity taking the first opportunity to assure us that all previous fabricators of eternal truths have been to a greater or lesser extent asses and charlatans, that they all fell into error and made mistakes, but that their error and their fallibility are in accordance with nature's laws, and prove the existence of truth and accuracy precisely in his case, and that he, the prophet who has now arisen, has in his bag, already made, final and ultimate truth, eternal morality, and eternal justice. This has all happened so many hundreds and thousands of times that we can only feel astonished that there should still be people credulous enough to believe this, not of others, oh no, but of themselves. Nevertheless, we have here before us at least one more such prophet, who also, quite in the accustomed way, flies into highly moral indignation when other people deny that any individual whatsoever is in a position to deliver the final and ultimate truth. Such a denial, or indeed mere doubt of it, is weakness, hopeless confusion, nothingness, mordant scepticism, worse than pure nihilism, utter chaos, and other such pleasantries. As with all prophets, instead of critical and scientific examination and judgment, one encounters moral condemnation out of hand. We might have made mention above also of the sciences which investigate the laws of human thought, i.e., logic and dialectics. In these, however, eternal truths do not fare any better. Herr Duhring declares that dialectics proper is pure nonsense, and the many books which have been and are still being written on logic provide abundant proof that here, too, final and ultimate truths are much more sparsely sown than some people believe. For that matter, there is absolutely no need to be alarmed at the fact that the stage of knowledge which we have now reached is as little final as all that have preceded it. It already embraces a vast mass of judgments and requires very great specialization of study on the part of anyone who wants to become conversant with any particular science. But a man who applies the measure of genuine, immutable, final, and ultimate truth to knowledge which, by its very nature, must either remain relative for many generations and be completed only step by step, or which, as in cosmogony, geology, and the history of mankind, must always contain gaps and be incomplete because of the inadequacy of the historical material, such a man only proves thereby his own ignorance and perversity, even if the real thing behind it all is not, as in this case, the claim to personal infallibility. Truth and error, like all thought concepts which move in polar opposites, have absolute validity only in an extremely limited field, as we have just seen, and as even Herr Duhring would realize if he had any acquaintance with the first elements of dialectics, which deal precisely with the inadequacy of all polar opposites. As soon as we apply the antithesis between truth and error outside of that narrow field which has been referred to above, it becomes relative and therefore unserviceable for exact scientific modes of expression, and if we attempt to apply it as absolutely valid outside that field, we really find ourselves altogether beaten. Both poles of the antithesis become transformed into their opposites, truth becomes error and error truth. Let us take as an example the well-known Boyle's law. According to it, if the temperature remains constant, the volume of a gas varies inversely with the pressure to which it is subjected. Regnault found that this law does not hold good in certain cases. Had he been a philosopher of reality, he would have had to say, Boyle's law is mutable, and is hence not a genuine truth, hence it is not a truth at all, hence it is an error. But had he done this, he would have committed an error far greater than the one that was contained in Boyle's law. His grain of truth would have been lost sight of in a sandhill of error, he would have distorted his originally correct conclusion into an error compared with which Boyle's law, along with the little particle of error that clings to it, would have seemed like truth. But Regnault, being a man of science, did not indulge in such childishness, but continued his investigations and discovered that in general Boyle's law is only approximately true, and in particular loses its validity in the case of gases which can be liquefied by pressure, namely, as soon as the pressure approaches the point at which liquefaction begins. Boyle's law therefore was proved to be true only within definite limits. But is it absolutely and finally true within those limits? No physicist would assert that. He would maintain that it holds good within certain limits of pressure and temperature and for certain gases, and even within these more restricted limits he would not exclude the possibility of a still narrower limitation or altered formulation as the result of future investigations. Asterisk 2. This is how things stand with final and ultimate truths in physics, for example. Really scientific works therefore, as a rule, avoid such dogmatically moral expressions as error and truth, while these expressions meet us everywhere in works such as the philosophy of reality, in which empty phrase-mongering attempts to impose itself on us as the most sovereign result of sovereign thought. But, a naive reader may ask, where has Herr Duhring expressly stated that the content of his philosophy of reality is final and even ultimate truth? Ph 2. Where? Well, for example, in the dithyramb on his system, page 13, a part of which we cited in chapter 2. Or when he says, in the passage quoted above, moral truths, in so far as their ultimate bases are understood, claim the same validity as mathematical insights. And does not Herr Duhring assert that, working from his really critical standpoint ph 404, and by means of those researches of his which go to the root of things 200, he has forced his way through to these ultimate foundations, the basic schemata, and has thus bestowed final and ultimate validity on moral truths? Or, if Herr Duhring does not advance this claim either for himself or for his age, if he only meant to say that perhaps some day in the dark and nebulous future final and ultimate truths may be ascertained, if therefore he meant to say much the same, only in a more confused way, as is said by mordant scepticism and hopeless confusion 194, then, in that case, what is all the noise about? What can we do for you, Herr Duhring? Goethe, Faust, Act I, Scene 3, Faust Study, ed. If, then, we have not made much progress with truth and error, we can make even less with good and evil. This opposition manifests itself exclusively in the domain of morals, that is, a domain belonging to the history of mankind, and it is precisely in this field that final and ultimate truths are most sparsely sown. The conceptions of good and evil have varied so much from nation to nation and from age to age that they have often been in direct contradiction to each other. But all the same, someone may object, good is not evil and evil is not good. If good is confused with evil, there is an end to all morality, and everyone can do as he pleases. This is also, stripped of all oracular phrases, Herr Duhring's opinion. But the matter cannot be so simply disposed of. If it were such an easy business, there would certainly be no dispute at all over good and evil, everyone would know what was good and what was bad. But how do things stand today? What morality is preached to us today? There is first Christian feudal morality, inherited from earlier religious times, and this is divided, essentially, into a Catholic and a Protestant morality, each of which has no lack of subdivisions, from the Jesuit Catholic and Orthodox Protestant to loose enlightened moralities. Alongside these we find the modern bourgeois morality, and beside it also the proletarian morality of the future, so that in the most advanced European countries alone the past, present and future provide three great groups of moral theories which are in force simultaneously and alongside each other. Which, then, is the true one? Not one of them, in the sense of absolute finality, but certainly that morality contains the maximum elements promising permanence which, in the present, represents the overthrow of the present, represents the future, and that is proletarian morality. But when we see that the three classes of modern society, the feudal aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat, each have a morality of their own, we can only draw the one conclusion, that men, consciously or unconsciously, derive their ethical ideas in the last resort from the practical relations on which their class position is based, from the economic relations in which they carry on production and exchange. But nevertheless there is great deal which the three moral theories mentioned above have in common. Is this not at least a portion of a morality which is fixed once and for all? These moral theories represent three different stages of the same historical development, have therefore a common historical background, and for that reason alone they necessarily have much in common. Even more, at similar or approximately similar stages of economic development, moral theories must of necessity be more or less in agreement. From the moment when private ownership of movable property developed, all societies in which this private ownership existed had to have this moral injunction in common: thou shalt not steal. Exodus 20:15, Deuteronomy 5:19. Ed. Does this injunction thereby become an eternal moral injunction? By no means. In a society in which all motives for stealing have been done away with, in which therefore at the very most only lunatics would ever steal, how the preacher of morals would be laughed at who tried solemnly to proclaim the eternal truth, thou shalt not steal. We therefore reject every attempt to impose on us any moral dogma whatsoever as an eternal, ultimate, and forever immutable ethical law on the pretext that the moral world, too, has its permanent principles which stand above history and the differences between nations. We maintain on the contrary that all moral theories have been hitherto the product, in the last analysis, of the economic conditions of society obtaining at the time. And as society has hitherto moved in class antagonisms, morality has always been class morality. It has either justified the domination and the interests of the ruling class, or ever since the oppressed class became powerful enough, it has represented its indignation against this domination and the future interests of the oppressed. That in this process there has on the whole been progress in morality, as in all other branches of human knowledge, no one will doubt. But we have not yet passed beyond class morality. A really human morality which stands above class antagonisms and above any recollection of them becomes possible only at a stage of society which has not only overcome class antagonisms but has even forgotten them in practical life. And now one can gauge Herr Duhring's presumption in advancing his claim, from the midst of the old class society and on the eve of a social revolution, to impose on the future classless society an eternal morality independent of time and changes in reality. Even assuming what we do not know up to now, that he understands the structure of the society of the future at least in its main outlines. Finally, one more revelation which is from the ground up original d. ph 525, but for that reason no less going to the root of things 200, with regard to the origin of evil. The fact that the type of the cat with the guile associated with it is found in animal form, stands on an even plane with the circumstance that a similar type of character is found also in human beings. There is therefore nothing mysterious about evil, unless someone wants to scent out something mysterious in the existence of a cat or of any animal of prey. 210-11. Evil is the cat. The devil therefore has no horns or cloven hoof, but claws and green eyes. And Goethe committed an unpardonable error in presenting Mephistopheles as a black dog instead of a black cat. Evil is the cat. That is morality, not only for all worlds, but also for cats. This is, in German, a play on words, für die Katze, for the cat, denotes something utterly useless or wasted effort. Ed. Ex morality and law. Equality. We have already had more than one occasion to make ourselves acquainted with Herr Duhring's method. It consists in dissecting each group of objects of knowledge to what is claimed to be their simplest elements, applying to these elements similarly simple and what are claimed to be self-evident axioms, and then continuing to operate with the aid of the results so obtained. Even a problem in the sphere of social life is to be decided axiomatically, in accordance with particular, simple basic forms, just as if we were dealing with the simple, basic forms of mathematics d. ph 224. And thus the application of the mathematical method to history, morals, and law is to give us also in these fields mathematical certainty of the truth of the results obtained, to characterize them as genuine, immutable truths. This is only giving a new twist to the old favorite ideological method, also known as the a priori method, which consists in ascertaining the properties of an object, by logical deduction from the concept of the object, instead of from the object itself. First the concept of the object is fabricated from the object, then the spit is turned round, and the object is measured by its reflection, the concept. The object is then to conform to the concept, not the concept to the object. With Herr Duhring the simplest elements, the ultimate abstractions he can reach, do service for the concept, which does not alter matters. These simplest elements are at best of a purely conceptual nature. The philosophy of reality, therefore, proves here again to be pure ideology, the deduction of reality not from itself but from a concept. And when such an ideologist constructs morality and law from the concept, or the so-called simplest elements of society, instead of from the real social relations of the people round him, what material is then available for this construction? Material clearly of two kinds: first, the meager residue of real content which may possibly survive in the abstractions from which he starts, and, secondly, the content which our ideologist once more introduces from his own consciousness. And what does he find in his consciousness? For the most part, moral and juridical notions which are a more or less accurate expression, positive or negative, corroborative or antagonistic, of the social and political relations amidst which he lives, perhaps also ideas drawn from the literature on the subject, and, as a final possibility, some personal idiosyncrasies. Our ideologist may turn and twist as he likes, but the historical reality which he cast out at the door comes in again at the window, and while he thinks he is framing a doctrine of morals and law for all times and for all worlds, he is in fact only fashioning an image of the conservative or revolutionary tendencies of his day, an image which is distorted because it has been torn from its real basis and, like a reflection in a concave mirror, is standing on its head. Herr Duhring thus dissects society into its simplest elements, and discovers in doing so that the simplest society consists of at least two people. With these two people he then proceeds to operate axiomatically. And so the basic moral axiom naturally presents itself. Two human wills are as such entirely equal to each other, and in the first place the one can demand nothing positive of the other. Ph 200. This characterizes the basic form of moral justice 201, and also that of legal justice, for we need only the wholly simple and elementary relation of two persons for the development of the fundamental concepts of law 228. That two people or two human wills are as such entirely equal to each other is not only not an axiom but is even a great exaggeration. In the first place, two people, even as such, may be unequal in sex, and this simple fact leads us on at once to the idea that the simplest elements of society, if we accept this childishness for a moment, are not two men, but a man and a woman, who found a family, the simplest and first form of association for the purpose of production. But this cannot in any way suit Herr Duhring. For on the one hand the two founders of society must be made as equal as possible, and secondly even Herr Duhring could not succeed in constructing from the primitive family the moral and legal equality of man and woman. One thing or the other, either the Duhringian social molecule, by the multiplication of which the whole of society is to be built up, is doomed beforehand to disaster, because two men can never by themselves bring a child into the world, or we must conceive them as two heads of families. And in that case the whole simple basic scheme is turned into its opposite. Instead of the equality of people it proves at most the equality of heads of families, and as women are not considered, it further proves that they are subordinate. We have now to make an unpleasant announcement to the reader, that from this point on for some considerable time he will not get rid of these famous two men. In the sphere of social relations they play a similar role to that hitherto played by the inhabitants of other celestial bodies, with whom it is to be hoped we have now finished. Whenever a question of economics, politics etc., is to be solved, the two men instantly march up and settle the matter in the twinkling of an eye. Axiomatically 224. An excellent, creative, and system-creating discovery on the part of our philosopher of reality. But unfortunately, if we want to pay due regard to truth, the two men are not his discovery. They are the common property of the whole 18th century. They are already to be found in Rousseau's Discourse on Inequality, 1754, 47, where, by the way, they prove axiomatically the opposite of Herr Duhring's contentions. They play a leading part with the economists, from Adam Smith to Ricardo, but in these they are at least unequal in that each of the two carries on a different trade. As a rule one is a hunter and the other a fisherman, and that they mutually exchange their products. Besides, throughout the 18th century, they serve in the main as a purely illustrative example, and Herr Duhring's originality consists only in that he elevates this method of illustration into a basic method for all social science and a measure of all historical forms. Certainly it would be impossible to simplify further the strictly scientific conception of things and man. 387. In order to establish the fundamental axiom that two people and their wills are absolutely equal to each other and that neither lords it over the other, we cannot use any couple of men at random. They must be two people who are so thoroughly free from all reality, from all national, economic, political, and religious relations which are found in the world, from all sexual and personal peculiarities, that nothing is left of either of them beyond the mere concept, human being, and then they are of course entirely equal. They are therefore two complete phantoms conjured up by that very Herr Duhring who is everywhere scenting and denouncing spiritistic tendencies. These two phantoms are of course obliged to do everything which the man who conjured them into existence wants them to do, and for that very reason all their artifices are of no interest whatever to the rest of the world. But let us pursue Herr Duhring's axiomatics a little further. The two wills can demand nothing positive of each other. If nevertheless one of them does so, and has its way by force, This gives rise to a state of injustice, and this fundamental scheme serves Herr Duhring to explain injustice, tyranny, servitude, in short, the whole reprehensible history of the past. Now Rousseau, in the essay referred to above, had already made use of two men to prove, likewise axiomatically, the very opposite, that is, given two men, A cannot enslave B by force, but only by putting B into a position in which the latter cannot do without A conception which, however, is much too materialistic for Herr Duhring. Let us put the same thing in a slightly different way. Two shipwrecked people are alone on an island, and form a society. Their wills are, formally, entirely equal, and this is acknowledged by both. But from a material standpoint there is great inequality. A has determination and energy, B is irresolute, lazy and flabby. A is quick-witted, B stupid. How long will it be before A regularly imposes his will on B, first by persuasion, subsequently by dint of habit, but always in form voluntarily? Servitude remains servitude, whether the voluntary form is retained or is trampled underfoot. Voluntary entry into servitude was known throughout the Middle Ages, in Germany until after the 30 Years' War. 48 when serfdom was abolished in Prussia after the defeats of 1806 and 1807, and with it the obligation of the gracious lords to provide for their subjects in need, illness, and old age, the peasants petitioned the king asking to be left in servitude for otherwise who would look after them when in distress. The two-men scheme is therefore just as appropriate to inequality and servitude as to equality and mutual help, and inasmuch as we are forced, on pain of extinction of society, to assume that they are heads of families, hereditary servitude is also provided for in the idea from the start. But let this entire matter rest for the moment. Let us assume that Herr Duhring's axiomatics have convinced us and that we are enthusiastic supporters of the entire equality of rights as between the two wills, of general human sovereignty d. Ph 229, of the sovereignty of the individual 268 veritable verbal colossi, compared with whom Stirner's ego together with his own 49 is a mere dwarf, although he also could claim a modest part in them. Well, then, we are now all entirely equal 200 and independent. All? No, not quite all. There are also cases of permissible dependence, but these can be explained on grounds which are to be sought not in the activity of the two wills as such, but in a third sphere, as for example in regard to children, in their inadequate self-determination 200. Indeed, the grounds of dependence are not to be sought in the activity of the two wills as such. Naturally not, for the activity of one of the wills is actually restricted. But in a third sphere. And what is this third sphere? The concrete determination of one, the subjected, will as inadequate. Our philosopher of reality has so far departed from reality that, as against the abstract term will, which is devoid of content, he regards the real content, the characteristic determination of this will, as a third sphere. Be that as it may, we are obliged to state that the equality of rights has an exception. It does not hold good for a will afflicted with inadequate self-determination. Retreat number 1. To proceed. Where beast and man are blended in one person, the question may be asked, on behalf of a second, entirely human, person, whether his mode of action should be the same as if persons who, so to speak, are only human were confronting each other. 201, our hypothesis of two morally unequal persons, one of whom in some sense or other has something of the real beast in his character, is therefore the typical basic form for all relations which, in accordance with this difference, may come about within and between groups of people. 202. And now let the reader see for himself the pitiful diatribe that follows these clumsy subterfuges, in which Herr Duhring turns and twists like a Jesuit priest in order to determine casuistically how far the human man can go against the bestial man, how far he may show distrust and employ stratagems and harsh, even terrorist means, as well as deception against him, without himself deviating in any way from immutable morality. So, when two persons are morally unequal 202, there again is no longer equality. But then it was surely not worthwhile to conjure up two entirely equal people, for there are no two persons who are morally entirely equal. But the inequality is supposed to consist in this, that one person is human and the other has a streak of the beast in him. It is, however, inherent in the descent of man from the animal world that he can never entirely rid himself of the beast, so that it can always be only a question of more or less, of a difference in the degree of bestiality or of humanity. A division of mankind into two sharply differentiated groups, into human men and beast men, into good and bad, sheep and goats, is only found apart from the philosophy of reality in Christianity, which quite logically also has its judge of the universe to make the separation. But who is to be the judge of the universe in the philosophy of reality? Presumably the procedure will have to be the same as in Christian practice, in which the pious lambs themselves assume the office of judge of the universe in relation to their mundane goat neighbors, and discharge this duty with notorious success. The sect of philosophers of reality, if it ever comes into being, will assuredly not yield precedence in this respect to the pious of the land. This, however, is of no concern to us. What interests us is the admission that, as a result of the moral inequality between men, equality has vanished once more. Retreat number 2. But, again, let us proceed. If one acts in accordance with truth and science, and the other in accordance with some superstition or prejudice, then, as a rule mutual interference must occur. 216. At a certain degree of incompetence, brutality, or perversity of character, conflict is always inevitable. It is not only children and madmen in relation to whom the ultimate resource is force. The character of whole natural groups and cultured classes in mankind may make the subjection of their will, which is hostile because of its perversity, an inevitable necessity, in order to guide it back to the ties held in common. Even in such cases the alien will is still recognized as having equal rights, but the perversity of its injurious and hostile activity has provoked an equalization, and if it is subjected to force, it is only reaping the reaction to its own unrighteousness. Ph 217. So not only moral but also mental inequality is enough to remove the entire equality of the two wills and to call into being a morality by which all the infamous deeds of civilized robber states against backward peoples, down to the Russian atrocities in Turkestan, can be justified. When in the summer of 1873, General Kaufmann ordered the Tatar tribe of the Amuds to be attacked, their tents to be burnt and their wives and children butchered and in the good old Caucasian way and wrote as the order was worded, he, too, declared that the subjection of the hostile, because perverted, will of the Amuds, with the object of guiding it back to the ties held in common, had become an inevitable necessity, that the means employed by him were best suited to the purpose. 50 and that whoever willed the end must also will the means. Only he was not so cruel as to insult the Amuds on top of it all and to say that it was just by massacring them for purposes of equalization that he was recognizing their will as having equal rights. And once again in this conflict it is the elect, those who claim to be acting in accordance with truth and science and therefore in the last resort the philosophers of reality, who have to decide what are superstition, prejudice, brutality, and perversity of character and when force and subjection are necessary for purposes of equalization. Equality, therefore, is now equalization by force, and the second will is recognized by the first to have equal rights through subjection. Retreat number 3, here already degenerating into ignominious flight. Incidentally, the phrase that the alien will is recognized as having equal right precisely through equalization by means of force is only a distortion of the Hegelian theory, according to which punishment is the right of the criminal. Punishment is regarded as containing the criminal's right and hence by being punished he is honored as a rational being. Reeks Philosophy, 100, note. With that we can break off. It would be superfluous to follow Herr Duhring further in his piecemeal destruction of the equality which he set up so axiomatically. 224, of his general human sovereignty. 229 and so on, to observe how he manages to set up society with his two men, but in order to create the state he requires a third, because, to put the matter briefly, without a third no majority decisions can be arrived at, and without these, and so also without the rule of the majority over the minority, no state can exist. And then how he gradually steers into calmer waters, where he constructs his socialitarian state of the future, where one fine morning we shall have the honor to look him up. We have sufficiently observed that the entire equality of the two wills exists only so long as these two wills will nothing, that as soon as they cease to be human wills as such, and are transformed into real, individual wills, into the wills of two real people, equality comes to an end. That childhood, madness, so-called bestiality, supposed superstition, alleged prejudice, and assumed incapacity on the one hand, and fancied humanity and knowledge of truth and science on the other hand, that therefore every difference in the quality of the two wills and in that of the intelligence associated with them justifies an inequality of treatment which may go as far as subjection. What more can we ask, when Herr Duhring has so deep-rootedly, from the ground up, demolished his own edifice of equality? But even though we have finished with Herr Duhring's shallow, botched treatment of the idea of equality, this does not mean that we have finished with the idea itself, which, especially thanks to Rousseau, played a theoretical, and during and since the Great Revolution a practical political role, and even today still plays an important agitational role in the socialist movement of almost every country. The establishment of its scientific content will also determine its value for proletarian agitation. The idea that all men, as men, have something in common, and that to that extent they are equal, is of course primeval. But the modern demand for equality is something entirely different from that. This consists rather in deducing from that common quality of being human, from that equality of men as men, a claim to equal political resp social status for all human beings, or at least for all citizens of a state or all members of a society. Before that original conception of relative equality could lead to the conclusion that men should have equal rights in the state and in society, before that conclusion could even appear to be something natural and self-evident, thousands of years had to pass and did pass. In the most ancient, primitive communities, equality of rights could apply at most to members of the community. Women, slaves, and foreigners were excluded from this equality as a matter of course. Among the Greeks and Romans the inequalities of men were of much greater importance than their equality in any respect. It would necessarily have seemed insanity to the ancients that Greeks and barbarians, freemen and slaves, citizens and peregrines, Roman citizens and Roman subjects, to use a comprehensive term, should have a claim to equal political status. Under the Roman Empire all these distinctions gradually disappeared, except the distinction between freemen and slaves, and in this way there arose, for the freemen at least, that equality as between private individuals on the basis of which Roman law developed the completest elaboration of law based on private property which we know. But so long as the antithesis between freemen and slaves existed, there could be no talk of drawing legal conclusions from general equality of men. We saw this even recently, in the slave-owning states of the North American Union. Christianity knew only one point in which all men were equal, that all were equally born in original sin, which corresponded perfectly to its character as the religion of the slaves and the oppressed. Apart from this it recognized, at most, the equality of the elect, which however was only stressed at the very beginning. The traces of community of goods which are also found in the early stages of the new religion can be ascribed to solidarity among the proscribed rather than to real equalitarian ideas. Within a very short time the establishment of the distinction between priests and laymen put an end even to this incipient Christian equality. The overrunning of Western Europe by the Germans abolished for centuries all ideas of equality, through the gradual building up of such a complicated social and political hierarchy as had never existed before. But at the same time the invasion drew Western and Central Europe into the course of historical development, created for the first time a compact cultural area, and within this area also for the first time a system of predominantly national states exerting mutual influence on each other and mutually holding each other in check. Thereby it prepared the ground on which alone the question of the equal status of men, of the rights of man, could at a later period be raised. The feudal Middle Ages also developed in their womb the class which was destined, in the course of its further development, to become the standard bearer of the modern demand for equality, the bourgeoisie. Originally itself a feudal estate, the bourgeoisie developed the predominantly handicraft industry and the exchange of products within feudal society to a relatively high level, when at the end of the 15th century the great maritime discoveries opened to it a new career of wider scope. Trade beyond the confines of Europe, which had previously been carried on only between Italy and the Levant, was now extended to America and India, and soon surpassed in importance both the mutual exchange between the various European countries and the internal trade within each individual country. American gold and silver flooded Europe and forced its way like a disintegrating element into every fissure, rent, and pore of feudal society. Handicraft industry could no longer satisfy the rising demand. In the leading industries of the most advanced countries it was replaced by manufacture. But this mighty revolution in the conditions of the economic life of society was, however, not followed by any immediate corresponding change in its political structure. The political order remained feudal, while society became more and more bourgeois. Trade on a large scale, that is to say, particularly international and, even more so, world trade, requires free owners of commodities who are unrestricted in their movements and as such enjoy equal rights, who may exchange their commodities on the basis of laws that are equal for them all, at least in each particular place. The transition from handicraft to manufacture presupposes the existence of a number of free workers, free on the one hand from the fetters of the guild and on the other from the means whereby they could themselves utilize their labor power, workers who can contract with the manufacturer for the hire of their labor power, and hence, as parties to the contract, have rights equal to his. And finally the equality and equal status of all human labor, because and in so far as it is human labor, found its unconscious but clearest expression in the law of value of modern bourgeois political economy, according to which the value of a commodity is measured by the socially necessary labor embodied in it. *3 However, where economic relations required freedom and equality of rights, the political system opposed them at every step with guild restrictions and special privileges. Local privileges, differential duties, exceptional laws of all kinds affected in trade not only foreigners and people living in the colonies, but often enough also whole categories of the nationals of the country concerned. Everywhere and ever anew the privileges of the guilds barred the development of manufacture. Nowhere was the road clear and the chances equal for the bourgeois competitors, and yet that this be so was the prime and ever more pressing demand. The demand for liberation from feudal fetters and the establishment of equality of rights by the abolition of feudal inequalities was bound soon to assume wider dimensions, once the economic advance of society had placed it on the order of the day. If it was raised in the interests of industry and trade, it was also necessary to demand the same equality of rights for the great mass of the peasantry who, in every degree of bondage, from total serfdom onwards, were compelled to give the greater part of their labor time to their gracious feudal lord without compensation, and in addition to render innumerable other dues to him and to the state. On the other hand, it was inevitable that a demand should also be made for the abolition of the feudal privileges, of the freedom from taxation of the nobility, of the political privileges of the separate estates. And as people were no longer living in a world empire such as the Roman Empire had been, but in a system of independent states dealing with each other on an equal footing and at approximately the same level of bourgeois development, it was a matter of course that the demand for equality should assume a general character reaching out beyond the individual state, that freedom and equality should be proclaimed human rights, and it is significant of the specifically bourgeois character of these human rights that the American Constitution, 51, the first to recognize the rights of man, in the same breath confirms the slavery of the colored races existing in America. Class privileges are proscribed, race privileges sanctified. As is well known, however, from the moment when the bourgeoisie emerged from feudal burgherdom, when this estate of the Middle Ages developed into a modern class, it was always and inevitably accompanied by its shadow, the proletariat. And in the same way bourgeois demands for equality were accompanied by proletarian demands for equality. From the moment when the bourgeois demand for the abolition of class privileges was put forward, Alongside it appeared the proletarian demand for the abolition of the classes themselves, at first in religious form, leaning towards primitive Christianity, and later drawing support from the bourgeois equalitarian theories themselves. The proletarians took the bourgeoisie at its word: equality must not be merely apparent, must not apply merely to the sphere of the state, but must also be real, must also be extended to the social, economic sphere. And especially since the French bourgeoisie, from the Great Revolution on, brought civil equality to the forefront, the French proletariat has answered blow for blow with the demand for social, economic equality, and equality has become the battle cry particularly of the French proletariat. The demand for equality in the mouth of the proletariat has therefore a double meaning. It is either, as was the case especially at the very start, for example in the Peasant War, see Engels' work Peasant War in Germany, the spontaneous reaction against the crying social inequalities, against the contrast between rich and poor, the feudal lords and their serfs, the servitors and the starving. As such it is simply an expression of the revolutionary instinct, and finds its justification in that, and in that only. Or, on the other hand, this demand has arisen as a reaction against the bourgeois demand for equality, drawing more or less correct and more far-reaching demands from this bourgeois demand, and serving as an agitational means in order to stir up the workers against the capitalists with the aid of the capitalists' own assertions, and in this case it stands or falls with bourgeois equality itself. In both cases the real content of the proletarian demand for equality is the demand for the abolition of classes. Any demand for equality which goes beyond that, of necessity passes into absurdity. We have given examples of this, and shall find enough additional ones when we come to Herr Duhring's fantasies of the future. The idea of equality, both in its bourgeois and in its proletarian form, is therefore itself a historical product, the creation of which required definite historical conditions that in turn themselves presuppose a long previous history. It is therefore anything but an eternal truth. And if today it is taken for granted by the general public in one sense or another, if, as Marx says, it already possesses the fixity of a popular prejudice, 52, this is not the effect of its axiomatic truth, but the effect of the general diffusion and the continued appropriateness of the ideas of the 18th century. If therefore Herr Duhring is able without more ado to let his famous two men conduct their economic relations on the basis of equality, this is so because it seems quite natural to popular prejudice. And in fact Herr Duhring calls his philosophy natural because it is derived solely from things which seem to him quite natural. But why they seem natural to him is a question which of course he does not ask. 11. Morality and law. Freedom and necessity. In the sphere of politics and law the principles expounded in this course are based on the most exhaustive specialized studies. It is therefore necessary to proceed from the fact that what we have here is a consistent exposition of the conclusions reached in the sphere of legal and political science. Jurisprudence was my original special subject, and I not only devoted to it the customary 3 years of theoretical university preparation, but also, during a further 3 years of court practice, continued to study it particularly with a view to the deepening of its scientific content. And certainly the critique of private law relationships and the corresponding legal inadequacies could not have been put forward with such confidence but the consciousness that all the weaknesses of the subject were known to it as well as its stronger sides. Ph 537. A man who is justified in saying this of himself must from the outset inspire confidence, especially in contrast with the one time, admittedly neglected, legal studies of Herr Marx DKG 503. And for that reason it must surprise us to find that the critique of private law relationships which steps onto the stage with such confidence is restricted to telling us that the scientific character of jurisprudence has not developed far. Ph 222-23, that positive civil law is injustice in that it sanctions property based on force. 219, and that the natural basis of criminal law is revenge. 224. An assertion of which in any case the only thing new is its mystical wrapping of natural basis. The conclusions in political science are limited to the transactions of the famous 3 men, one of whom has hitherto held down the others by force, with Herr Duhring in all seriousness conducting an investigation into whether it was the second or the third who first introduced violence and subjection 265-66. However, let us go a little more deeply into our confident jurist's most exhaustive specialized studies and his erudition deepened by 3 years of court practice. Herr Duhring tells us of La Salle that he was prosecuted for inciting to an attempt to steal a cash box, but that no sentence by the court could be recorded, as the so-called acquittal for lack of evidence, which was then still possible, supervened, this half-acquittal DKG 510. The La Salle case referred to here came up in the summer of 1848, before the Assizes at Cologne, 53, where, as in almost the whole of the Rhine province, French criminal law was in force. Prussian law had been introduced by way of exception only for political offences and crimes, but already in April 1848 this exceptional application had been abrogated by Camphausen. French law has no knowledge whatever of the loose Prussian legal category of inciting to a crime, let alone inciting to an attempt to commit a crime. It knows only instigation to crime, and this, to be punishable, must have been committed by means of gifts, promises, threats, abuse of authority or of power, culpable incitements or artifices, Code Penal, Art 60. 54. The Ministry of State, steeped in Prussian law, overlooked, just as Herr Duhring did, the essential difference between the sharply defined French code and the vague indefiniteness of Prussian law and, subjecting La Salle to a tendentiously conducted trial, egregiously failed in the case. Only a person who is completely ignorant of modern French law can venture to assert that French criminal procedure permitted the Prussian legal form of an acquittal for lack of evidence. This half-acquittal, criminal procedure under French law provides only for conviction or acquittal, nothing between. And so we are forced to say that Herr Duhring would certainly not have been able to perpetrate this historical depiction in the grand style 556 against La Salle if he had ever had the Code Napoleon 55 in his hands. We must therefore state as a fact that modern French law, the only modern civil code, which rests on the social achievements of the great French Revolution and translates them into legal form, is completely unknown to Herr Duhring. In another place, in the criticism of trial by jury with majority decision which was adopted throughout the continent in accordance with the French model, we are taught. Yes, it will even be possible to familiarize oneself with the idea, which for that matter is not without precedent in history, that a conviction where opinion is divided should be one of the impossible institutions in a perfect community. D. Ph 402. This important and profoundly intelligent mode of thought, however, as already indicated above, must seem unsuitable for the traditional forms, because it is too good for them. D. Ph 403. Once again, Herr Duhring is ignorant of the fact that under English common law, i.e., the unwritten law of custom which has been in force since time immemorial, certainly at least since the 14th century, unanimity of the jury is absolutely essential, not only for convictions in criminal cases but also for judgments in civil suits. Thus the important and profoundly intelligent mode of thought, which according to Herr Duhring is too good for the present-day world, had legal validity in England as far back as the darkest Middle Ages, and from England it was brought to Ireland, the United States of America and all the English colonies. And yet the most exhaustive specialized studies failed to reveal to Herr Duhring even the faintest whisper of all this. The area in which a unanimous verdict by the jury is required is therefore not only infinitely greater than the tiny area where Prussian law is in force, but is also more extensive than all the areas taken together in which juries decide by majority vote. Not only is French law, the only modern law, totally unknown to Herr Duhring, he is equally ignorant of the only Germanic law which has developed independently of Roman authority up to the present day and spread to all parts of the world, English law. And why does Herr Duhring know nothing of it? Because the English brand of the juridical mode of thought would anyhow not be able to stand up against the schooling in the pure concepts of the classical Roman jurists given on German soil. DKG 456. Says Herr Duhring, and he says further. What is the English-speaking world with its childish hodgepodge language as compared with our natural language structure? D. Ph 315. To which we might answer with Spinoza, ignorantia non est argumentum. Ignorance is no argument. 56. We can accordingly come to no other final conclusion than that Herr Duhring's most exhaustive specialized studies consisted in his absorption for 3 years in the theoretical study of the corpus juris, 57, and for a further 3 years in the practical study of the noble Prussian law. That is certainly quite meritorious, and would be ample for a really respectable district judge or lawyer in old Prussia. But when a person undertakes to compose a legal philosophy for all worlds and all ages, he should at least have some degree of acquaintance with legal systems like those of the French, English and Americans, nations which have played quite a different role in history from that played by the little corner of Germany in which Prussian law flourishes. But let us follow him further. The variegated medley of local, provincial, and national laws, which run counter to one another in the most various directions, in very arbitrary fashion, sometimes as common law, sometimes as written law, often cloaking the most important issues in a purely statutory form, this pattern book of disorder and contradiction, in which particular points override general principles, and then at times general principles override particular points, is really not calculated to enable anyone to form a clear conception of jurisprudence. 278. But where does this confusion exist? Once again, within the area where Prussian law holds sway, where alongside, over or under this law there are provincial laws and local statutes, here and there also common law and other trash, ranging through the most diverse degrees of relative validity and eliciting from all practicing jurists that scream for help which Herr Duhring here so sympathetically echoes. He need not even go outside his beloved Prussia, he need only come as far as the Rhine to convince himself that all this ceased to be an issue there for the last 70 years, not to speak of other civilized countries, where these antiquated conditions have long since been abolished. Further, in a less blunt form, the natural responsibility of individuals is screened by means of secret and therefore anonymous collective decisions and actions on the part of collegia or other institutions of public authority, which mask the personal share of each separate member. 218. And in another passage, in our present situation it will be regarded as an astonishing and extremely stern demand if one opposes the glossing over and covering up of individual responsibility through the medium of collective bodies. 402. Perhaps Herr Duhring will regard it as an astonishing piece of information when we tell him that in the sphere of English law each member of a judicial bench has to give his decision separately and in open court, stating the grounds on which it is based, that administrative collective bodies which are not elected and do not transact business or vote publicly are essentially a Prussian institution and are unknown in most other countries, and that therefore his demand can be regarded as astonishing and extremely stern only in Prussia. Similarly, his complaints about the compulsory introduction of religious practices in birth, marriage, death, and burial 407 apply to Prussia alone of all the greater civilized countries, and since the adoption of civil registration they no longer apply even there. 58. What Herr Duhring can accomplish only by means of a future socialitarian state of things, even Bismarck has meanwhile managed by means of a simple law. It is just the same with his plaint over the inadequate preparation of jurists for their profession. 501, a plaint which could be extended to cover the administrative officials. 503. It is a specifically Prussian Jeremiad, and even his hatred of the Jews, which he carries to ridiculous extremes and exhibits on every possible occasion, is a feature which if not specifically Prussian is yet specific to the region east of the Elbe. That same philosopher of reality who has a sovereign contempt for all prejudices and superstitions is himself so deeply immersed in personal crotchets that he calls the popular prejudice against the Jews, inherited from the bigotry of the Middle Ages, a natural judgment based on natural grounds, and he rises to the pyramidal heights of the assertion that socialism is the only power which can oppose population conditions with a rather strong Jewish admixture. D. Ph 393. Conditions with a Jewish admixture. What natural German? Enough of this. The grandiloquent boasts of legal erudition have as their basis at best only the most commonplace professional knowledge of quite an ordinary jurist of old Prussia. The sphere of legal and political science, the attainments in which Herr Duhring consistently expounds, coincides with the area where Prussian law holds sway. Apart from the Roman law, with which every jurist is fairly familiar, now even in England, his knowledge of law is confined wholly and entirely to Prussian law, that legal code of an enlightened patriarchal despotism which is written in a German such as Herr Duhring appears to have been trained in, and which, with its moral glosses, its juristic vagueness and inconsistency, its caning as a means of torture and punishment, belongs entirely to the pre-revolutionary epoch. Whatever exists beyond this Herr Duhring regards as evil. Matthew 5:37 ed. Both modern civil French law, and English law with its quite peculiar development and its safeguarding of personal liberty, unknown anywhere on the continent. The philosophy which does not allow the validity of any merely apparent horizon, but in its powerfully revolutionizing movement unfolds all earths and heavens of outer and inner nature. 430 has as its real horizon the boundaries of the 6 eastern provinces of Old Prussia, 59, and in addition perhaps the few other patches of land where the noble Prussian law holds sway, and beyond this horizon it unfolds neither earths nor heavens, neither outer nor inner nature, but only a picture of the crassest ignorance of what is happening in the rest of the world. It is hard to deal with morality and law without coming up against the question of so-called free will, of man's mental responsibility, of the relation between necessity and freedom. And the philosophy of reality also has not only one but even two solutions of this problem. All false theories of freedom must be replaced by, what we know from experience is the nature of the relation between rational judgment on the one hand and instinctive impulses on the other, a relation which so to speak unites them into a resultant force. The fundamental facts of this form of dynamics must be drawn from observation, and for the calculation in advance of events which have not yet occurred must also be estimated, as closely as possible, in general both as to their nature and magnitude. In this manner the silly delusions of inner freedom, which people have chewed on and fed on for thousands of years, are not only cleared away in thoroughgoing fashion, but are replaced by something positive, which can be made use of for the practical regulation of life. 187. Viewed thus, freedom consists in rational judgment pulling a man to the right while irrational impulses pull him to the left, and in this parallelogram of forces the actual movement proceeds in the direction of the diagonal. Freedom is therefore the mean between judgment and impulse, reason and unreason, and its degree in each individual case can be determined on the basis of experience by a personal equation, to use an astronomical expression. 60. But a few pages later on we find, we base moral responsibility on freedom, which however means nothing more to us than susceptibility to conscious motives in accordance with our natural and acquired intelligence. All such motives operate with the inevitability of natural law, notwithstanding an awareness of possible contrary actions, but it is precisely on this unavoidable compulsion that we rely when we apply the moral levers. 218. This second definition of freedom, which quite unceremoniously gives a knockout blow to the first one, is again nothing but an extreme vulgarization of the Hegelian conception. Hegel was the first to state correctly the relation between freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the insight into necessity, die Einsicht in die Notwendigkeit. Necessity is blind only in so far as it is not understood begriffen dot. Freedom does not consist in any dreamt of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men themselves, two classes of laws which we can separate from each other at most only in thought but not in reality. Freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with knowledge of the subject. Therefore the freer a man's judgment is in relation to a definite question, the greater is the necessity with which the content of this judgment will be determined, while the uncertainty, founded on ignorance, which seems to make an arbitrary choice among many different and conflicting possible decisions, shows precisely by this that it is not free, that it is controlled by the very object it should itself control. Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity. It is therefore necessarily a product of historical development. The first men who separated themselves from the animal kingdom were in all essentials as unfree as the animals themselves, but each step forward in the field of culture was a step towards freedom. On the threshold of human history stands the discovery that mechanical motion can be transformed into heat, the production of fire by friction. At the close of the development so far gone through stands the discovery that heat can be transformed into mechanical motion, the steam engine. And, in spite of the gigantic liberating revolution in the social world which the steam engine is carrying through, and which is not yet half completed, it is beyond all doubt that the generation of fire by friction has had an even greater effect on the liberation of mankind. For the generation of fire by friction gave man for the first time control over one of the forces of nature, and thereby separated him forever from the animal kingdom. The steam engine will never bring about such a mighty leap forward in human development, however important it may seem in our eyes as representing all those immense productive forces dependent on it, forces which alone make possible a state of society in which there are no longer class distinctions or anxiety over the means of subsistence for the individual, and in which for the first time there can be talk of real human freedom, of an existence in harmony with the laws of nature that have become known. But how young the whole of human history still is, and how ridiculous it would be to attempt to ascribe any absolute validity to our present views, is evident from the simple fact that all past history can be characterized as the history of the epoch from the practical discovery of the transformation of mechanical motion into heat up to that of the transformation of heat into mechanical motion. True, Herr Duhring's treatment of history is different. In general, being a record of error, ignorance, and barbarity, of violence and subjugation, history is a repulsive object to the philosophy of reality, but considered in detail it is divided into two great periods, namely, 1. From the self-equal state of matter up to the French Revolution, 2. From the French Revolution up to Herr Duhring. The 19th century remains still in essence reactionary, indeed from the intellectual standpoint even more so than the 18th. Nevertheless, it bears socialism in its womb, and therewith the germ of a mightier regeneration than was fancied by the forerunners and the heroes of the French Revolution d. Ph 301. The philosophy of reality's contempt for all past history is justified as follows. The few thousand years, the historical retrospection of which has been facilitated by original documents, are, together with the constitution of mankind so far, of little significance when one thinks of the succession of thousands of years which are still to come. The human race as a whole is still very young, and when in time to come scientific retrospection has tens of thousands instead of thousands of years to reckon with, the intellectually immature childhood of our institutions becomes a self-evident premise undisputed in relation to our epoch, which will then be revered as hoary antiquity 302. Without dwelling on the really natural language structure of the last sentence, we shall note only 2 points. Firstly, that this hoary antiquity will in any case remain a historical epoch of the greatest interest for all future generations, because it forms the basis of all subsequent higher development, because it has for its starting point the molding of man from the animal kingdom, and for its content the overcoming of obstacles such as will never again confront associated mankind of the future. And secondly, that the close of this hoary antiquity in contrast to which the future periods of history, which will no longer be kept back by these difficulties and obstacles, hold the promise of quite other scientific, technical and social achievements is in any case a very strange moment to choose to lay down the law for these thousands of years that are to come, in the form of final and ultimate truths, immutable truths, and deep-rooted conceptions discovered on the basis of the intellectually immature childhood of our so extremely backward and retrogressive century. Only a Richard Wagner in philosophy but without Wagner's talents could fail to see that all the depreciatory epithets slung at previous historical development remain sticking also on what is claimed to be its final outcome, the so-called philosophy of reality. One of the most significant morsels of the new deep-rooted science 219 is the section on individualization and increasing the value of life. In this section oracular commonplaces bubble up and gush forth in an irresistible torrent for 3 full chapters. Unfortunately we must limit ourselves to a few short samples. The deeper essence of all sensation and therefore of all subjective forms of life rests on the difference between states. But for a full life it can be shown without much trouble. That its appreciation is heightened and the decisive stimuli are developed, not by persistence in a particular state, but by a transition from one situation in life to another. The approximately self-equal state which is so to speak in permanent inertia and as it were continues in the same position of equilibrium, whatever its nature may be, has but little significance for the testing of existence. Habituation and so to speak inurement makes it something of absolute indifference and unconcern, something which is not very distinct from deadness. At most the torment of boredom also enters into it as a kind of negative life impulse. A life of stagnation extinguishes all passion and all interest in existence, both for individuals and for peoples. But it is our law of difference through which all these phenomena become explicable. D. Ph 362-63. The rapidity with which Herr Duhring establishes his from the ground up original conclusions passes all belief. The commonplace that the continued stimulation of the same nerve or the continuation of the same stimulus fatigues each nerve or each nervous system, and that therefore in a normal condition nerve stimuli must be interrupted and varied, which for years has been stated in every textbook of physiology and is known to every Philistine from his own experience, is first translated into the language of the philosophy of reality. No sooner has this platitude, which is as old as the hills, been translated into the mysterious formula that the deeper essence of all sensation rests on the difference between states, then it is further transformed into our law of difference. And this law of difference makes absolutely explicable a whole series of phenomena which in turn are nothing more than illustrations and examples of the pleasantness of variety, and which require no explanation whatever even for the most common Philistine understanding, and gain not the breadth of an atom in clarity by reference to this alleged law of difference. But this far from exhausts the deep-rootedness of our law of difference. 219. The sequence of ages in life, and the emergence of different conditions of life bound up with it, furnish a very obvious example with which to illustrate our principle of difference. Child, boy, youth, and man experience the intensity of their appreciation of life at each stage not so much when the state in which they find themselves has already become fixed, as in the periods of transition from one to another. 363. Even this is not enough. Our law of difference can be given an even more extended application if we take into consideration the fact that a repetition of what has already been tried or done has no attraction. 365. And now the reader can himself imagine the oracular twaddle for which sentences of the depth and deep-rootedness of those cited form the starting point. Herr Duhring may well shout triumphantly at the end of his book. The law of difference has become decisive both in theory and in practice for the appraisement and heightening of the value of life. 558. This is likewise true of Herr Duhring's appraisement of the intellectual value of his public. He must believe that it is composed of sheer asses or Philistines. We are further given the following extremely practical rules of life. The method whereby total interest in life can be kept active, a fitting task for Philistines and those who want to become such, consists in allowing the particular and so to speak elementary interests, of which the total interest is composed, to develop or succeed each other in accordance with natural periods of time. Simultaneously, for the same state the succession of stages may be made use of by replacing the lower and more easily satisfied stimuli by higher and more permanently effective excitations in order to avoid the occurrence of any gaps that are entirely devoid of interest. However, it will be necessary to ensure that the natural tensions or those arising in the normal course of social existence are not arbitrarily accumulated or forced, or the opposite perversion satisfied by the lightest stimulation, and thus prevented from developing a want which is capable of gratification. In this as in other cases the maintenance of the natural rhythm is the precondition of all harmonious and agreeable movement. Nor should anyone set before himself the insoluble problem of trying to prolong the stimuli of any situation beyond the period allotted them by nature or by the circumstances. 375 and so on. The simpleton who takes as his rule for the testing of life these solemn oracles of Philistine pedantry subtilising over the shallowest platitudes will certainly not have to complain of gaps entirely devoid of interest. It will take him all his time to prepare his pleasures and get them in the right order, so that he will not have a moment left to enjoy them. We should try out life, full life. There are only two things which Herr Duhring prohibits us. First, the uncleanliness of indulging in tobacco, and secondly, drinks and foods which have properties that rouse disgust or are in general obnoxious to the more refined feelings. 261. In his course of political economy, however, Herr Duhring writes such a dithyramb on the distilling of spirits that it is impossible that he should include spirit-use liquor in this category. We are therefore forced to conclude that his prohibition covers only wine and beer. He has only to prohibit meat, too, and then he will have raised the philosophy of reality to the same height as that on which the late Gustav Struve moved with such great success, the height of pure childishness. For the rest, Herr Duhring might be slightly more liberal in regard to spirit-use liquors. A man who, by his own admission, still cannot find the bridge from the static to the dynamic phd has surely every reason to be indulgent in judging some poor devil who has for once dipped too deep in his glass and as a result also seeks in vain the bridge from the dynamic to the static. 12. Dialectics. Quantity and quality. The first and most important principle of the basic logical properties of being refers to the exclusion of contradiction. Contradiction is a category which can only appertain to a combination of thoughts, but not to reality. There are no contradictions in things, or, to put it another way, contradiction accepted as reality is itself the apex of absurdity. Ph 30. The antagonism of forces measured against each other and moving in opposite directions is in fact the basic form of all actions, the life of the world and its creatures. But this opposition of the directions taken by the forces of elements and individuals does not in the slightest degree coincide with the idea of absurd contradictions. 31. We can be content here with having cleared the fogs which generally rise from the supposed mysteries of logic by presenting a clear picture of the actual absurdity of contradictions in reality, and with having shown the uselessness of the incense which has been burnt here and there in honor of the dialectics of contradiction, the very clumsily carved wooden doll which is substituted for the antagonistic world schematism. 32. This is practically all we are told about dialectics in the Cursus der Philosophie. In his Kritische Geschichte, on the other hand, the dialectics of contradiction, and with it particularly Hegel, is treated quite differently. Contradiction, according to the Hegelian logic, or rather logos doctrine, is objectively present not in thought, which by its nature can only be conceived as subjective and conscious, but in things and processes themselves, and can be met with in, so to speak, corporeal form, so that absurdity does not remain an impossible combination of thought but becomes an actual force. The reality of the absurd is the first article of faith in the Hegelian unity of the logical and the illogical. The more contradictory a thing the truer it is, or in other words, the more absurd the more credible it is. This maxim, which is not even newly invented but is borrowed from the theology of the revelation and from mysticism, is the naked expression of the so-called dialectical principle DKG 479-80. The thought content of the two passages cited can be summed up in the statement that contradiction equals absurdity, and therefore cannot occur in the real world. People who in other respects show a fair degree of common sense may regard this statement as having the same self-evident validity as the statement that a straight line cannot be a curve and a curve cannot be straight. But, regardless of all protests made by common sense, the differential calculus under certain circumstances nevertheless equates straight lines and curves, and thus obtains results which common sense, insisting on the absurdity of straight lines being identical with curves, can never attain. And in view of the important role which the so-called dialectics of contradiction has played in philosophy from the time of the ancient Greeks up to the present, even a stronger opponent than Herr Duhring should have felt obliged to attack it with other arguments besides one assertion and a good many abusive epithets. True, so long as we consider things as at rest and lifeless, each one by itself, alongside and after each other, we do not run up against any contradictions in them. We find certain qualities which are partly common to, partly different from, and even contradictory to each other, but which in the last mentioned case are distributed among different objects and therefore contain no contradiction within. Inside the limits of this sphere of observation we can get along on the basis of the usual, metaphysical mode of thought. But the position is quite different as soon as we consider things in their motion, their change, their life, their reciprocal influence on one another. Then we immediately become involved in contradictions. Motion itself is a contradiction. Even simple mechanical change of position can only come about through a body being at one and the same moment of time both in one place and in another place, being in one and the same place and also not in it. And the continuous origination and simultaneous solution of this contradiction is precisely what motion is. Here, therefore, we have a contradiction which is objectively present in things and processes themselves and can be met with in, so to speak, corporeal form. And what has Herr Duhring to say about it? He asserts that up to the present there is no bridge whatever in rational mechanics from the strictly static to the dynamic d.ph. 80. The reader can now at last see what is hidden behind this favorite phrase of Herr Duhring's: it is nothing but this: the mind which thinks metaphysically is absolutely unable to pass from the idea of rest to the idea of motion, because the contradiction pointed out above blocks its path. To it, motion is simply incomprehensible because it is a contradiction. And in asserting the incomprehensibility of motion, it admits against its will the existence of this contradiction, and thus admits the objective presence in things and processes themselves of a contradiction which is moreover an actual force. If simple mechanical change of position contains a contradiction, this is even more true of the higher forms of motion of matter, and especially of organic life and its development. We saw above that life consists precisely and primarily in this, that a being is at each moment itself and yet something else. Life is therefore also a contradiction which is present in things and processes themselves, and which constantly originates and resolves itself, and as soon as the contradiction ceases, life, too, comes to an end, and death steps in. We likewise saw that also in the sphere of thought we could not escape contradictions, and that, for example, the contradiction between man's inherently unlimited capacity for knowledge and its actual presence only in men who are externally limited and possess limited cognition finds its solution in what is at least practically, for us, an endless succession of generations, in infinite progress. We have already noted that one of the basic principles of higher mathematics is the contradiction that in certain circumstances straight lines and curves may be the same. It also gets up this other contradiction, that lines which intersect each other before our eyes nevertheless, only 5 or 6 centimeters from their point of intersection, can be shown to be parallel, that is, that they will never meet even if extended to infinity. And yet, working with these and with even far greater contradictions, it attains results which are not only correct but also quite unattainable for lower mathematics. But even lower mathematics teems with contradictions. It is, for example, a contradiction that a root of a should be a power of a, and yet a1/2 equals. It is a contradiction that a negative quantity should be the square of anything, for every negative quantity multiplied by itself gives a positive square. The square root of -1 is therefore not only a contradiction, but even an absurd contradiction, a real absurdity. And yet is in many cases a necessary result of correct mathematical operations. Furthermore, where would mathematics lower or higher be, if it were prohibited from operation with? In its operations with variable quantities, mathematics itself enters the field of dialectics, and it is significant that it was a dialectical philosopher, Descartes, who introduced this advance. The relation between the mathematics of variable and the mathematics of constant quantities is in general the same as the relation of dialectical to metaphysical thought. But this does not prevent the great mass of mathematicians from recognizing dialectics only in the sphere of mathematics, and a good many of them from continuing to work in the old, limited, metaphysical way with methods that were obtained dialectically. It would be possible to go more closely into Herr Duhring's antagonism of forces and his antagonistic world schematism only if he had given us something more on this theme than the mere phrase. After accomplishing this feat, this antagonism is not even once shown to us at work, either in his world schematism or in his natural philosophy. The most convincing admission that Herr Duhring can do absolutely nothing of a positive character with his basic form of all actions in the life of the world and its creatures. When someone has in fact lowered Hegel's doctrine of essence to the platitude of forces moving in opposite directions but not in contradictions, certainly the best thing he can do is to avoid any application of this commonplace. Marx's Capital furnishes Herr Duhring with another occasion for venting his anti-dialectical spleen. The absence of natural and intelligible logic which characterizes these dialectical frills and mazes and conceptual arabesques. Even to the part that has already appeared we must apply the principle that in a certain respect and also in general, according to a well-known philosophical preconception, all is to be sought in each and each in all, and that therefore, according to this mixed and misconceived idea, it all amounts to one and the same thing in the end. DKG 496. This insight into the well-known philosophical preconception also enables Herr Duhring to prophesy with assurance what will be the end of Marx's economic Philosophising, that is, what the following volumes of Capital will contain, and this he does exactly 7 lines after he has declared that, speaking in plain human language, it is really impossible to divine what is still to come in the final, volume 61 496. This, however, is not the first time that Herr Duhring's writings are revealed to us as belonging to the things in which contradiction is objectively present and can be met with in, so to speak, corporeal form. 479-80. But this does not prevent him from going on victoriously as follows. Yet sound logic will in all probability triumph over its caricature. This presence of superiority and this mysterious dialectical rubbish will tempt no one who has even a modicum of sound judgment left to have anything to do with these deformities of thought and style. With the demise of the last relics of the dialectical follies, this means of duping will lose its deceptive influence, and no one will any longer believe that he has to torture himself in order to get behind some profound piece of wisdom where the husked kernel of the abstruse things reveals at best the features of ordinary theories if not of absolute commonplaces. It is quite impossible to reproduce the Marxian maze in accordance with the Logos doctrine without prostituting sound logic. DKC 497. Marx's method, according to Herr Duhring, consists in performing dialectical miracles for his faithful followers. 498, and so on. We are not in any way concerned here as yet with the correctness or incorrectness of the economic results of Marx's researches, but only with the dialectical method used by Marx. But this much is certain, most readers of Capital will have learned for the first time from Herr Duhring what it is in fact that they have read. And among them will also be Herr Duhring himself, who in the year 1867, Ergänzungsblätter 3, number 3, was still able to provide what for a thinker of his caliber was a relatively rational review of the book, and he did this without first being obliged, as he now declares is indispensable, to translate the Marxian argument into Duhringian language. And though even then he committed the blunder of identifying Marxian dialectics with the Hegelian, he had not quite lost the capacity to distinguish between the method and the results obtained by using it, and to understand that the latter are not refuted in detail by lampooning the former in general. At any rate, the most astonishing piece of information given by Herr Duhring is the statement that from the Marxian standpoint it all amounts to one and the same thing in the end. 496, that therefore to Marx, for example, capitalists and wage workers, feudal, capitalist and socialist modes of production are also one and the same thing. No doubt in the end even Marx and Herr Duhring are one and the same thing. Such utter nonsense can only be explained if we suppose that the mere mention of the word dialectics throws Herr Duhring into such a state of mental irresponsibility that, as a result of a certain mixed and misconceived idea, what he says and does is one and the same thing in the end. We have here a sample of what Herr Duhring calls my historical depiction in the grand style. 556, or the summary treatment which settles with genus and type, and does not condescend to honor what a Hume called the learned mob with an exposure in micrological detail, This treatment in a higher and nobler style is the only one compatible with the interests of complete truth and with one's duty to the public, which is free from the bonds of the guilds. 507. Historical depiction in the grand style and the summary settlement with genus and type is indeed very convenient for Herr Duhring, inasmuch as this method enables him to neglect all known facts as micrological and equate them to zero, so that instead of proving anything he need only use general phrases, make assertions, and thunder his denunciations. The method has the further advantage that it offers no real foothold to an opponent, who is consequently left with almost no other possibility of reply than to make similar summary assertions in the grand style, to resort to general phrases and finally thunder back denunciations at Herr Duhring. In a word, as they say, engage in a clanging match, which is not to everyone's taste. We must therefore be grateful to Herr Duhring for occasionally, by way of exception, dropping the higher and nobler style, and giving us at least two examples of the unsound Marxian logos doctrine. How comical is the reference to the confused, hazy Hegelian notion that quantity changes into quality, and that therefore an advance, when it reaches a certain size, becomes capital by this quantitative increase alone. 498. In this expurgated presentation by Herr Duhring, that statement certainly seems curious enough. Let us see how it looks in the original, in Marx. On page 313, second edition of Capital, Marx, on the basis of his previous examination of constant and variable capital and surplus value, draws the conclusion that not every sum of money, or of value, is at pleasure transformable into capital. To effect this transformation, in fact, a certain minimum of money or of exchange value must be presupposed in the hands of the individual possessor of money or commodities. He takes as an example the case of a laborer in any branch of industry, who works daily 8 hours for himself, that is, in producing the value of his wages, and the following 4 hours for the capitalist, in producing surplus value, which immediately flows into the pocket of the capitalist. In this case, one would have to have at his disposal a sum of value sufficient to enable one to provide 2 laborers with raw materials, instruments of labor and wages, in order to pocket enough surplus value every day to live on, as well as one of his laborers. And as the aim of capitalist production is not mere subsistence but the increase of wealth, our man with his 2 laborers would still not be a capitalist. Now, in order that he may live twice as well as an ordinary laborer, and turn half of the surplus value produced again into capital, he would have to be able to employ 8 laborers, that is, he would have to possess 4 times the sum of values assumed above. And it is only after this, and in the course of still further explanations elucidating and substantiating the fact that not every petty sum of values is enough to be transformable into capital, but that in this respect each period of development and each branch of industry has its definite minimum sum, that Marx observes, here, as in natural science, is shown the correctness of the law discovered by Hegel in his Logic, that merely quantitative changes beyond a certain point pass into qualitative differences. And now let the reader admire the higher and nobler style, by virtue of which Herr Duhring attributes to Marx the opposite of what he really said. Marx says, the fact that a sum of values can be transformed into capital only when it has reached a certain size, varying according to the circumstances, but in each case definite minimum size, this fact is a proof of the correctness of the Hegelian law. Herr Duhring makes him say, because, according to the Hegelian law, quantity changes into quality, therefore an advance, when it reaches a certain size, becomes capital. DKG 498. That is to say, the very opposite. In connection with Herr Duhring's examination of the Darwin case, we have already got to know his habit, in the interests of complete truth and because of his duty to the public which is free from the bonds of the guilds. 507, of quoting incorrectly. It becomes more and more evident that this habit is an inner necessity of the philosophy of reality, and it is certainly a very summary treatment. 507. Not to mention the fact that Herr Duhring further makes Marx speak of any kind of advance whatsoever, whereas Marx only refers to an advance made in the form of raw materials, instruments of labor and wages, and that in doing this Herr Duhring succeeds in making Marx speak pure nonsense. And then he has the cheek to describe as comic the nonsense which he himself has fabricated. Just as he built up a Darwin of his own fantasy in order to try out his strength against him, so here he builds up a fantastic Marx. Historical depiction in the grand style 556, indeed. We have already seen earlier, when discussing world schematism, that in connection with this Hegelian nodal line of measure relations in which quantitative change suddenly passes at certain points into qualitative transformation, Herr Duhring had a little accident. In a weak moment he himself recognized and made use of this line. We gave there one of the best known examples, that of the change of the aggregate states of water, which under normal atmospheric pressure changes at 0 degrees Celsius from the liquid into the solid state, and at 100 degrees Celsius from the liquid into the gaseous state, so that at both these turning points the merely quantitative change of temperature brings about a qualitative change in the condition of the water. In proof of this law we might have cited hundreds of other similar facts from nature as well as from human society. Thus, for example, the whole of Part 4 of Marx's Capital Production of Relative Surplus Value deals, in the field of cooperation, division of labor and manufacture, machinery and modern industry, with innumerable cases in which quantitative change alters the quality, and also qualitative change alters the quantity, of the things under consideration, in which therefore, to use the expression so hated by Herr Duhring, quantity is transformed into quality and vice versa. As for example the fact that the cooperation of a number of people, the fusion of many forces into one single force, creates, to use Marx's phrase, a new power, which is essentially different from the sum of its separate forces. Over and above this, in the passage which, in the interests of complete truth, Herr Duhring perverted into its opposite, Marx had added a footnote: the molecular theory of modern chemistry first scientifically worked out by Laurent and Gerhardt rests on no other law. But what did that matter to Herr Duhring? He knew that the eminently modern educative elements provided by the natural scientific mode of thought are lacking precisely among those who, like Marx and his rival Lassalle, make half science and a little philosophistics the meager equipment with which to vamp up their learning. DKG 504. While with Herr Duhring, the main achievements of exact knowledge in mechanics, physics, and chemistry d. ph 517 and so forth serve as the basis. We have seen how. However, in order to enable third persons, to reach a decision in the matter, we shall look a little more closely into the example cited in Marx's footnote. What is referred to here is the homologous series of carbon compounds, of which a great many are already known and each of which has its own algebraic formula of composition. If, for example, as is done in chemistry, we denote an atom of carbon by C, an atom of hydrogen by H, an atom of oxygen by O, and the number of atoms of carbon contained in each compound by N, the molecular formulas for some of these series can be expressed as follows. CnH2n plus 2 the series of normal paraffins. CnH2n plus 2O the series of primary alcohols. CnH2NO2 the series of the monobasic fatty acids. Let us take as an example the last of these series, and let us assume successively that n equals L, n equals 2, n equals 3, etc. We then obtain the following results, omitting the isomers. CH2O2 formic acid, boiling point 100 degrees, melting point 1 degree. C2H4O2 acetic acid, 118 degrees, melting point 17 degrees. C3H6O2 propionic acid, 140 degrees. C8H8O2 butyric acid, 162 degrees. C5H10O2 valerianic acid, 175 degrees. And so on to C50H60O2, melisic acid, which melts only at 80 degrees and has no boiling point at all, because it cannot evaporate without disintegrating. Here therefore we have a whole series of qualitatively different bodies, formed by the simple quantitative addition of elements, and in fact always in the same proportion. This is most clearly evident in cases where the quantity of all the elements of the compound changes in the same proportion. Thus, In the normal paraffin CnH2n+2, the lowest is methane, CH4, a gas, the highest known, hexadecane, C16H34, is a solid body forming colorless crystals which melts at 21 degrees and boils only at 278 degrees. Each new member of both series comes into existence through the addition of CH2, 1 atom of carbon and 2 atoms of hydrogen, to the molecular formula of the preceding member, and this quantitative change in the molecular formula produces each time a qualitatively different body. These series, however, are only one particularly obvious example. Throughout practically the whole of chemistry, even in the various nitrogen oxides and oxygen acids of phosphorus or sulfur, one can see how quantity changes into quality, and this allegedly confused, hazy Hegelian notion appears in, so to speak, corporeal form in things and processes, and no one but Herr Duhring is confused and befogged by it. And if Marx was the first to call attention to it, and if Herr Duhring read the reference without even understanding it, otherwise he would certainly not have allowed this unparalleled outrage to pass unchallenged. This is enough even without looking back at the famous Duhringian philosophy of nature to make it clear which of the two, Marx or Herr Duhring, is lacking in the eminently modern educative elements provided by the natural scientific mode of thought DKG 504 and in acquaintance with the main achievements of chemistry D. pH 517. In conclusion, we shall call one more witness for the transformation of quantity into quality, namely Napoleon. He describes the combat between the French cavalry, who were bad riders but disciplined, and the Mamelukes, who were undoubtedly the best horsemen of their time for single combat, but lacked discipline, as follows. 2 Mamelukes were undoubtedly more than a match for 3 Frenchmen, 100 Mamelukes were equal to 100 Frenchmen, 300 Frenchmen could generally beat 300 Mamelukes, and 1,000 Frenchmen invariably defeated 1,500 Mamelukes. Just as with Marx a definite, though varying, minimum sum of exchange values was necessary to make possible its transformation into capital, so with Napoleon a detachment of cavalry had to be of a definite minimum number in order to make it possible for the force of discipline, embodied in closed order and planned utilization, to manifest itself and rise superior even to greater numbers of irregular cavalry, in spite of the latter being better mounted, more dexterous horsemen and fighters, and at least as brave as the former. But what does this prove as against Herr Duhring? Was not Napoleon miserably vanquished in his conflict with Europe? Did he not suffer defeat after defeat? And why? Solely in consequence of having introduced the confused, hazy Hegelian notion into cavalry tactics. 13. Dialectics. Negation of the negation. This historical sketch, of the genesis of the so-called primitive accumulation of capital in England, is relatively the best part of Marx's book, and would be even better if it had not relied on the dialectical crutch to help out its scholarly crutch. The Hegelian negation of the negation, in default of anything better and clearer, has in fact to serve here as the midwife to deliver the future from the womb of the past. The abolition of individual property, which since the 16th century has been effected in the way indicated above, is the first negation. It will be followed by a second, which bears the character of a negation of the negation and hence of a restoration of individual property, but in a higher form, based on the common ownership of land and of the instruments of labor. Herr Marx calls this new individual property also social property, and in this there appears the Hegelian higher unity, in which the contradiction is supposed to be sublated, that is to say, in the Hegelian verbal jugglery, both overcome and preserved. According to this, the expropriation of the expropriators is, as it were, the automatic result of historical reality in its materially external relations. It would be difficult to convince a sensible man of the necessity of the common ownership of land and capital, on the basis of credence in Hegelian word juggling such as the negation of the negation DKG 502-03. The nebulous hybrids of Marx's conceptions will not, however, appear strange to anyone who realizes what nonsense can be concocted with Hegelian dialectics as the scientific basis, or rather what nonsense must necessarily spring from it. For the benefit of the reader who is not familiar with these artifices, it must be pointed out expressly that Hegel's first negation is the catechismal idea of the fall from grace, and his second is that of a higher unity leading to redemption. The logic of facts can hardly be based on this nonsensical analogy borrowed from the religious sphere. 504. Herr Marx remains cheerfully in the nebulous world of his property, which is at once both individual and social, and leaves it to his adepts to solve for themselves this profound dialectical enigma. 505. Thus far Herr Duhring. So Marx has no other way of proving the necessity of the social revolution, of establishing the common ownership of land and of the means of production produced by labor, except by citing the Hegelian negation of the negation, and because he bases his socialist theory on these nonsensical analogies borrowed from religion, he arrives at the result that in the society of the future there will be dominant an ownership at once both individual and social, as Hegelian higher unity of the sublated. Contradiction. But let the negation of the negation rest for the moment, and let us have a look at the ownership which is at once both individual and social. Herr Duhring characterizes this as a nebulous world, and curiously enough he is really right on this point. Unfortunately, however, it is not Marx but again Herr Duhring himself who is in this nebulous world. Just as his dexterity in handling the Hegelian method of delirious raving ph 227, 449 enabled him without any difficulty to determine what the still unfinished volumes of Capital are sure to contain, so here, too, without any great effort he can put Marx right à la Hegel, by imputing to him the higher unity of a property, of which there is not a word in Marx. Marx says, it is the negation of negation. This re-establishes individual property, but on the basis of the acquisitions of the capitalist era, i.e., on cooperation of free workers and their possession in common of the land and of the means of production produced by labor. The transformation of scattered private property, arising from individual labor, into capitalist private property is, naturally, a process, incomparably more protracted, arduous, and difficult, than the transformation of capitalistic private property, already practically resting on socialized production, into socialized property. K. Marx, Das Kapital, p. 793. Capital, Volume I, Chapter 33, page 384 in the Missing in Action PDF file. That is all. The state of things brought about by the expropriation of the expropriators is therefore characterized as the re-establishment of individual property, but on the basis of the social ownership of the land and of the means of production produced by labor itself. To anyone who understands plain talk, this means that social ownership extends to the land and the other means of production, and individual ownership to the products, that is, the articles of consumption. And in order to make the matter comprehensible even to children of 6, Marx assumes on page 56 chapter 1, page 48 in the Missing in Action PDF a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community, that is, a society organized on a socialist basis, and he continues, the total product of our community is a social product. One portion serves as fresh means of production and remains social. But another portion is consumed by the members as means of subsistence. A distribution of this portion amongst them is consequently necessary. And surely that is clear enough even for Herr Duhring, in spite of his having Hegel on his brain. The property which is at once both individual and social, this confusing hybrid, this nonsense which necessarily springs from Hegelian dialectics, this nebulous world, this profound dialectical enigma, which Marx leaves his adepts to solve for themselves, is yet another free creation and imagination on the part of Herr Duhring. Marx, as an alleged Hegelian, is obliged to produce a real higher unity, as the outcome of the negation, and as Marx does not do this to Herr Duhring's taste, the latter has to fall again into his higher and nobler style, and in the interests of complete truth impute to Marx things which are the products of Herr Duhring's own manufacture. A man who is totally incapable of quoting correctly, even by way of exception, may well become morally indignant at the Chinese erudition DKG 506 of other people, who always quote correctly, but precisely by doing this inadequately conceal their lack of insight into the totality of ideas of the various writers from whom they quote. Herr Duhring is right. Long live historical depiction in the grand style 556. Up to this point we have proceeded from the assumption that Herr Duhring's persistent habit of misquoting is done at least in good faith, and arises either from his total incapacity to understand things or from a habit of quoting from memory, a habit which seems to be peculiar to historical depiction in the grand style, but is usually described as slovenly. But we seem to have reached the point at which, even with Herr Duhring, quantity is transformed into quality. For we must take into consideration in the first place that the passage in Marx is in itself perfectly clear and is moreover amplified in the same book by a further passage which leaves no room whatever for misunderstanding. Secondly, that Herr Duhring had discovered the monstrosity of property which is at once both individual and social. 505 Neither in the Critique of Capital, in the Ergänzungsblätter which was referred to above, nor even in the critique contained in the first edition of his Kritisgeschichte, but only in the second edition, that is, on the third reading of Capital. Further, that in this second edition, which was rewritten in a socialist sense, it was deemed necessary by Herr Duhring to make Marx say the utmost possible nonsense about the future organization of society, in order to enable him, in contrast, to bring forward all the more triumphantly as he in fact does the economic commune as described by me in Economic and Juridical Outline in my Cursus 504. When we take all this into consideration, we are almost forced to the conclusion that Herr Duhring has here deliberately made a beneficent extension of Marx's idea, beneficent for Herr Duhring. But what role does the negation of the negation play in Marx? On page 791 and the following pages he sets out the final conclusions which he draws from the preceding 50 pages of economic and historical investigation into the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. 62 Before the capitalist era, petty industry existed, at least in England, on the basis of the private property of the laborer in his means of production. The so-called primitive accumulation of capital consisted there in the expropriation of these immediate producers, that is, in the dissolution of private property based on the labor of its owner. This became possible because the petty industry referred to above is compatible only with narrow and primitive bounds of production and society, and at a certain stage brings forth the material agencies for its own annihilation. This annihilation, the transformation of the individual and scattered means of production into socially concentrated ones, forms the prehistory of capital. As soon as the laborers are turned into proletarians, their conditions of labor into capital, as soon as the capitalist mode of production stands on its own feet, the further socialization of labor and further transformation of the land and other means of production, and therefore the further expropriation of private proprietors, takes a new form. That which is now to be expropriated is no longer the laborer working for himself, but the capitalist exploiting many laborers. This expropriation is accomplished by the action of the immanent laws of capitalistic production itself, by the concentration of capitals. One capitalist always kills many. Hand in hand with this concentration, or this expropriation of many capitalists by few, develop, on an ever-extending scale, the cooperative form of the labor process, the conscious technical application of science, the methodical collective cultivation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor only usable in common, the economizing of all means of production by their use as the jointly owned means of production of combined, socialized labor. Along with the constantly diminishing number of the magnates of capital, who usurp and monopolize all advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, oppression, slavery, degradation, exploitation, but with this too grows the revolt of the working class, a class always increasing in numbers, and disciplined, united, organized by the very mechanism of the process of capitalist production itself. Capital becomes a fetter upon the mode of production, which has sprung up and flourished along with, and under it. concentration of the means of production and socialization of labor at last reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist int-egument. This int-egument is burst asunder. The knell of capitalist private property sounds. The expropriators are expropriated. And now I ask the reader, where are the dialectical frills and mazes and conceptual arabesques, where the mixed and misconceived ideas according to which everything is all one and the same thing in the end, where the dialectical miracles for his faithful followers, where the mysterious dialectical rubbish and the maze in accordance with the Hegelian logos doctrine, without which Marx, according to Herr Duhring, is unable to put his exposition into shape? Marx merely shows from history, and here states in a summarized form, that just as formerly petty industry by its very development necessarily created the conditions of its own annihilation, i.e., of the expropriation of the small proprietors, so now the capitalist mode of production has likewise itself created the material conditions from which it must perish. The process is a historical one, and if it is at the same time a dialectical process, this is not Marx's fault, however annoying it may be to Herr Duhring. It is only at this point, after Marx has completed his proof on the basis of historical and economic facts, that he proceeds. The capitalist mode of production and appropriation, hence the capitalist private property, is the first negation of individual private property founded on the labor of the proprietor. Capitalist production begets, with the inexorability of a process of nature, its own negation. It is the negation of the negation and so on, as quoted above. Thus, by characterizing the process as the negation of the negation, Marx does not intend to prove that the process was historically necessary. On the contrary, only after he has proved from history that in fact the process has partially already occurred, and partially must occur in the future, he in addition characterizes it as a process which develops in accordance with a definite dialectical law. That is all. It is therefore once again a pure distortion of the facts by Herr Duhring when he declares that the negation of the negation has to serve here as the midwife to deliver the future from the womb of the past DKG 502-03, or that Marx wants anyone to be convinced of the necessity of the common ownership of land and capital 503, which is itself a Duhringian contradiction in corporeal form, on the basis of credence in the negation of the negation 479-80. Herr Duhring's total lack of understanding of the nature of dialectics is shown by the very fact that he regards it as a mere proof-producing instrument, as a limited mind might look upon formal logic or elementary mathematics. Even formal logic is primarily a method of arriving at new results, of advancing from the known to the unknown, and dialectics is the same, only much more eminently so, moreover, since it forces its way beyond the narrow horizon of formal logic. It contains the germ of a more comprehensive view of the world. The same correlation exists in mathematics. Elementary mathematics, the mathematics of constant quantities, moves within the confines of formal logic, at any rate on the whole. The mathematics of variables, whose most important part is the infinitesimal calculus, is in essence nothing other than the application of dialectics to mathematical relations. In it, the simple question of proof is definitely pushed into the background, as compared with the manifold application of the method to new spheres of research. But almost all the proofs of higher mathematics, from the first proofs of the differential calculus on, are from the standpoint of elementary mathematics strictly speaking, wrong. And this is necessarily so, when, as happens in this case, an attempt is made to prove by formal logic results obtained in the field of dialectics. To attempt to prove anything by means of dialectics alone to a crass metaphysician like Herr Duhring would be as much a waste of time as was the attempt made by Leibniz and his pupils to prove the principles of the infinitesimal calculus to the mathematicians of their time. The differential gave them the same cramps as Herr Duhring gets from the negation of the negation, in which, moreover, as we shall see, the differential also plays a certain role. Finally, these gentlemen, or those of them who had not died in the interval, grudgingly gave way, not because they were convinced, but because it always came out right. Herr Duhring, as he himself tells us, is only in his 40s, and if he attains old age, as we hope he may, perhaps his experience will be the same. But what then is this fearful negation of the negation, which makes life so bitter for Herr Duhring, and with him plays the same role of the unpardonable crime as the sin against the Holy Ghost does in Christianity? A very simple process which is taking place everywhere and every day, which any child can understand as soon as it is stripped of the veil of mystery in which it was enveloped by the old idealist philosophy, and in which it is to the advantage of helpless metaphysicians of Herr Duhring's caliber to keep it enveloped. Let us take a grain of barley. Billions of such grains of barley are milled, boiled and brewed and then consumed. But if such a grain of barley meets with conditions which are normal for it, if it falls on suitable soil, then under the influence of heat and moisture it undergoes a specific change, it germinates, the grain as such ceases to exist, it is negated, and in its place appears the plant which has arisen from it, the negation of the grain. But what is the normal life process of this plant? It grows, flowers, is fertilized, and finally once more produces grains of barley, and as soon as these have ripened the stalk dies, is in its turn negated. As a result of this negation of the negation we have once again the original grain of barley, but not as a single unit, but 10, 20 or 30-fold. Species of grain change extremely slowly, and so the barley of today is almost the same as it was a century ago. But if we take a plastic ornamental plant, for example a dahlia or an orchid, and treat the seed and the plant which grows from it according to the gardener's art, we get as a result of this negation of the negation not only more seeds, but also qualitatively improved seeds, which produce more beautiful flowers, and each repetition of this process, each fresh negation of the negation, enhances this process of perfection. With most insects, this process follows the same lines as in the case of the grain of barley. Butterflies, for example, spring from the egg by a negation of the egg, pass through certain transformations until they reach sexual maturity, pair, and are in turn negated, dying as soon as the pairing process has been completed and the female has laid its numerous eggs. We are not concerned at the moment with the fact that with other plants and animals the process does not take such a simple form, that before they die they produce seeds, eggs or offspring not once but many times. Our purpose here is only to show that the negation of the negation really does take place in both kingdoms of the organic world. Furthermore, the whole of geology is a series of negated negations, a series of successive chatterings of old and deposits of new rock formations. First, the original earth crust brought into existence by the cooling of the liquid mass was broken up by oceanic, meteorological, and atmospherico-chemical action, and these fragmented masses were stratified on the ocean bed. Local upheavals of the ocean bed above the surface of the sea subject portions of these first strata once more to the action of rain, the changing temperature of the seasons, and the oxygen and carbonic acid of the atmosphere. These same influences act on the molten masses of rock which issue from the interior of the earth, break through the strata and subsequently cool off. In this way, in the course of millions of centuries, ever new strata are formed and in turn are for the most part destroyed, ever anew serving as material for the formation of new strata. But the result of this process has been a very positive one, the creation of a soil composed of the most varied chemical elements and mechanically fragmented, which makes possible the most abundant and diversified vegetation. It is the same in mathematics. Let us take any algebraic quantity whatever, for example, a. If this is negated, we get a minus a. If we negate that negation, by multiplying a by a, we get plus a 2, i.e., the original positive quantity, but at a higher degree, raised to its second power. In this case also it makes no difference that we can obtain the same a 2 by multiplying the positive a by itself, thus likewise getting a 2. For the negated negation is so securely entrenched in a 2 that the latter always has two square roots, namely, a and a. And the fact that it is impossible to get rid of the negated negation, the negative root of the square, acquires very obvious significance as soon as we come to quadratic equations. The negation of the negation is even more strikingly obvious in higher analysis, in those summations of indefinitely small magnitudes d. ph 418 which Herr Duhring himself declares are the highest operations of mathematics, and in ordinary language are known as the differential and integral calculus. How are these forms of calculus used? In a given problem, for example, I have two variables x and y, neither of which can vary without the other also varying in a ratio determined by the facts of the case. I differentiate x and y, i.e., I take x and y as so infinitely small that in comparison with any real quantity, however small, they disappear, that nothing is left of x and y but their reciprocal relation without any, so to speak, material basis, a quantitative ratio in which there is no quantity. Therefore, dy/dx, the ratio between the differentials of x and y, is dx equal to 0/0 but 0/0 taken as the expression of y/x. I only mention in passing that this ratio between two quantities which have disappeared, caught at the moment of their disappearance, is a contradiction. However, it cannot disturb us any more than it has disturbed the whole of mathematics for almost 200 years. And now, what have I done but negate x and y, though not in such a way that I need not bother about them any more, not in the way that metaphysics negates, but in the way that corresponds with the facts of the case? In place of x and y, therefore, I have their negation, dx and dy, in the formulas or equations before me. I continue then to operate with these formulas, treating dx and dy as quantities which are real, though subject to certain exceptional laws, and at a certain point I negate the negation, i.e., I integrate the differential formula, and in place of dx and dy again get the real quantities x and y, and am then not where I was at the beginning, but by using this method I have solved the problem on which ordinary geometry and algebra might perhaps have broken their jaws in vain. It is the same in history, as well. All civilized peoples begin with the common ownership of the land. With all peoples who have passed a certain primitive stage, this common ownership becomes in the course of the development of agriculture a fetter on production. It is abolished, negated, and after a longer or shorter series of intermediate stages is transformed into private property. But at a higher stage of agricultural development, brought about by private property in land itself, private property conversely becomes a fetter on production, as is the case today both with small and large land ownership. The demand that it, too, should be negated, that it should once again be transformed into common property, necessarily arises. But this demand does not mean the restoration of the aboriginal common ownership, but the institution of a far higher and more developed form of possession in common which, far from being a hindrance to production, on the contrary for the first time will free production from all fetters and enable it to make full use of modern chemical discoveries and mechanical inventions. Or let us take another example. The philosophy of antiquity was primitive, spontaneously evolved materialism. As such, it was incapable of clearing up the relation between mind and matter. But the need to get clarity on this question led to the doctrine of a soul separable from the body, then to the assertion of the immortality of this soul, and finally to monotheism. The old materialism was therefore negated by idealism. But in the course of the further development of philosophy, idealism, too, became untenable and was negated by modern materialism. This modern materialism, the negation of the negation, is not the mere re-establishment of the old, but adds to the permanent foundations of this old materialism the whole thought content of 2,000 years of development of philosophy and natural science, as well as of the history of these 2,000 years. It is no longer a philosophy at all, but simply a world outlook which has to establish its validity and be applied not in a science of sciences standing apart, but in the real sciences. Philosophy is therefore sublated here, that is, both overcome and preserved DKG 503, overcome as regards its form, and preserved as regards its real content. Thus, where Herr Duhring sees only verbal jugglery, closer inspection reveals an actual content. Finally, even the Rousseau doctrine of equality, of which Duhrings is only a feeble and distorted echo, could not have seen the light but for the midwife services rendered by the Hegelian negation of the negation 502-03, though it was nearly 20 years before Hegel was born. 63. And far from being ashamed of this, the doctrine in its first presentation bears almost ostentatiously the imprint of its dialectical origin. In the state of nature and savagery men were equal, and as Rousseau regards even language as a perversion of the state of nature, he is fully justified in extending the equality of animals within the limits of a single species also to the animal men recently classified by Haeckel hypothetically as alali, speechless. But these equal animal men had one quality which gave them an advantage over the other animals, perfectibility, the capacity to develop further, and this became the cause of inequality. So Rousseau regards the rise of inequality as progress. But this progress contained an antagonism, it was at the same time retrogression. All further progress, beyond the original state, meant so many steps seemingly towards the perfection of the individual man, but in reality towards the decay of the race. Metallurgy and agriculture were the two arts the discovery of which produced this great revolution, the transformation of the primeval forest into cultivated land, but along with this the introduction of poverty and slavery through property. For the poet it is gold and silver, but for the philosopher iron and corn, which have civilized men and ruined the human race. Each new advance of civilization is at the same time a new advance of inequality. All institutions set up by the society which has arisen with civilization change into the opposite of their original purpose. It is an incontestable fact, and the fundamental principle of all public law, that the people set up their chieftains to safeguard their liberty and not to enslave them. And nevertheless the chiefs necessarily become the oppressors of the peoples, and intensify their oppression up to the point at which inequality, carried to the utmost extreme, again changes into its opposite, becomes the cause of equality. Before the despot all are equally ciphers. Here we have the extreme measure of inequality, the final point which completes the circle and meets the point from which we set out. Here all private individuals become equal once more, just because they are ciphers, and the subjects have no other law but their master's will. But the despot is only master so long as he is able to use force, and therefore when he is driven out, he cannot complain of the use of force. Force alone maintained him in power, and force alone overthrows him, thus everything takes its natural course. And so inequality once more changes into equality, not, however, into the former naive equality of speechless primitive men, but into the higher equality of the social contract. The oppressors are oppressed. It is the negation of the negation. Already in Rousseau, therefore, we find not only a line of thought which corresponds exactly to the one developed in Marx's Capital, but also, in details, a whole series of the same dialectical turns of speech as Marx used, processes which in their nature are antagonistic, contain a contradiction, transformation of one extreme into its opposite, and finally, as the kernel of the whole thing, the negation of the negation. And though in 1754 Rousseau was not yet able to speak the Hegelian jargon DKG 491, he was certainly, 16 years before Hegel was born, deeply bitten with the Hegelian pestilence, dialectics of contradiction, logos doctrine, theologies, and so forth. And when Herr Duhring, in his shallow version of Rousseau's theory of equality, begins to operate with his victorious two men, he is himself already on the inclined plane down which he must slide helplessly into the arms of the negation of the negation. The state of things in which the equality of the two men flourished, which was also described as an ideal one, is characterized on page 271 of his Philosophy as the primitive state. This primitive state, however, according to page 279, was necessarily sublated by the robber system, the first negation. But now, thanks to the philosophy of reality, we have gone so far as to abolish the robber system and establish in its stead the economic commune 504 based on equality, which has been discovered by Herr During negation of the negation, equality on a higher plane. What a delightful spectacle, and how beneficently it extends our range of vision, Herr During's eminent self committing the capital crime of the negation of the negation. And so, what is the negation of the negation? An extremely general and for this reason extremely far-reaching and important law of development of nature, history, and thought, a law which, as we have seen, holds good in the animal and plant kingdoms, in geology, in mathematics, in history, and in philosophy, a law which even Herr Duhring, in spite of all his stubborn resistance, has unwittingly and in his own way to follow. It is obvious that I do not say anything concerning the particular process of development of, for example, a grain of barley from germination to the death of the fruit-bearing plant, if I say it is a negation of the negation. For, as the integral calculus is also a negation of the negation, if I said anything of the sort I should only be making the nonsensical statement that the life process of a barley plant was integral calculus, or for that matter that it was socialism. That, however, is precisely what the metaphysicians are constantly imputing to dialectics. When I say that all these processes are a negation of the negation, I bring them all together under this one law of motion, and for this very reason I leave out of account the specific peculiarities of each individual process. Dialectics, however, is nothing more than the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought. But someone may object, the negation that has taken place in this case is not a real negation. I negate a grain of barley also when I grind it, an insect when I crush it underfoot, or the positive quantity A when I cancel it, and so on. Or I negate the sentence, the rose is a rose, when I say, the rose is not a rose, and what do I get if I then negate this negation and say, but after all the rose is a rose? These objections are in fact the chief arguments put forward by the metaphysicians against dialectics, and they are wholly worthy of the narrow-mindedness of this mode of thought. Negation in dialectics does not mean simply saying no, or declaring that something does not exist, or destroying it in any way one likes. Long ago Spinoza said, omnis determinatio est negatio, every limitation or determination is at the same time a negation. 64. And further, the kind of negation is here determined, firstly, by the general and, secondly, by the particular nature of the process. I must not only negate, but also sublate the negation. I must therefore so arrange the first negation that the second remains or becomes possible. How? This depends on the particular nature of each individual case. If I grind a grain of barley, or crush an insect, I have carried out the first part of the action, but have made the second part impossible. Every kind of thing therefore has a peculiar way of being negated in such manner that it gives rise to a development, and it is just the same with every kind of conception or idea. The infinitesimal calculus involves a form of negation which is different from that used in the formation of positive powers from negative roots. This has to be learned, like everything else. The bare knowledge that the barley plant and the infinitesimal calculus are both governed by negation of negation does not enable me either to grow barley successfully or to differentiate and integrate, just as little as the bare knowledge of the laws of the determination of sound by the dimensions of the strings enables me to play the violin. But it is clear that from a negation of the negation which consists in the childish pastime of alternately writing and cancelling a, or in alternately declaring that a rose is a rose and that it is not a rose, nothing eventuates but the silliness of the person who adopts such a tedious procedure. And yet the metaphysicians try to make us believe that this is the right way to carry out a negation of the negation, if we ever should want to do such a thing. Once again, therefore, it is no one but Herr Duhring who is mystifying us when he asserts that the negation of the negation is a stupid analogy invented by Hegel, borrowed from the sphere of religion and based on the story of the fall of man and his redemption DKG 504. Men thought dialectically long before they knew what dialectics was, just as they spoke prose long before the term prose existed. An allusion to Molière's comedy Les Bourgeois Gentilhommes, Act 2, Scene 6 ed. The law of negation of the negation, which is unconsciously operative in nature and history and, until it has been recognized, also in our heads, was only first clearly formulated by Hegel. And if Herr Duhring wants to operate with it himself on the quiet and it is only that he cannot stand the name, then let him find a better name. But if his aim is to banish the process itself from thought, we must ask him to be so good as first to banish it from nature and history and to invent a mathematical system in which ax is not plus a 2 and in which differentiation and integration are prohibited under severe penalties. 14. Conclusion. We have now finished with philosophy. Such other fantasies of the future as the cursus contains will be dealt with when we come to Herr Duhring's revolution in socialism. What did Herr Duhring promise us? Everything. And what promises has he kept? None. The elements of a philosophy which is real and accordingly directed to the reality of nature and of life. Ph 430, the strictly scientific 387 conception of the world, the system creating ideas 525, and all Herr Duhring's other achievements, trumpeted forth to the world by Herr Duhring in high-sounding phrases, turned out, wherever we laid hold of them, to be pure charlatanism. The world schematism which, without the slightest detraction from the profundity of thought, securely established the basic forms of being 556 to 57, proved to be an infinitely vulgaris duplicate of Hegelian logic, and in common with the latter shares the superstition that these basic forms 9 or logical categories have led a mysterious existence somewhere before and outside of the world, to which they are to be applied 15. The philosophy of nature offered us a cosmogony whose starting point is a self-equal state of matter 87, a state which can only be conceived by means of the most hopeless confusion as to the relation between matter and motion, a state which can, besides, only be conceived on the assumption of an extramundane personal God who alone can induce motion in the state of matter. In its treatment of organic nature, the philosophy of reality first rejected the Darwinian struggle for existence and natural selection as a piece of brutality directed against humanity 117, and then had to readmit both by the back door as factors operative in nature, though of second rank. Moreover, the philosophy of reality found occasion to exhibit, in the biological domain, ignorance such as nowadays, when popular science lectures are no longer to be escaped, could hardly be found even among the daughters of the educated classes. In the domain of morality and law, the philosophy of reality was no more successful in its vulgarization of Rousseau than it had been in its previous shallow version of Hegel, and, so far as jurisprudence is concerned, in spite of all its assurances to the contrary, it likewise displayed a lack of knowledge such as is rarely found even among the most ordinary jurists of old Prussia. The philosophy which cannot allow the validity of any merely apparent horizon is content, in juridical matters, with a real horizon which is coextensive with the territory in which Prussian law exercises jurisdiction. We are still waiting for the earths and heavens of outer and inner nature. Ph 430, which this philosophy promised to reveal to us in its mighty revolutionizing sweep, just as we are still waiting for the final and ultimate truths too, and the absolutely fundamental 150 basis. The philosopher whose mode of thought excludes any tendency to a subjectively limited conception of the world 13 proves to be subjectively limited not only by what has been shown to be his extremely defective knowledge, his narrowly construed metaphysical mode of thought and his grotesque conceit, but even by his childish personal crotchets. He cannot produce his philosophy of reality without dragging in his repugnance to tobacco, cats, and Jews as a general law valid for all the rest of humanity, including the Jews. His really critical standpoint 404 in relation to other people shows itself by his insistently imputing to them things which they never said and which are of Herr Duhring's very own fabrication. His verbose lucubrations on themes worthy of Philistines, such as the value of life and the best way to enjoy life, are themselves so steeped in Philistinism that they explain his anger at Goethe's Faust 112-13, 423. It was really unpardonable of Goethe to make the unmoral Faust and not the serious philosopher of reality, Wagner, his hero. In short, the philosophy of reality proves to be on the whole what Hegel would call the weakest residue of the German would-be Enlightenment, a residue whose tenuity and transparent commonplace character are made more substantial and opaque only by the mixing in of crumbs of oracular rhetoric. And now that we have finished the book we are just as wise as we were at the start, and we are forced to admit that the new mode of thought 543, the from the ground up original conclusions and views and the system creating ideas 525, though they have certainly shown us a great variety of original nonsense, have not provided us with a single line from which we might have been able to learn something. And this man who praises his talents and his wares to the noisy accompaniment of cymbals and trumpets as loudly as any market quack, and behind whose great words there is nothing, absolutely nothing whatsoever, this man has the temerity to say of people like Fichte, Schelling, and Hegel, the least of whom is a giant compared with him, that they are charlatans. Charlatan, indeed. But to whom had it best be applied? Part 2, Political Economy. I. Subject matter and method. Political economy, in the widest sense, is the science of the laws governing the production and exchange of the material means of subsistence in human society. Production and exchange are two different functions. Production may occur without exchange, but exchange being necessarily an exchange of products cannot occur without production. Each of these two social functions is subject to the action of external influences which to a great extent are peculiar to it, and for this reason each has, also to a great extent, its own special laws. But on the other hand, they constantly determine and influence each other to such an extent that they might be termed the abscissa and ordinate of the economic curve. The conditions under which men produce and exchange vary from country to country, and within each country again from generation to generation. Political economy, therefore, cannot be the same for all countries and for all historical epochs. A tremendous distance separates the bow and arrow, the stone knife and the axe of exchange among savages, occurring only by way of exception, from the steam engine of 1,000 horsepower, the mechanical loom, the railways, and the Bank of England. The inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego have not got so far as mass production and world trade, any more than they have experience of bill jobbing or a stock exchange crash. Anyone who attempted to bring the political economy of Tierra del Fuego under the same laws as are operative in present-day England would obviously produce nothing but the most banal commonplaces. Political economy is therefore essentially a historical science. It deals with material which is historical, that is, constantly changing. It must first investigate the special laws of each individual stage in the evolution of production and exchange, and only when it has completed this investigation will it be able to establish the few quite general laws which hold good for production and exchange in general. At the same time, it goes without saying that the laws which are valid for definite modes of production and forms of exchange hold good for all historical periods in which these modes of production and forms of exchange prevail. Thus, for example, the introduction of metallic money brought into operation a series of laws which remain valid for all countries and historical epochs in which metallic money is a medium of exchange. The mode of production and exchange in a definite historical society, and the historical conditions which have given birth to this society, determine the mode of distribution of its products. In the tribal or village community with common ownership of land with which, or with the easily recognizable survivals of which, all civilized peoples enter history, a fairly equal distribution of products is a matter of course. Where considerable inequality of distribution among the members of the community sets in, this is an indication that the community is already beginning to break up. Both large and small-scale agriculture admit of very diverse forms of distribution, depending upon the historical conditions from which they developed. But it is obvious that large-scale farming always gives rise to a distribution which is quite different from that of small-scale farming, that large-scale agriculture presupposes or creates a class antagonism: slave owners and slaves, feudal lords and serfs, capitalists and wage workers, while small-scale agriculture does not necessarily involve class differences between the individuals engaged in agricultural production, and that on the contrary the mere existence of such differences indicates the incipient dissolution of small-holding economy. The introduction and extensive use of metallic money in a country in which hitherto natural economy was universal or predominant is always associated with a more or less rapid revolutionization of the former mode of distribution. And this takes place in such a way that the inequality of distribution among the individuals, and therefore the opposition between rich and poor, becomes more and more pronounced. The local guild-controlled handicraft production of the Middle Ages precluded the existence of big capitalists and lifelong wage workers, just as these are inevitably brought into existence by modern large-scale industry, the credit system of the present day, and the form of exchange corresponding to the development of both of them, free competition. But with the differences in distribution, Class differences emerge. Society divides into classes, the privileged and the dispossessed, the exploiters and the exploited, the rulers and the ruled, and the state, which the natural groups of communities of the same tribe had at first arrived at only in order to safeguard their common interests, example irrigation in the east, and for protection against external enemies, from this stage onwards acquires just as much the function of maintaining by force the conditions of existence and domination of the ruling class against the subject class. Distribution, however, is not a merely passive result of production and exchange, it in its turn reacts upon both of these. Each new mode of production or form of exchange is at first retarded not only by the old forms and the political institutions which correspond to them, but also by the old mode of distribution. It can secure the distribution which is suitable to it only in the course of a long struggle. But the more mobile a given mode of production and exchange, the more capable it is of perfection and development, the more rapidly does distribution reach the stage at which it outgrows its progenitor, the hitherto prevailing mode of production and exchange, and comes into conflict with it. The old primitive communities which have already been mentioned could remain in existence for thousands of years as in India and among the Slavs up to the present day before intercourse with the outside world gave rise in their midst to the inequalities of property as a result of which they began to break up. On the contrary, modern capitalist production, which is hardly 300 years old and has become predominant only since the introduction of modern industry, that is, only in the last 100 years, has in this short time brought about antitheses in distribution: concentration of capital in a few hands on the one side and concentration of the propertyless masses in the big towns on the other, which must of necessity bring about its downfall. The connection between distribution and the material conditions of existence of society at any period lies so much in the nature of things that it is always reflected in popular instinct. So long as a mode of production still describes an ascending curve of development, it is enthusiastically welcomed even by those who come off worst from its corresponding mode of distribution. This was the case with the English workers in the beginnings of modern industry. And even while this mode of production remains normal for society, there is, in general, contentment with the distribution, and if objections to it begin to be raised, these come from within the ruling class itself, Saint Simon, Fourier, Owen, and find no response whatever among the exploited masses. Only when the mode of production in question has already described a good part of its descending curve, when it has half outlived its day, when the conditions of its existence have to a large extent disappeared, and its successor is already knocking at the door, it is only at this stage that the constantly increasing inequality of distribution appears as unjust. It is only then that appeal is made from the facts which have had their day to so-called eternal justice. From a scientific standpoint, this appeal to morality and justice does not help us an inch further. Moral indignation, however justifiable, cannot serve economic science as an argument, but only as a symptom. The task of economic science is rather to show that the social abuses which have recently been developing are necessary consequences of the existing mode of production, but at the same time also indications of its approaching dissolution, and to reveal within the already dissolving economic form of motion, the elements of the future new organization of production and exchange which will put an end to those abuses. The wrath which creates the poet Juvenalis, Satire 1, 79, si nature negat, facit indignatio versum, ed is absolutely in place in describing these abuses, and also in attacking those apostles of harmony in the service of the ruling class who either deny or palliate them, but how little it proves in any particular case is evident from the fact that in every epoch of past history there has been no lack of material for such wrath. Political economy, however, as the science of the conditions and forms under which the various human societies have produced and exchanged and on this basis have distributed their products, political economy in this wider sense has still to be brought into being. Such economic science as we possess up to the present is limited almost exclusively to the genesis and development of the capitalist mode of production. It begins with a critique of the survivals of the feudal forms of production and exchange, shows the necessity of their replacement by capitalist forms, then develops the laws of the capitalist mode of production and its corresponding forms of exchange in their positive aspects, that is the aspects in which they further the general aims of society, and ends with a socialist critique of the capitalist mode of production, that is, with an exposition of its laws in their negative aspects, with a demonstration that this mode of production, by virtue of its own development, drives towards the point at which it makes itself impossible. This critique proves that the capitalist forms of production and exchange become more and more an intolerable fetter on production itself, that the mode of distribution necessarily determined by those forms has produced a situation among the classes which is daily becoming more intolerable. The antagonism, sharpening from day to day, between capitalists, constantly decreasing in number but constantly growing richer, and propertyless wage workers, whose number is constantly increasing and whose conditions, taken as a whole, are steadily deteriorating, and finally, that the colossal productive forces created within the capitalist mode of production which the latter can no longer master, are only waiting to be taken possession of by a society organized for cooperative work on a planned basis to ensure to all members of society the means of existence and of the free development of their capacities, and indeed in constantly increasing measure. In order to complete this critique of bourgeois economics, an acquaintance with the capitalist form of production, exchange, and distribution did not suffice. The forms which had preceded it or those which still exist alongside it in less developed countries, had also, at least in their main features, to be examined and compared. Such an investigation and comparison has up to the present been undertaken, in general outline, only by Marx, and we therefore owe almost exclusively to his researches 65 all that has so far been established concerning pre-bourgeois theoretical economics. Although it first took shape in the minds of a few men of genius towards the end of the 17th century, political economy in the narrower sense, in its positive formulation by the physiocrats and Adam Smith, is nevertheless essentially a child of the 18th century, and ranks with the achievements of the contemporary great French philosophers of the Enlightenment, sharing with them all the merits and demerits of that period. What we have said of the philosophers is also true of the economists of that time. To them, the new science was not the expression of the conditions and requirements of their epoch, but the expression of eternal reason. The laws of production and exchange discovered by the science were not laws of a historically determined form of those activities, but eternal laws of nature. They were deduced from the nature of man. But this man, when examined more closely, proved to be the average burgher of that epoch, on the way to becoming a bourgeois, and his nature consisted in manufacturing and trading in accordance with the historically determined conditions of that period. Now that we have acquired sufficient knowledge of our layer of critical foundations, Herr Duhring, and his method in the philosophical field, it will not be difficult for us to foretell the way in which he will handle political economy. In philosophy, in so far as his writings were not simply drivel, as in his philosophy of nature, his mode of outlook was a distortion of that of the 18th century. It was not a question of historical laws of development, but of laws of nature, eternal truths. Social relations such as morality and law were determined, not by the actual historical conditions of the age, but by the famous two men, one of whom either oppresses the other or does not, though the latter alternative, sad to say, has never yet come to pass. We are therefore hardly likely to go astray if we conclude that Herr Duhring will trace political economy also back to final and ultimate truths ph 2, eternal natural laws, and the most empty and barren tautological axioms, that nevertheless he will smuggle in again by the back door the whole positive content of political economy, so far as this is known to him, and that he will not evolve distribution, as a social phenomenon, out of production and exchange, but will hand it over to his famous two men for final solution. And as all these are tricks with which we are already familiar, our treatment of this question can be all the shorter. In fact, already on page 266 Herr Duhring tells us that his economics links up with what has been established in his philosophy, and in certain essential points depends on truths of a higher order which have already been consummated ausgemacht in a higher field of investigation DC2. Everywhere the same importunate eulogy of himself, everywhere Herr Duhring is triumphant over what Herr Duhring has established and put out ausgemacht. Put out, yes, we have seen it to surfeit but put out in the way that people put out a sputtering candle. In German an untranslatable play on words, ausmachen means consummate and also put out ed. Immediately afterwards we find the most general natural laws governing all economy for. So our forecast was right. But these natural laws permit of a correct understanding of past history only if they are investigated in that more precise determination which their results have experienced through the political forms of subjection and grouping. Institutions such as slavery and wage bondage, along with which is associated their twin brother, property based on force, must be regarded as social economic constitutional forms of a purely political nature, and have hitherto constituted the frame within which the consequences of the natural economic laws could alone manifest themselves. 4 to 5. This sentence is the fanfare which, like a leitmotif in Wagner's operas, announces the approach of the famous two men. But it is more than this, it is the basic theme of Herr Duhring's whole book. In the sphere of law, Herr Duhring could not offer us anything except a bad translation of Rousseau's theory of equality into the language of socialism, such as one has long been able to hear much more effectively rendered in any workers' tavern in Paris. Now he gives us an equally bad socialist translation of the economist's laments over the distortion of the eternal natural economic laws and of their effects owing to the intervention of the state, of force. And in this Herr Duhring stands, deservedly, absolutely alone among socialists. Every socialist worker, no matter of what nationality, knows quite well that force only protects exploitation, but does not cause it, that the relation between capital and wage labor is the basis of his exploitation, and that this was brought about by purely economic causes and not at all by means of force. Then we are further told that in all economic questions two processes, that of production and that of distribution, can be distinguished. Also that J.B. Say, notorious for his superficiality, mentioned in addition a third process, that of consumption, but that he was unable to say anything sensible about it, any more than his successors 7 to 8, and that exchange or circulation is, however, only a department of production, which comprises all the operations required for the products to reach the ultimate consumer, the consumer proper. 11 to 12. By confounding the two essentially different, though also mutually dependent, processes of production and circulation, and unblushingly asserting that the avoidance of this confusion can only give rise to confusion, Herr Duhring merely shows that he either does not know or does not understand the colossal development which precisely circulation has undergone during the last 50 years, as indeed is further borne out by the rest of his book. But this is not all. After just lumping together production and exchange into one, as simply production, he puts distribution alongside production, as a second, wholly external process, which has nothing whatever to do with the first. Now we have seen that distribution, in its decisive features, is always the necessary result of the production and exchange relations of a particular society, as well as of the historical conditions in which this society arose, so much so that when we know these relations and conditions we can confidently infer the mode of distribution which prevails in this society. But we see also that if Herr Duhring does not want to be unfaithful to the principles established by him in his conceptions of morality, law, and history, he is compelled to deny this elementary economic fact, especially if he is to smuggle his indispensable two men into economics. And once distribution has been happily freed of all connection with production and exchange, this great event can come to pass. Let us first recall how Herr Duhring developed his argument in the field of morality and law. He started originally with one man, and he said, one man conceived as being alone, or, what is in effect the same, out of all connection with other men, can have no obligations, for such a man there can be no question of what he ought, but only of what he wants, to do. Ph 199. But what is this man, conceived as being alone and without obligations, but the fateful primordial Jew Adam 110 in paradise, where he is without sin simply because there is no possibility for him to commit any? However, even this Adam of the philosophy of reality is destined to fall into sin. Alongside this Adam there suddenly appears not, it is true, an Eve with rippling tresses, but a second Adam. And instantly Adam acquires obligations and breaks them. Instead of treating his brother as having equal rights and clasping him to his breast, he subjects him to his domination, he makes a slave of him, and it is the consequences of this first sin, the original sin of the enslavement of man, from which the world has suffered through the whole course of history down to the present day, which is precisely what makes Herr Duhring think world history is not worth a farthing. Incidentally, Herr Duhring considered that he had brought the negation of the negation sufficiently into contempt by characterizing it as a copy of the old fable of original sin and redemption, CDKG 504. But what are we to say of his latest version of the same story? For, in due time, we shall, to use an expression of the reptile press, 67, get down to brass tacks on redemption as well. All we can say is that we prefer the old Semitic tribal legend, according to which it was worthwhile for the man and woman to abandon the state of innocence, and that to Herr Duhring will be left the uncontested glory of having constructed his original sin with two men. Let us now see how he translates this original sin into economic terms. We can get an appropriate cogitative scheme for the idea of production from the conception of a Robinson Crusoe who is facing nature alone with his own resources and has not to share with anyone else. Equally appropriate to illustrate what is most essential in the idea of distribution is the cogitative scheme of two persons, who combine their economic forces and must evidently come to a mutual understanding in some form as to their respective shares. In fact, nothing more than this simple dualism is required to enable us accurately to portray some of the most important relations of distribution and to study their laws embryonically in their logical necessity. Cooperative working on an equal footing is here just as conceivable as the combination of forces through the complete subjection of one party, who is then compelled to render economic service as a slave or as a mere tool, and is maintained also only as a tool. Between the state of equality and that of nullity on the one part and of omnipotence and solely active participation on the other, there is a range of stages which the events of world history have filled in rich variety. A universal survey of the various institutions of justice and injustice throughout history is here an essential presupposition, DC 9-10. And in conclusion, the whole question of distribution is transformed into an economic right of distribution. 10. Now at last Herr Duhring has firm ground under his feet again. Arm in arm with his two men he can issue his challenge to his age. But behind this trinity stands yet another, an unnamed man. Capital has not invented surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the laborer, free or not free, must add to the working time necessary for his own maintenance an extra working time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owners of the means of production, whether this proprietor be the Athenian aristocrat, Etruscan theocrat, civis Romanus Roman citizen, Norman baron, American slave owner, Wallachian boyard, modern landlord or capitalist. Marx, Das Kapital, Volume I. Second edition, p. 227. When Herr Duhring had thus learned what the basic form of exploitation common to all forms of production up to the present day is, so far as these forms move in class antagonisms, all he had to do was to apply his two men to it, and the deep-rooted foundation of the economics of reality was completed. He did not hesitate for a moment to carry out this system-creating idea. D. ph 525. Labor without compensation, beyond the labor time necessary for the maintenance of the laborer himself, that is the point. The Adam, who is here called Robinson Crusoe, makes his second Adam man Friday drudge for all he is worth. But why does Friday toil more than is necessary for his own maintenance? To this question, too, Marx step by step provides an answer. But this answer is far too long-winded for the two men. The matter is settled in a trice. Crusoe oppresses Friday, compels him to render economic service as a slave or a tool, and maintains him also only as a tool. With these latest creative turns, DKG 462 of his, Herr Duhring kills as it were two birds with one stone. Firstly, he saves himself the trouble of explaining the various forms of distribution which have hitherto existed, their differences and their causes. Taken in the lump, they are simply of no account, they rest on oppression, on force. We shall have to deal with this before long. Secondly, he thereby transfers the whole theory of distribution from the sphere of economics to that of morality and law, that is, from the sphere of established material facts to that of more or less vacillating opinions and sentiments. He therefore no longer has any need to investigate or to prove things. He can go on declaiming to his heart's content and demand that the distribution of the products of labor should be regulated, not in accordance with its real causes, but in accordance with what seems ethical and just to him, Herr Duhring. But what seems just to Herr Duhring is not at all immutable, and hence very far from being a genuine truth. For genuine truths ph 196, according to Herr Duhring himself, are absolutely immutable. In 1868 Herr Duhring asserted Die Schicksal meiner sozialen Denkschrift etc. that it was a tendency of all higher civilization to put more and more emphasis on property, and in this, not in confusion of rights and spheres of sovereignty, lies the essence and the future of modern development. And furthermore, he was quite unable to see how a transformation of wage labor into another manner of gaining a livelihood is ever to be reconciled with the laws of human nature and the naturally necessary structure of the body social. Thus in 1868, private property and wage labor are naturally necessary and therefore just. In 1876 both of these are the emanation of force and robbery and therefore unjust. And as we cannot possibly tell what in a few years' time may seem ethical and just to such a mighty and impetuous genius, we should in any case do better, in considering the distribution of wealth, to stick to the real, objective, economic laws and not to depend on the momentary, changeable, subjective conceptions of Herr Duhring as to what is just or unjust. If for the impending overthrow of the present mode of distribution of the products of labor, with its crying contrasts of want and luxury, starvation and surfeit, we had no better guarantee than the consciousness that this mode of distribution is unjust, and that justice must eventually triumph, we should be in a pretty bad way, and we might have a long time to wait. The mystics of the Middle Ages who dreamed of the coming millennium were already conscious of the injustice of class antagonisms. On the threshold of modern history, 350 years ago, Thomas Munzer proclaimed it to the world. In the English and the French bourgeois revolutions the same call resounded and died away. And if today the same call for the abolition of class antagonisms and class distinctions, which up to 1868 had left the working and suffering classes cold, if today this call is re-echoed a millionfold, if it takes hold of one country after another in the same order and in the same degree of intensity that modern industry develops in each country, if in one generation it has gained a strength that enables it to defy all the forces combined against it and to be confident of victory in the near future, what is the reason for this? The reason is that modern large-scale industry has called into being on the one hand a proletariat, a class which for the first time in history can demand the abolition, not of this or that particular class organization, or of this or that particular class privilege, but of classes themselves, and which is in such a position that it must carry through this demand on pain of sinking to the level of the Chinese coolie. On the other hand, this same large-scale industry has brought into being, in the bourgeoisie, a class which has the monopoly of all the instruments of production and means of subsistence, but which in each speculative boom period and in each crash that follows it proves that it has become incapable of any longer controlling the productive forces, which have grown beyond its power, a class under whose leadership society is racing to ruin like a locomotive whose jammed safety valve the driver is too weak to open. In other words, the reason is that both the productive forces created by the modern capitalist mode of production and the system of distribution of goods established by it have come into crying contradiction with that mode of production itself, and in fact to such a degree that, if the whole of modern society is not to perish, a revolution in the mode of production and distribution must take place, a revolution which will put an end to all class distinctions. On this tangible, material fact, which is impressing itself in a more or less clear form, but with insuperable necessity, on the minds of the exploited proletarians, on this fact, and not on the conceptions of justice and injustice held by any armchair philosopher, is modern socialism's confidence in victory founded. 2. Theory of force. In my system, the relation between general politics and the forms of economic law is determined in so definite a way and at the same time a way so original that it would not be superfluous, in order to facilitate study, to make special reference to this point. The formation of political relationships is historically the fundamental thing, and instances of economic dependence are only effects or special cases, and are consequently always facts of a second order. Some of the newer socialist systems take as their guiding principle the conspicuous semblance of a completely reverse relationship, in that they assume that political phenomena are subordinate to and, as it were, grow out of the economic conditions. It is true that these effects of the second order do exist as such, and are most clearly perceptible at the present time, but the primary must be sought in direct political force and not in any indirect economic power. D. Ph 538. This conception is also expressed in another passage, in which Herr Duhring starts from the principle that the political conditions are the decisive cause of the economic situation and that the reverse relationship represents only a reaction of a second order, so long as the political grouping is not taken for its own sake, as the starting point, but is treated merely as a stomach-filling agency. One must have a portion of reaction stowed away in one's mind, however radical a socialist and revolutionary one may seem to be. DKG 230-31. That is Herr Duhring's theory. In this and in many other passages it is simply set up, decreed, so to speak. Nowhere in the three fat tomes is there even the slightest attempt to prove it or to disprove the opposite point of view. And even if the arguments for it were as plentiful as blackberries, Herr Duhring would give us none of them. For the whole affair has been already proved through the famous original sin, when Robinson Crusoe made Friday his slave. That was an act of force, hence a political act. And inasmuch as this enslavement was the starting point and the basic fact underlying all past history and inoculated it with the original sin of injustice, so much so that in the later periods it was only softened down and transformed into the more indirect forms of economic dependence. DC 19, and inasmuch as property founded on force. D. Ph 242, which has asserted itself right up to the present day, is likewise based on this original act of enslavement, it is clear that all economic phenomena must be explained by political causes, that is, by force. And anyone who is not satisfied with that is a reactionary in disguise. We must first point out that only one with as much self-esteem as Herr Duhring could regard this view as so very original, which it is not in the least. The idea that political acts, grand performances of state, are decisive in history is as old as written history itself, and is the main reason why so little material has been preserved for us in regard to the really progressive evolution of the peoples which has taken place quietly, in the background, behind these noisy scenes on the stage. This idea dominated all the conceptions of historians in the past, and the first blow against it was delivered only by the French bourgeois historians of the Restoration period 69. The only original thing about it is that Herr Duhring once again knows nothing of all this. Furthermore, even if we assume for a moment that Herr Duhring is right in saying that all past history can be traced back to the enslavement of man by man, we are still very far from having got to the bottom of the matter. For the question then arises, how did Crusoe come to enslave Friday? Just for the fun of it? By no means. On the contrary, we see that Friday is compelled to render economic service as a slave or as a mere tool and is maintained also only as a tool. DC 9. Crusoe enslaved Friday only in order that Friday should work for Crusoe's benefit. And how can he derive any benefit for himself from Friday's labor? Only through Friday producing by his labor more of the necessaries of life than Crusoe has to give him to keep him fit to work. Crusoe, therefore, in violation of Herr Duhring's express orders, takes the political grouping arising out of Friday's enslavement not for its own sake, as the starting point, but merely as a stomach-filling agency, and now let him see to it that he gets along with his lord and master, Duhring. The childish example specially selected by Herr Duhring in order to prove that force is historically the fundamental thing, therefore, proves that force is only the means, and that the aim, on the contrary, is economic advantage. And the more fundamental the aim is than the means used to secure it, the more fundamental in history is the economic side of the relationship than the political side. The example therefore proves precisely the opposite of what it was supposed to prove. And as in the case of Crusoe and Friday, so in all cases of domination and subjection up to the present day. Subjugation has always been, to use Herr Duhring's elegant expression, a stomach-filling agency, taking stomach-filling in a very wide sense, but never and nowhere a political grouping established for its own sake. It takes a Herr Duhring to be able to imagine that state taxes are only effects of a second order, or that the present-day political grouping of the ruling bourgeoisie and the ruled proletariat has come into existence for its own sake, and not as a stomach-filling agency for the ruling bourgeois, that is to say, for the sake of making profits and accumulating capital. However, let us get back again to our two men. Crusoe, sword in hand DC 23, makes Friday his slave. But in order to manage this, Crusoe needs something else besides his sword. Not everyone can make use of a slave. In order to be able to make use of a slave, one must possess two kinds of things: first, the instruments and material for his slave's labor, and secondly, the means of bare subsistence for him. Therefore, before slavery becomes possible, a certain level of production must already have been reached and a certain inequality of distribution must already have appeared. And for slave labor to become the dominant mode of production in the whole of a society, an even far higher increase in production, trade, and accumulation of wealth was essential. In the ancient primitive communities with common ownership of the land, slavery either did not exist at all or played only a very subordinate role. It was the same in the originally peasant city of Rome, but when Rome became a world city and Italic land ownership came more and more into the hands of a numerically small class of enormously rich proprietors, the peasant population was supplanted by a population of slaves. If at the time of the Persian Wars the number of slaves in Corinth rose to 460,000 and in Aegina to 470,000 and there were 10 slaves to every freeman, 70 something else besides force was required, namely, a highly developed arts and handicraft industry and an extensive commerce. Slavery in the United States of America was based far less on force than on the English cotton industry, in those districts where no cotton was grown or which, unlike the border states, did not breed slaves for the cotton-growing states. It died out of itself without any force being used, simply because it did not pay. Hence, by calling property as it exists today property founded on force, and by characterizing it as that form of domination at the root of which lies not merely the exclusion of fellow men from the use of the natural means of subsistence, but also, what is far more important, the subjugation of man to make him do servile work. 5. Herr Duhring is making the whole relationship stand on its head. The subjugation of a man to make him do servile work, in all its forms, presupposes that the subjugator has at his disposal the instruments of labor with the help of which alone he is able to employ the person placed in bondage, and in the case of slavery, in addition, the means of subsistence which enable him to keep his slave alive. In all cases, therefore, it presupposes the possession of a certain amount of property, in excess of the average. How did this property come into existence? In any case it is clear that it may in fact have been robbed, and therefore may be based on force, but that this is by no means necessary. It may have been got by labor, it may have been stolen, or it may have been obtained by trade or by fraud. In fact, it must have been obtained by labor before there was any possibility of its being robbed. Private property by no means makes its appearance in history as the result of robbery or force. On the contrary, it already existed, though limited to certain objects, in the ancient primitive communities of all civilized peoples. It developed into the form of commodities within these communities, at first through barter with foreigners. The more the products of the community assumed the commodity form, that is, the less they were produced for their producer's own use and the more for the purpose of exchange, and the more the original spontaneously evolved division of labor was superseded by exchange also within the community, the more did inequality develop in the property owned by the individual members of the community, the more deeply was the ancient common ownership of the land undermined, and the more rapidly did the commune develop towards its dissolution and transformation into a village of small holding peasants. For thousands of years Oriental despotism and the changing rule of conquering nomad peoples were unable to injure these old communities. The gradual destruction of their primitive home industry by the competition of products of large-scale industry brought these communities nearer and nearer to dissolution. Force was as little involved in this process as in the dividing up, still taking place now, of the land held in common by the village communities Gehoferschaften on the Mosel and in the Hochwald. The peasants simply find it to their advantage that the private ownership of land should take the place of common ownership. Even the formation of a primitive aristocracy, as in the case of the Celts, the Germans, and the Indian Punjab, took place on the basis of common ownership of the land, and at first was not based in any way on force, but on voluntariness and custom. Wherever private property evolved, it was the result of altered relations of production and exchange, in the interest of increased production and in furtherance of intercourse, hence as a result of economic causes. Force plays no part in this at all. Indeed, it is clear that the institution of private property must already be in existence for a robber to be able to appropriate another person's property, and that therefore force may be able to change the possession of, but cannot create, private property as such. Nor can we use either force or property founded on force in explanation of the subjugation of man to make him do servile work in its most modern form, wage labor. We have already mentioned the role played in the dissolution of the ancient communities, that is, in the direct or indirect general spread of private property, by the transformation of the products of labor into commodities, their production not for consumption by those who produced them, but for exchange. Now in Capital, Marx proved with absolute clarity, and Herr Duhring carefully avoids even the slightest reference to this, that at a certain stage of development, the production of commodities becomes transformed into capitalist production, and that at this stage the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws that are based on the production and circulation of commodities, become by their own inner and inexorable dialectic changed into their opposite. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, has now become turned round in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange. This is owing to the fact, first, that the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself but a portion of the product of others' labor appropriated without an equivalent, and, secondly, that this capital must not only be replaced by its producer, but replaced together with an added surplus. At first property seemed to us to be based on a man's own labor. Now, however, at the end of Marx's analysis, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others, and to be the impossibility, on the part of the laborer, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor has become the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. In other words, even if we exclude all possibility of robbery, force, and fraud, even if we assume that all private property was originally based on the owner's own labor, and that throughout the whole subsequent process there was only exchange of equal values for equal values, the progressive development of production and exchange nevertheless brings us of necessity to the present capitalist mode of production, to the monopolization of the means of production and the means of subsistence in the hands of the one, numerically small, class, to the degradation into propertyless proletarians of the other class, constituting the immense majority, to the periodic alternation of speculative production booms and commercial crises, and to the whole of the present anarchy of production. The whole process can be explained by purely economic causes. At no point whatever are robbery, force, the state, or political interference of any kind necessary. Property founded on force DC4 proves here also to be nothing but the phrase of a braggart intended to cover up his lack of understanding of the real course of things. This course of things, expressed historically, is the history of the development of the bourgeoisie. If political conditions are the decisive cause of the economic situation DKG 230-31, then the modern bourgeoisie cannot have developed in struggle with feudalism, but must be the latter's voluntarily begotten pet child. Everyone knows that what took place was the opposite. Originally an oppressed estate liable to pay dues to the ruling feudal nobility, recruited from all manner of serfs and villains, the burghers conquered one position after another in their continuous struggle with the nobility, and finally, in the most highly developed countries, took power in its stead, in France, by directly overthrowing the nobility, in England, by making it more and more bourgeois and incorporating it as their own ornamental head. And how did they accomplish this? Simply through a change in the economic situation, which sooner or later, voluntarily, or as the outcome of combat, was followed by a change in the political conditions. The struggle of the bourgeoisie against the feudal nobility is the struggle of town against country, industry against landed property, money economy against natural economy, and the decisive weapon of the bourgeoisie in this struggle was its means of economic power, constantly increasing through the development of industry, first handicraft, and then, at a later stage, progressing to manufacture, and through the expansion of commerce. During the whole of this struggle political force was on the side of the nobility, except for a period when the crown played the bourgeoisie against the nobility, in order to keep one estate in check by means of the other 71, but from the moment when the bourgeoisie, still politically powerless, began to grow dangerous owing to its increasing economic power, the crown resumed its alliance with the nobility, and by so doing called forth the bourgeois revolution, first in England and then in France. The political conditions in France had remained unaltered, while the economic situation had outgrown them. Judged by his political status the nobleman was everything, the burgher nothing, but judged by his social position the burgher now formed the most important class in the state, while the nobleman had been shorn of all his social functions and was now only drawing payment, in the revenues that came to him, for these functions which had disappeared. Nor was that all. Bourgeois production in its entirety was still hemmed in by the feudal political forms of the Middle Ages, which this production not only manufacture, but even handicraft industry had long outgrown. It had remained hemmed in by all the thousand-fold guild privileges and local and provincial customs barriers which had become mere irritants and fetters on production. The bourgeois revolution put an end to this. Not, however, by adjusting the economic situation to suit the political conditions, in accordance with Herr Duhring's precept. This was precisely what the nobles and the crown had been vainly trying to do for years, but by doing the opposite, by casting aside the old mouldering political rubbish and creating political conditions in which the new economic situation could exist and develop. And in this political and legal atmosphere which was suited to its needs it developed brilliantly, so brilliantly that the bourgeoisie has already come close to occupying the position held by the nobility in 1789, it is becoming more and more not only socially superfluous, but a social hindrance. It is more and more becoming separated from productive activity, and, like the nobility in the past, becoming more and more a class merely drawing revenues, and it has accomplished this revolution in its own position and the creation of a new class, the proletariat, without any hocus-pocus of force whatever, in a purely economic way. Even more, it did not in any way will this result of its own actions land activities. On the contrary, this result established itself with irresistible force, against the will and contrary to the intentions of the bourgeoisie. Its own productive forces have grown beyond its control, and, as if necessitated by a law of nature, are driving the whole of bourgeois society towards ruin, or revolution. And if the bourgeois now make their appeal to force in order to save the collapsing economic situation from the final crash, this only shows that they are laboring under the same delusion as Herr Duhring, the delusion that political conditions are the decisive cause of the economic situation. This only shows that they imagine, just as Herr Duhring does, that by making use of the primary, the direct political force, they can remodel those facts of the second order d. Ph 538, the economic situation and its inevitable development, and that therefore the economic consequences of the steam engine and the modern machinery driven by it, of world trade and the banking and credit developments of the present day, can be blown out of existence by them with Krupp guns and Mauser rifles. 72. 3. Theory of force. Continuation. But let us look a little more closely at this omnipotent force of Herr Duhring's. Crusoe enslaved Friday, sword in hand, DC 23. Where did he get the sword? Even on the imaginary islands of the Robinson Crusoe epic, swords have not, up to now, been known to grow on trees, and Herr Duhring provides no answer to this question. If Crusoe could procure a sword for himself, we are equally entitled to assume that one fine morning Friday might appear with a loaded revolver in his hand, and then the whole force relationship is inverted. Friday commands, and it is Crusoe who has to drudge. We must apologize to the readers for returning with such insistence to the Robinson Crusoe and Friday story, which properly belongs to the nursery and not to the field of science, but how can we help it? We are obliged to apply Herr Duhring's axiomatic method conscientiously, and it is not our fault if in doing so we have to keep all the time within the field of pure childishness. So, then, the revolver triumphs over the sword, and this will probably make even the most childish axiomatician comprehend that force is no mere act of the will, but requires the existence of very real preliminary conditions before it can come into operation, namely, instruments, the more perfect of which gets the better of the less perfect, moreover, that these instruments have to be produced, which implies that the producer of more perfect instruments of force, vulgo arms, gets the better of the producer of the less perfect instruments, and that, in a word, the triumph of force is based on the production of arms, and this in turn on production in general, therefore, on economic power, on the economic situation, on the material means which force has at its disposal. Force, nowadays, is the army and navy, and both, as we all know to our cost, are devilishly expensive. Force, however, cannot make any money, at most it can take away money that has already been made, and this does not help much either, as we have seen, also to our cost, in the case of the French milliards. 73. In the last analysis, therefore, money must be provided through the medium of economic production, and so once more force is conditioned by the economic situation, which furnishes the means for the equipment and maintenance of the instruments of force. But even that is not all. Nothing is more dependent on economic prerequisites than precisely army and navy. Armament, composition, organization, tactics, and strategy depend above all on the stage reached at the time in production and on communications. It is not the free creations of the mind ph 43 of generals of genius that have had a revolutionizing effect here, but the invention of better weapons and the change in the human material, the soldiers. At the very most, the part played by generals of genius is limited to adapting methods of fighting to the new weapons and combatants. At the beginning of the 14th century, gunpowder came from the Arabs to Western Europe, and, as every school child knows, completely revolutionized the methods of warfare. The introduction of gunpowder and firearms, however, was not at all an act of force, but a step forward in industry, that is, an economic advance. Industry remains industry, whether it is applied to the production or the destruction of things. And the introduction of firearms had a revolutionizing effect not only on the conduct of war itself, but also on the political relationships of domination and subjection. The procurement of powder and firearms required industry and money, and both of these were in the hands of the burghers of the towns. From the outset, therefore, firearms were the weapons of the towns, and of the rising town-supported monarchy against the feudal nobility. The stone walls of the noblemen's castles, hitherto unapproachable, fell before the cannon of the burghers, and the bullets of the burghers' arquebuses pierced the armor of the knights. With the defeat of the nobility's armor-clad cavalry, the nobility's supremacy was broken. With the development of the bourgeoisie, infantry and artillery became more and more the decisive types of arms. Compelled by the development of artillery, the military profession had to add to its organization a new and entirely industrial subsection, engineering. The improvement of firearms was a very slow process. The pieces of artillery remained clumsy, and the musket, in spite of a number of inventions affecting details, was still a crude weapon. It took over 300 years for a weapon to be constructed that was suitable for the equipment of the whole body of infantry. It was not until the early 18th century that the flintlock musket with a bayonet finally displaced the pike in the equipment of the infantry. The foot soldiers of that period were the mercenaries of princes. They consisted of the most demoralized elements of society, rigorously drilled but quite unreliable and only held together by the rod. They were often hostile prisoners of war who had been pressed into service. The only type of fighting in which these soldiers could apply the new weapons was the tactics of the line, which reached its highest perfection under Frederick II. The whole infantry of an army was drawn up in triple ranks in the form of a very long, hollow square, and moved in battle order only as a whole. At the very most, either of the two wings might move forward or keep back a little. This cumbrous mass could move in formation only on absolutely level ground, and even then only very slowly, 75 paces a minute. A change of formation during a battle was impossible, and once the infantry was engaged, victory or defeat was decided rapidly and at one blow. In the American War of Independence, 74, these unwieldy lines were met by bands of rebels, who although not drilled were all the better able to shoot from their rifled guns. They were fighting for their vital interests, and therefore did not desert like the mercenaries, nor did they do the English the favor of encountering them also in line and on clear, even ground. They came on in open formation, a series of rapidly moving troops of sharpshooters, under cover of the woods. Here the line was powerless and succumbed to its invisible and inaccessible opponents. Skirmishing was reinvented, a new method of warfare which was the result of a change in the human war material. What the American Revolution had begun, the French Revolution 75 completed, also in the military sphere. It also could oppose to the well-trained mercenary armies of the coalition only poorly trained but great masses of soldiers, the levy of the entire nation. But these masses had to protect Paris, that is, to hold a definite area, and for this purpose victory in open mass battle was essential. Mere skirmishes would not achieve enough. A form had to be found to make use of large masses, and this form was discovered in the column. Column formation made it possible for even poorly trained troops to move with a fair degree of order, and moreover with greater speed, 100 paces and more in a minute. It made it possible to break through the rigid forms of the old line formation, to fight on any ground, and therefore even on ground which was extremely disadvantageous to the line formation, to group the troops in any way if in the least appropriate, and, in conjunction with attacks by scattered bands of sharpshooters, to contain the enemy's lines, keep them engaged and wear them out until the moment came for masses held in reserve to break through them at the decisive point in the position. This new method of warfare, based on the combined action of skirmishers and columns and on the partitioning of the army into independent divisions or army corps, composed of all arms of the service, a method brought to full perfection by Napoleon in both its tactical and strategical aspects, had become necessary primarily because of the changed personnel, the soldiery of the French Revolution. Besides, two very important technical prerequisites had been complied with. First, the lighter carriages for field guns constructed by Gribeauval, which alone made possible the more rapid movement now required of them, and secondly, the slanting of the butt, which had hitherto been quite straight, continuing the line of the barrel. Introduced in France in 1777, it was copied from hunting weapons and made it possible to shoot at a particular individual without necessarily missing him. But for this improvement it would have been impossible to skirmish with the old weapons. The revolutionary system of arming the whole people was soon restricted to compulsory conscription, with substitution for the rich, who paid for their release, and in this form it was adopted by most of the large states on the continent. Only Prussia attempted through its Landwehr system, 76, to draw to a greater extent on the military strength of the nation. Prussia was also the first state to equip its whole infantry after the rifled muzzle-loader, which had been improved between 1830 and 1860 and found fit for use in war, had played a brief role with the most up-to-date weapon, the rifled breech-loader. Its successes in 1866 were due to these two innovations. 77. The Franco-German War was the first in which two armies faced each other both equipped with breech-loading rifles, and moreover both fundamentally in the same tactical formations as in the time of the old smooth-bore flintlocks. The only difference was that the Prussians had introduced the company column formation in an attempt to find a form of fighting which was better adapted to the new type of arms. but when, at St. Privat on August 18, 78, the Prussian Guard tried to apply the company column formation seriously, the 5 regiments which were chiefly engaged lost in less than 2 hours more than a third of their strength, 176 officers and 5,114 men. From that time on the company column, too, was condemned as a battle formation, no less than the battalion column and the line. All idea of further exposing troops in any kind of close formation to enemy gunfire was abandoned, and on the German side all subsequent fighting was conducted only in those compact bodies of skirmishers into which the columns had so far regularly dissolved of themselves under a deadly hail of bullets, although this had been opposed by the higher commands as contrary to order, and in the same way the only form of movement when under fire from enemy rifles became the double. Once again the soldier had been shrewder than the officer, it was he who instinctively found the only way of fighting which has proved of service up to now under the fire of breech-loading rifles, and in spite of opposition from his officers he carried it through successfully. The Franco-German War marked a turning point of entirely new implications. In the first place, the weapons used have reached such a stage of perfection that further progress which would have any revolutionizing influence is no longer possible. Once armies have guns which can hit a battalion at any range at which it can be distinguished, and rifles which are equally effective for hitting individual men, while loading them takes less time than aiming, then all further improvements are of minor importance for field warfare. The era of evolution is therefore, in essentials, closed in this direction. And secondly, this war has compelled all continental powers to introduce in a stricter form the Prussian Landwehr system, and with it a military burden which must bring them to ruin within a few years. The army has become the main purpose of the state, and an end in itself. The peoples are there only to provide soldiers and feed them. Militarism dominates and is swallowing Europe. But this militarism also bears within itself the seed of its own destruction. Competition among the individual states forces them, on the one hand, to spend more money each year on the army and navy, artillery, etc., thus more and more hastening their financial collapse, and, on the other hand, to resort to universal compulsory military service more and more extensively, thus in the long run making the whole people familiar with the use of arms, and therefore enabling them at a given moment to make their will prevail against the warlords in command. And this moment will arrive as soon as the mass of the people, town and country workers and peasants will have a will. At this point the armies of the princes become transformed into armies of the people, the machine refuses to work and militarism collapses by the dialectics of its own evolution. What the bourgeois democracy of 1848 could not accomplish, just because it was bourgeois and not proletarian, namely, to give the laboring masses a will whose content would be in accord with their class position, socialism will infallibly secure. And this will mean the bursting asunder from within of militarism and with it of all standing armies. That is the first moral of our history of modern infantry. The second moral, which brings us back again to Herr Duhring, is that the whole organization and method of warfare of the armies, and along with these victory or defeat, prove to be dependent on material, that is, economic conditions, on the human material and the armaments, and therefore on the quality and quantity of the population and on technical development. Only a hunting people like the Americans could rediscover skirmishing tactics, and they were hunters as a result of purely economic causes, just as now, as a result of purely economic causes, these same Yankees of the old states have transformed themselves into farmers, industrialists, seamen, and merchants who no longer skirmish in the primeval forests, but instead all the more effectively in the field of speculation, where they have likewise made much progress in making use of large masses. Only a revolution such as the French, which brought about the economic emancipation of the bourgeois and, especially, of the peasant, could find the mass armies and at the same time the free forms of movement which shattered the old rigid lines, the military counterparts of the absolutism which they were defending. And we have seen in case after case how advances in technique, as soon as they became applicable militarily and in fact were so applied, immediately and almost forcibly produced changes and even revolutions in the methods of warfare, often indeed against the will of the army command. and nowadays any zealous NCO could explain to Herr Duhring how greatly, besides, the conduct of a war depends on the productivity and means of communication of the army's own hinterland as well as of the theater of war. In short, always and everywhere it is the economic conditions and the instruments of economic power which help force to victory, without which force ceases to be force. And anyone who tried to reform methods of warfare from the opposite standpoint, on the basis of Duhringian principles, would certainly earn nothing but a beating. Asterisk 4. If we pass now from land to sea, we find that in the last 20 years alone an even more complete revolution has taken place there. The warship of the Crimean War 79 was the wooden 2- and 3-decker of 60 to 100 guns. This was still mainly propelled by sail, with only a low-powered auxiliary steam engine. The guns on these warships were for the most part 32-pounders, weighing approximately 50 centners, with only a few 68-pounders weighing 95 centners. Towards the end of the war, ironclad floating batteries made their appearance. They were clumsy and almost immobile monsters, but to the guns of that period they were invulnerable. Soon warships, too, were swathed in iron armor plating. At first the plates were still thin, a thickness of 4 inches being regarded as extremely heavy armor. But soon the progress made with artillery outstripped the armor plating. Each successive increase in the strength of the armor used was countered by a new and heavier gun which easily pierced the plates. In this way we have already reached armor plating 10, 12, 14, and 24 inches thick. Italy proposes to have a ship built with plates 3 feet thick, on the one hand, and on the other, rifled guns of 25, 35, 80, and even 100 tons, at 20 centners, in weight, which can hurl projectiles weighing 300, 400, 1,700, and up to 2,000 pounds to distances which were never dreamed of before. The warship of the present day is a gigantic armored screw-driven steamer of 8,000 to 9,000 tons displacement and 6,000 to 8,000 horsepower, with revolving turrets and 4 or at most 6 heavy guns, the bow being extended underwater into a ram for running down enemy vessels. It is a single colossal machine, in which steam not only drives the ship at a high speed, but also works the steering gear, raises the anchor, swings the turrets, changes the elevation of the guns and loads them, pumps out water, hoists and lowers the boats, some of which are themselves also steam-driven, and so forth. And the rivalry between armor plating and the firepower of guns is so far from being at an end that nowadays a ship is almost always not up to requirements, already out of date, before it is launched. The modern warship is not only a product, but at the same time a specimen of modern large-scale industry, a floating factory producing mainly, to be sure, a lavish waste of money. The country in which large-scale industry is most highly developed has almost a monopoly of the construction of these ships. All Turkish, almost all Russian and most German armored vessels have been built in England. Armor plates that are at all serviceable are hardly made outside of Sheffield. Of the 3 steel works in Europe which alone are able to make the heaviest guns, 2, Woolwich and Elswick, are in England, and the third, Krupp, in Germany. In this sphere it is most palpably evident that the direct political force d. ph 538 which, according to Herr Duhring, is the decisive cause of the economic situation DKG 231, is on the contrary completely subordinate to the economic situation, that not only the construction but also the operation of the marine instrument of force, the warship, has itself become a branch of modern large-scale industry. And that this is so distresses no one more than force itself, that is, the state, which has now to pay for one ship as much as a whole small fleet used to cost, which has to resign itself to seeing these expensive vessels become obsolete, and therefore worthless, even before they slide into the water, and which must certainly be just as disgusted as Herr Duhring that the man of the economic situation, the engineer, is now of far greater importance on board than the man of direct force, the captain. We, on the contrary, have absolutely no cause to be vexed when we see that, in this competitive struggle between armor plating and guns, the warship is being developed to a pitch of perfection which is making it both outrageously costly and unusable in war, and that this struggle makes manifest also in the sphere of naval warfare those inherent dialectical laws of motion on the basis of which militarism, like every other historical phenomenon, is being brought to its doom in consequence of its own development. Here, too, therefore we see absolutely clearly that it is not by any means true that the primary must be sought in direct political force and not in any indirect economic power. D. Ph 538. On the contrary. For what in fact does the primary in force itself prove to be? Economic power, the disposal of the means of power of large-scale industry. Naval political force, which reposes on modern warships, proves to be not at all direct but on the contrary mediated by economic power, highly developed metallurgy, command of skilled technicians and highly productive coal mines. And yet what is the use of it all? If we put Herr Duhring in supreme command in the next naval war, he will destroy all fleets of armored ships, which are the slaves of the economic situation, without torpedoes or any other artifices, solely by virtue of his direct force. 4. Theory of force. Conclusion. It is a circumstance of great importance that as a matter of fact the domination over nature, generally speaking, only preceded, a domination preceded. Through the domination over man. The cultivation of landed property in tracts of considerable size never took place anywhere without the antecedent subjection of man in some form of slave labor or corvée. The establishment of an economic domination over things has presupposed the political, social, and economic domination of man over man. How could a large landed proprietor even be conceived without at once including in this idea also his domination over slaves, serfs, or others indirectly unfree? What could the efforts of an individual, at most supplemented by those of his family, have signified or signify in extensively practiced agriculture? The exploitation of the land, or the extension of economic control over it on a scale exceeding the natural capacities of the individual, was only made possible in previous history by the establishment, either before or simultaneously with the introduction of dominion over land, of the enslavement of man which this involves. In the later periods of development this servitude was mitigated. Its present form in the more highly civilized states is wage labor, to a greater or lesser degree carried on under police rule. Thus wage labor provides the practical possibility of that form of contemporary wealth which is represented by dominion over wide areas of land and extensive landed property. It goes without saying that all other types of distributive wealth must be explained historically in a similar way, and the indirect dependence of man on man, which is now the essential feature of the conditions which economically are most fully developed, cannot be understood and explained by its own nature, but only as a somewhat transformed heritage of an earlier direct subjugation and expropriation DC 18-19. Thus Herr Duhring. Thesis: the domination of nature, by man, presupposes the domination of man, by man. Proof: the cultivation of landed property in tracts of considerable size never took place anywhere except by the use of bondmen. Proof of the proof: how can there be large landowners without bondmen, as the large landowner, even with his family, could work only a tiny part of his property without the help of bondmen? Therefore, in order to prove that man first had to subjugate man before he could bring nature under his control, Herr Duhring transforms nature without more ado into landed property in tracts of considerable size, and then this landed property ownership unspecified is immediately further transformed into the property of a large landed proprietor, who naturally cannot work his land without bondmen. In the first place, domination over nature and the cultivation of landed property are by no means the same thing. In industry, domination over nature is exercised on quite another and much greater scale than in agriculture, which is still subject to weather conditions instead of controlling them. Secondly, if we confine ourselves to the cultivation of landed property consisting of tracts of considerable size, the question arises, whose landed property is it? And then we find in the early history of all civilized peoples, not the large landed proprietors whom Herr Duhring interpolates here with his customary sleight of hand, which he calls natural dialectics, 82 but tribal and village communities with common ownership of the land. From India to Ireland, the cultivation of landed property in tracts of considerable size was originally carried on by such tribal and village communities. Sometimes the arable land was tilled jointly for account of the community, and sometimes in separate parcels of land temporarily allotted to families by the community, while woodland and pasture land continued to be used in common. It is once again characteristic of the most exhaustive specialized studies made by Herr Duhring in the domain of politics and law d. Ph 537 that he knows nothing of all this, that all his works breathe total ignorance of Mora's epoch-making writings on the primitive constitution of the German Mark, 83 the basis of all German law, and of the ever-increasing mass of literature, chiefly stimulated by Mora, which is devoted to proving the primitive common ownership of the land among all civilized peoples of Europe and Asia, and to showing the various forms of its existence and dissolution. Just as in the domain of French and English law Herr Duhring himself acquired all his ignorance, great as it was, so it is with his even much greater ignorance in the domain of German law. In this domain the man who flies into such a violent rage over the limited horizon of university professors is himself today at the very most, still where the professors were 20 years ago. It is a pure free creation and imagination 43 on Herr Duhring's part when he asserts that landed proprietors and bondmen were required for the cultivation of landed property in tracts of considerable size. In the whole of the Orient, where the village community or the state owns the land, the very term landlord is not to be found in the various languages, a point on which Herr Duhring can consult the English jurists, whose efforts in India to solve the question, who is the owner of the land, were as vain as those of the late Prince Heinrich Zi of Reuss-Grieschles Lobensteineberswald 84 in his attempts to solve the question of who was the night watchman. It was the Turks who first introduced a sort of feudal ownership of land in the countries conquered by them in the Orient. Greece made its entry into history, as far back as the heroic epoch, with a system of social estates which itself was evidently the product of a long but unknown prehistory. Even there, however, the land was mainly cultivated by independent peasants, the larger estates of the nobles and tribal chiefs were the exception, moreover they disappeared soon after. Italy was brought under cultivation chiefly by peasants, when, in the final period of the Roman Republic, the great complexes of estates, the latifundia, displaced the small peasants and replaced them with slaves. They also replaced tillage with stock raising, and, as Pliny already realized, brought Italy to ruin, latifundia Italiam perdidere. During the Middle Ages, peasant farming was predominant throughout Europe, especially in bringing virgin soil into cultivation, and in relation to the question we are now considering it is of no importance whether these peasants had to pay dues, and if so what dues, to any feudal lords. The colonists from Friesland, Lower Saxony, Flanders and the Lower Rhine, who brought under cultivation the land east of the Elbe which had been wrested from the Slavs, did this as free peasants under very favorable quit-rent tenures, and not at all under some form of corvée DC 18. In North America, by far the largest portion of the land was opened for cultivation by the labor of free farmers, while the big landlords of the South, with their slaves and their rapacious tilling of the land, exhausted the soil until it could grow only furs, so that the cultivation of cotton was forced further and further west. In Australia and New Zealand, all attempts of the British government to establish artificially a landed aristocracy came to nothing. In short, if we accept the tropical and subtropical colonies, where the climate makes agricultural labor impossible for Europeans, the big landlord who subjugates nature by means of his slaves or serfs and brings the land under cultivation proves to be a pure figment of the imagination. The very reverse is the case. Where he makes his appearance in antiquity, as in Italy, he does not bring waste land into cultivation, but transforms arable land brought under cultivation by peasants into stock pastures, depopulating and ruining whole countries. Only in a more recent period, when the increasing density of population had raised the value of land, and particularly since the development of agricultural science had made even poorer land more cultivable, it is only from this period that large landowners began to participate on an extensive scale in bringing waste land and grassland under cultivation, and this mainly through the robbery of common land from the peasants, both in England and in Germany. but there was another side even to this. For every acre of common land which the large landowners brought into cultivation in England, they transformed at least 3 acres of arable land in Scotland into sheep runs and eventually even into mere big game hunting grounds. We are concerned here only with Herr Duhring's assertion that the bringing into cultivation of tracts of land of considerable size and therefore of practically the whole area now cultivated, never and nowhere took place except through the agency of big landlords and their bondmen, an assertion which, as we have seen, presupposes a really unprecedented ignorance of history. It is not necessary, therefore, for us to examine here either to what extent, at different periods, areas which were already made entirely or mainly cultivable were cultivated by slaves, as in the heyday of Greece, or serfs, as in the manners of the Middle Ages, or what was the social function of the large landowners at various periods. And after Herr Duhring has shown us this masterpiece of the imagination, in which we do not know whether the conjuring trick of deduction or the falsification of history is more to be admired, he exclaims triumphantly, "It goes without saying that all other types of distributive wealth must be explained historically in similar manner." 19. Which of course saves him the trouble of wasting even a single word more on the origin, for example, of capital. If, with his domination of man by man as a prior condition for the domination of nature by man, Herr Duhring only wanted to state in a general way that the whole of our present economic order, the level of development now attained by agriculture and industry, is the result of a social history which evolved in class antagonisms, in relationships of domination and subjection, he is saying something which long ago, ever since the Communist Manifesto, became a commonplace. But the question at issue is how we are to explain the origin of classes and relations based on domination, and if Herr Duhring's only answer is the one-word force, we are left exactly where we were at the start. The mere fact that the ruled and exploited have at all times been far more numerous than the rulers and the exploiters, and that therefore it is in the hands of the former that the real force has reposed, is enough to demonstrate the absurdity of the whole force theory. The relationships based on domination and subjection have therefore still to be explained. They arose in 2 ways. As men originally made their exit from the animal world in the narrower sense of the term, so they made their entry into history, still half animal, brutal, still helpless in face of the forces of nature, still ignorant of their own strength, and consequently as poor as the animals and hardly more productive than they. There prevailed a certain equality in the conditions of existence, and for the heads of families also a kind of equality of social position, at least an absence of social classes which continued among the primitive agricultural communities of the civilized peoples of a later period. In each such community there were from the beginning certain common interests, the safeguarding of which had to be handed over to individuals, true, under the control of the community as a whole, adjudication of disputes, repression of abuse of authority by individuals, control of water supplies, especially in hot countries, and finally, when conditions were still absolutely primitive, religious functions. Such offices are found in aboriginal communities of every period in the oldest German marks and even today in India. They are naturally endowed with a certain measure of authority and are the beginnings of state power. The productive forces gradually increase. The increasing density of the population creates at one point common interests, at another conflicting interests, between the separate communities, whose grouping into larger units brings about in turn a new division of labor, the setting up of organs to safeguard common interests and combat conflicting interests. These organs which, if only because they represent the common interests of the whole group, hold a special position in relation to each individual community in certain circumstances, even one of opposition, soon make themselves still more independent, partly through heredity of functions, which comes about almost as a matter of course in a world where everything occurs spontaneously, and partly because they become increasingly indispensable owing to the growing number of conflicts with other groups. It is not necessary for us to examine here how this independence of social functions in relation to society increased with time until it developed into domination over society, how he who was originally the servant, where conditions were favorable, changed gradually into the lord, how this lord, depending on the conditions, emerged as an oriental despot or satrap, the dynast of a Greek tribe, chieftain of a Celtic clan, and so on, to what extent he subsequently had recourse to force in the course of this transformation, and how finally the individual rulers united into a ruling class. Here we are only concerned with establishing the fact that the exercise of a social function was everywhere the basis of political supremacy, and further that political supremacy has existed for any length of time only when it discharged its social functions. However great the number of despotisms which rose and fell in Persia and India, each was fully aware that above all it was the entrepreneur responsible for the collective maintenance of irrigation throughout the river valleys, without which no agriculture was possible there. It was reserved for the enlightened English to lose sight of this in India. They let the irrigation canals and sluices fall into decay, and are now at last discovering, through the regularly recurring famines, that they have neglected the one activity which might have made their rule in India at least as legitimate as that of their predecessors. But alongside this process of formation of classes another was also taking place. The spontaneously evolved division of labor within the family cultivating the soil made possible, at a certain level of well-being, the incorporation of one or more strangers as additional labor forces. This was especially the case in countries where the old common ownership of the land had already disintegrated, or at least the former joint cultivation had given place to the separate cultivation of parcels of land by the respective families. Production had developed so far that the labor power of a man could now produce more than was necessary for its mere maintenance. The means of maintaining additional labor forces existed, likewise the means of employing them. Labor power acquired a value. But the community itself and the association to which it belonged yielded no available, superfluous labor forces. On the other hand, such forces were provided by war, and war was as old as the simultaneous existence alongside each other of several groups of communities. Up to that time one had not known what to do with prisoners of war, and had therefore simply killed them. At an even earlier period, eaten them. But at the stage of endled quo, economic situation and road quo, which had now been attained, the prisoners acquired value, one therefore let them live and made use of their labor. Thus force, instead of controlling the economic situation, was on the contrary pressed into the service of the economic situation. Slavery had been invented. It soon became the dominant form of production among all peoples who were developing beyond the old community, but in the end was also one of the chief causes of their decay. It was slavery that first made possible the division of labor between agriculture and industry on a larger scale, and thereby also Hellenism, the flowering of the ancient world. Without slavery, no Greek state, no Greek art and science; without slavery, no Roman Empire. But without the basis laid by Hellenism and the Roman Empire, also no modern Europe. We should never forget that our whole economic, political, and intellectual development presupposes a state of things in which slavery was as necessary as it was universally recognized. In this sense we are entitled to say, without the slavery of antiquity no modern socialism. It is very easy to inveigh against slavery and similar things in general terms, and to give vent to high moral indignation at such infamies. Unfortunately all that this conveys is only what everyone knows, namely, that these institutions of antiquity are no longer in accord with our present conditions and our sentiments, which these conditions determine. But it does not tell us one word as to how these institutions arose, why they existed, and what role they played in history. And when we examine these questions, we are compelled to say, however contradictory and heretical it may sound, that the introduction of slavery under the conditions prevailing at that time was a great step forward. For it is a fact that man sprang from the beasts, and had consequently to use barbaric and almost bestial means to extricate himself from barbarism. Where the ancient communities have continued to exist, they have for thousands of years formed the basis of the cruelest form of state, Oriental despotism, from India to Russia. It was only where these communities dissolved that the peoples made progress of themselves, and their next economic advance consisted in the increase and development of production by means of slave labor. It is clear that so long as human labor was still so little productive that it provided but a small surplus over and above the necessary means of subsistence, any increase of the productive forces, extension of trade, development of the state and of law, or foundation of art and science, was possible only by means of a greater division of labor. And the necessary basis for this was the great division of labor between the masses discharging simple manual labor and the few privileged persons directing labor, conducting trade and public affairs, and, at a later stage, occupying themselves with art and science. The simplest and most natural form of this division of labor was in fact slavery. In the historical conditions of the ancient world, and particularly of Greece, the advance to a society based on class antagonisms could be accomplished only in the form of slavery. This was an advance even for the slaves, the prisoners of war, from whom the mass of the slaves was recruited, now at least saved their lives, instead of being killed as they had been before, or even roasted, as at a still earlier period. We may add at this point that all historical antagonisms between exploiting and exploited, ruling and oppressed classes to this very day find their explanation in this same relatively undeveloped human labor. So long as the really working population were so much occupied with their necessary labor that they had no time left for looking after the common affairs of society, the direction of labor, affairs of state, legal matters, art, science, etc., so long was it necessary that there should constantly exist a special class, freed from actual labor, to manage these affairs, and this class never failed, for its own advantage, to impose a greater and greater burden of labor on the working masses. Only the immense increase of the productive forces attained by modern industry has made it possible to distribute labor among all members of society without exception, and thereby to limit the labor time of each individual member to such an extent that all have enough free time left to take part in the general both theoretical and practical affairs of society. It is only now, therefore, that every ruling and exploiting class has become superfluous and indeed a hindrance to social development, and it is only now, too, that it will be inexorably abolished, however much it may be in possession of direct force. When, therefore, Herr Duhring turns up his nose at Hellenism because it was founded on slavery, he might with equal justice reproach the Greeks with having had no steam engines or electric telegraphs. And when he asserts that our modern wage bondage can only be explained as a somewhat transformed and mitigated heritage of slavery, and not by its own nature, that is, by the economic laws of modern society, this either means only that both wage labor and slavery are forms of bondage and class domination, which every child knows to be so, or is false. For with equal justice we might say that wage labor could only be explained as a mitigated form of cannibalism, which, it is now established, was the universal primitive form of utilization of defeated enemies. The role played in history by force as contrasted with economic development is therefore clear. In the first place, all political power is organically based on an economic, social function, and increases in proportion as the members of society, through the dissolution of the primitive community, become transformed into private producers, and thus become more and more divorced from the administrators of the common functions of society. Secondly, after the political force has made itself independent in relation to society, and has transformed itself from its servant into its master, it can work in two different directions. Either it works in the sense and in the direction of the natural economic development, in which case no conflict arises between them, the economic development being accelerated. Or it works against economic development, in which case, as a rule, with but few exceptions, force succumbs to it. These few exceptions are isolated cases of conquest, in which the more barbarian conquerors exterminated or drove out the population of a country and laid waste or allowed to go to ruin productive forces which they did not know how to use. This was what the Christians in Moorish Spain did with the major part of the irrigation works on which the highly developed agriculture and horticulture of the Moors depended. Every conquest by a more barbarian people disturbs of course the economic development and destroys numerous productive forces. But in the immense majority of cases where the conquest is permanent, the more barbarian conqueror has to adapt himself to the higher economic situation DKG 231 as it emerges from the conquest. He is assimilated by the vanquished and in most cases he has even to adopt their language. but where apart from cases of conquest the internal state power of a country becomes antagonistic to its economic development, as at a certain stage occurred with almost every political power in the past, the contest always ended with the downfall of the political power. Inexorably and without exception the economic development has forced its way through. We have already mentioned the latest and most striking example of this, the Great French Revolution. If, in accordance with Herr Duhring's theory, the economic situation and with it the economic structure of a given country were dependent simply on political force, it is absolutely impossible to understand why Frederick William IV after 1848 could not succeed, in spite of his magnificent army, 85 engrafting the medieval guilds and other romantic oddities onto the railways, the steam engines, and the large-scale industry which was just then developing in his country, or why the Tsar of Russia, who is possessed of even much more forcible means, is not only unable to pay his debts, but cannot even maintain his force without continually borrowing from the economic situation of Western Europe. To Herr Duhring force is the absolute evil, the first act of force is to him the original sin, his whole exposition is a Jeremiad on the contamination of all subsequent history consummated by this original sin, a Jeremiad on the shameful perversion of all natural and social laws by this diabolical power, force. That force, however, plays yet another role in history, a revolutionary role, that, in the words of Marx, it is the midwife of every old society pregnant with a new one, that it is the instrument with the aid of which social movement forces its way through and shatters the dead, fossilized political forms of this there is not a word in Herr Duhring. It is only with sighs and groans that he admits the possibility that force will perhaps be necessary for the overthrow of an economic system of exploitation, unfortunately, because all use of force demoralizes the person who uses it. And this in spite of the immense moral and spiritual impetus which has been given by every victorious revolution. And this in Germany, where a violent collision which may, after all, be forced on the people would at least have the advantage of wiping out the servility which has penetrated the nation's mentality following the humiliation of the 30 Years' War. And this Parson's mode of thought, dull, insipid, and impotent, presumes to impose itself on the most revolutionary party that history has known. V. Theory of Value. It is now about 100 years since the publication in Leipzig of a book which by the beginning of the 19th century had run through over 30 editions. It was circulated and distributed in town and country by the authorities, by preachers and philanthropists of all kinds, and was generally prescribed as a reader for use in the elementary schools. This book was Rochau's Kinderfreund. Its purpose was to teach the youthful offspring of the peasants and artisans their vocation in life and their duties to their superiors in society and in the state, and likewise to inspire in them a beneficent contentment with their lot on earth, with black bread and potatoes, serf labor, low wages, paternal thrashings and other delectations of this sort, and all that by means of the system of enlightenment which was then in vogue. With this aim in view the youth of the towns and of the countryside was admonished how wisely nature had ordained that man must win his livelihood and his pleasures by labor, and how happy therefore the peasant or artisan should feel that it was granted to him to season his meal with bitter labor, instead of, like the rich glutton, suffering the pangs of indigestion or constipation, and having to gulp down the choicest tidbits with repugnance. These same platitudes that old Rochau thought good enough for the peasant boys and girls of the electorate of Saxony of his time, are served up to us by Herr Duhring on page 14 and the following pages of his cursus as the absolutely fundamental ph 150 basis of the most up-to-date political economy. Human wants as such have their natural laws, and their expansion is confined within limits which can be transgressed only by unnatural acts and only for a time, until these acts result in nausea, weariness of life, decrepitude, social mutilation, and finally salutary annihilation. A game of life consisting purely of pleasures without any further serious aim soon makes one blasé, or, what amounts to the same thing, exhausts all capacity to feel. Real labor, in some form or other, is therefore the natural social law of healthy beings. If instincts and wants were not provided with counterbalances they could hardly bring us even infantile existence, let alone a historically intensified development of life. If they could find satisfaction without limit and without effort, they would soon exhaust themselves, leaving an empty existence in the form of boring intervals lasting until the wants were felt again. In every respect, therefore, the fact that the satisfaction of the instincts and passions depends on the surmounting of economic obstacles is a salutary basic law of both the external arrangement of nature and the inner constitution of man. DC 14, 15, 16, and so on, and so forth. It can be seen that the commonest commonplaces of the worthy Rochow are celebrating their centenary in Herr Duhring, and do so, moreover, as the deeper foundation 11 of the one and only really critical and scientific socialitarian system. For, with the foundations thus laid, Herr Duhring can proceed to build. Applying the mathematical method, he first gives us, following the ancient Euclid's example, a series of definitions. This is all the more convenient because it enables him at once to contrive his definitions in such a way that what is to be proved with their help is already partially contained in them. And so we learn at the outset that the governing concept in all prior political economy has been wealth, and that wealth, as it really has been understood hitherto and as it has developed its sway in world history, is economic power over men and things. 16 to 17. This is doubly wrong. In the first place, the wealth of the ancient tribal and village communities was in no sense a domination over men. And secondly, even in societies moving in class antagonisms, wealth, in so far as it includes domination over men, is mainly and almost exclusively a domination over men exercised by virtue of, and through the agency of, the domination over things. From the very early period when the capture of slaves and the exploitation of slaves became separate branches of business, the exploiters of slave labor had to buy the slaves, acquiring control over men only through their prior control of things, of the purchase price of the slave and of his means of subsistence and instruments of labor. Throughout the Middle Ages, large landed property was the prerequisite by means of which the feudal nobility came to have quit-rent peasants and corvée peasants. And nowadays even a 6-year-old child sees that wealth dominates men exclusively by means of the things which it has at its disposal. But what is it that makes Herr Duhring concoct this false definition of wealth, and why has he to sever the actual connection which existed in all former class societies, in order to drag wealth from the domain of economics over into that of morals? Domination over things is quite all right, but domination over men is an evil thing, and as Herr Duhring has forbidden himself to explain domination over men by domination over things, he can once again do an audacious trick and explain domination over men offhand by his beloved force. Wealth, as domination over men, is robbery. 17. And with this we are back again at a corrupted version of Proudhon's ancient formula, property is theft. And so we have now safely brought wealth under two essential aspects, production and distribution. Wealth as domination over things, production wealth, the good side; wealth as domination over men, distribution wealth up to the present day, bad side, away with it. Applied to the conditions of today, this means, the capitalist mode of production is quite good and may remain, but the capitalist mode of distribution is no good and must be abolished. Such is the nonsense which comes of writing on economics without even having grasped the connection between production and distribution. After wealth, value is defined as follows. Value is the worth which economic things and services have in commerce. This worth corresponds to the price or any other equivalent name, for example wages. DC 19. In other words, value is the price. Or rather, in order not to do Herr Duhring an injustice and give the absurdity of his definition as far as possible in his own words, value are the prices. For he says on page 19, value, and the prices expressing it in money. Thus himself stating that the same value has very different prices and consequently also just as many different values. If Hegel had not died long ago, he would hang himself. With all his theologies he could not have thought up this value which has as many different values as it has prices. It requires once more someone with the positive assurance of Herr Duhring to inaugurate a new and deeper foundation for economics with the declaration that there is no difference between price and value except that one is expressed in money and the other is not. But all this still does not tell us what value is, and still less by what it is determined. Herr Duhring has therefore to come across with further explanations. Speaking absolutely in general, the basic law of comparison and evaluation, on which value and the prices expressing it in money depend, belongs in the first place to the sphere of pure production, apart from distribution, which introduces only a second element into the concept of value. The greater or lesser obstacles which the variety of natural conditions places in the way of efforts directed toward the procurement of things, and owing to which it necessitates a greater or lesser expenditure of economic energy, determine also the greater or lesser value, 19 to 20, and this is appraised according to the resistance offered by nature and circumstances to the procuring of things. 20. The extent to which we invest our own energy into them, things, is the immediate determining cause of the existence of value in general and of a particular magnitude of it. 21. In so far as there is a meaning in this, it is, the value of a product of labor is determined by the labor time necessary for its production, and we knew that long ago, even without Herr Duhring. Instead of stating the fact simply, he has to twist it into an oracular saying. It is simply wrong to say that the dimensions in which anyone invests his energies in anything, to keep to the bombastic style, is the immediate determining cause of value and of the magnitude of value. In the first place, it depends on what thing the energy is put into, and secondly, how the energy is put into it. If someone makes a thing which has no use value for other people, his whole energy does not produce an atom of value, and if he is stiff-necked enough to produce by hand an object which a machine produces 20 times cheaper, 19/20ths of the energy he put into it produces neither value in general nor any particular magnitude of value. Moreover, it is an absolute distortion to transform productive labor, which creates positive products, into a merely negative overcoming of a resistance. In order to come by a shirt, we should then have to set about it somewhat as follows. Firstly, we overcome the resistance of the cotton seed to being sown and to growing, then the resistance of the ripe cotton to being picked and packed and transported, then its resistance to being unpacked and carded and spun, further the resistance of the yarn to being woven, then the resistance of the cloth to being bleached and sewn, and finally the resistance of the completed shirt to being put on. Why all this childish perversion and perversity? In order, by means of the resistance, to pass from the production value, the true but hitherto only ideal value, to the distribution value, the value, falsified by force, which alone was acknowledged in past history. In addition to the resistance offered by nature, there is yet another, a purely social obstacle. An obstructive power steps in between man and nature, and this power is once again man. Man, conceived as alone and isolated, faces nature as a free being. The situation is different as soon as we think of a second man who, sword in hand, holds the approaches to nature and its resources and demands a price, whatever form it may take, for allowing access. This second man, so to speak, puts a tax on the other and is thus the reason why the value of the object striven for turns out greater than it might have been but for this political and social obstacle to the procuring or production of the object. The particular forms of this artificially enhanced worth of things are extremely manifold. And it naturally has its concomitant counterpart in a corresponding forcing down of the worth of labor. 23. It is therefore an illusion to attempt to regard value in advance as an equivalent in the proper sense of this term, that is, as something which is of equal worth, or as a relation of exchange arising from the principle that service and counter-service are equal. On the contrary, the criterion of a correct theory of value will be that the most general cause of evaluation conceived in the theory does not coincide with the special form of worth which rests on compulsory distribution. This form varies with the social system, while economic value proper can only be a production value measured in relation to nature, and in consequence of this will only change with changes in the obstacles to production of a purely natural and technical kind. DC 24 to 25. The value which a thing has in practice, according to Herr Duhring, therefore consists of two parts: first, the labor contained in it, and, secondly, the tax surcharge imposed sword in hand. In other words, value in practice today is a monopoly price. Now if, in accordance with this theory of value, all commodities have such a monopoly price. Only two alternatives are possible. Either each individual loses again as a buyer what he gained as a seller, the prices have changed nominally but in reality in their mutual relationship have remained the same, everything remains as before, and the far-famed distribution value is a mere illusion. Or, on the other hand, the alleged tax surcharges represent a real sum of values, namely, that produced by the Duhring, value-producing class but appropriated by the monopolist class, and then this sum of values consists merely of unpaid labor. In this event, in spite of the man with the sword in his hand, in spite of the alleged tax surcharges and the asserted distribution value, we arrive once again at the Marxian theory of surplus value. But let us look at some examples of the famous distribution value. On page 135 and the following pages we find: the shaping of prices as a result of individual competition must also be regarded as a form of economic distribution and of the mutual imposition of tribute. If the stock of any necessary commodity is suddenly reduced to a considerable extent, this gives the sellers a disproportionate power of exploitation. 135 to 36. What a colossal increase in prices this may produce is shown particularly by those abnormal situations in which the supply of necessary articles is cut off for any length of time. 137 and so on. Moreover, even in the normal course of things virtual monopolies exist which make possible arbitrary price increases, as for example the railway companies, the companies supplying towns with water and gas. See 153, 154, etc. It has long been known that such opportunities for monopolistic exploitation occur. But that the monopoly prices these produce are not to rank as exceptions and special cases, but precisely as classical examples of the determination of values in operation today. This is new. How are the prices of the necessaries of life determined? Herr Duhring replies, go into a beleaguered city from which supplies have been cut off, and find out. What effect has competition on the determination of market prices? Ask the monopolists, they will tell you all about it. For that matter, even in the case of these monopolies, the man with the sword in his hand who is supposed to stand behind them is not discoverable. On the contrary, in cities under siege, if the man with the sword, the commandant, does his duty, he, as a rule, very soon puts an end to the monopoly and requisitions the monopolist's stocks for the purpose of equal distribution. And for the rest, the men with the sword, when they have tried to fabricate a distribution value, have reaped nothing but bad business and financial loss. With their monopolization of the East Indian trade, the Dutch brought both their monopoly and their trade to ruin. The two strongest governments which ever existed, the North American Revolutionary Government and the French National Convention, ventured to fix maximum prices, and they failed miserably. 86 For some years now, the Russian government has been trying to raise the exchange rate of Russian paper money, which it is lowering in Russia by the continuous emission of irredeemable banknotes, by the equally continuous buying up in London of bills of exchange on Russia. It has had to pay for this pleasure in the last few years almost 60 million rubles, and the ruble now stands at under 2 marks instead of over 3. If the sword has the magic economic powers ascribed to it by Herr Duhring, why is it that no government has succeeded in permanently compelling bad money to have the distribution value of good money, or assignats to have the distribution value of gold? And where is the sword which is in command of the world market? There is also another principal form in which the distribution value facilitates the appropriation of other people's services without counter services. This is possession rent, that is to say, rent of land and the profit on capital. For the moment we merely record this, to enable us to state that this is all that we learn of this famous distribution value. All? No, not quite. Listen to this. In spite of the twofold standpoint which manifests itself in the recognition of a production value and a distribution value, there is nevertheless always underlying these something in common, the thing of which all values consist and by which they are therefore measured. The immediate, natural measure is the expenditure of energy, and the simplest unit is human energy in the crudest sense of the term. This latter can be reduced to the existence time whose self-maintenance in turn represents the overcoming of a certain sum of difficulties in nutrition and life. Distribution, or appropriation, value is present in pure and exclusive form only where the power to dispose of unproduced things, or, to use a commoner expression, where these things themselves are exchanged for services or things of real production value. The homogeneous element, which is indicated and represented in every expression of value and therefore also in the component parts of value which are appropriated through distribution without counter-service, consists in the expenditure of human energy, which finds embodiment in each commodity. Now what should we say to this? If all commodity values are measured by the expenditure of human energy embodied in the commodities, what becomes of the distribution value, the price surcharge, the tax? True, Herr Duhring tells us that even unproduced things which consequently cannot have a real value can be given a distribution value and exchanged against things which have been produced and possess value. But at the same time he tells us that all values consequently also purely and exclusively distributive values consist in the expenditure of energy embodied in them. Unfortunately we are not told how an expenditure of energy can find embodiment in an unproduced thing. In any case, one point seems to emerge clearly from all this medley of values, that distribution value, the price surcharge on commodities extorted as a result of social position, and the tax levied by virtue of the sword all once more amount to nothing. The values of commodities are determined solely by the expenditure of human energy, vulgo labor, which finds embodiment in them. So, apart from the rent of land and the few monopoly prices, Herr Duhring says the same, though in more slovenly and confused terms, as the much decried Ricardo Marxian theory of value said long ago in clearer and more precise form. He says it, and in the same breath he says the opposite. Marx, taking Ricardo's investigations as his starting point, says, the value of commodities is determined by the socially necessary general human labor embodied in them, and this in turn is measured by its duration. Labor is the measure of all values, but labor itself has no value. Herr Duhring, after likewise putting forward, in his clumsy way, labor as the measure of value, continues. This can be reduced to the existence time whose self-maintenance in turn represents the overcoming of a certain sum of difficulties in nutrition and life. DC 27. Let us ignore the confusion, due purely to his desire to be original, of labor time, which is the only thing that matters here, with existence time, which has never yet created or measured values. Let us also ignore the false socialitarian presence which the self-maintenance of this existence time is intended to introduce. So long as the world has existed and so long as it continues to exist, every individual must maintain himself in the sense that he himself consumes his means of subsistence. Let us assume that Herr Duhring expressed himself in precise economic terms, then the sentence quoted either means nothing at all or means the following: the value of a commodity is determined by the labor time embodied in it, and the value of this labor time by the means of subsistence required for the maintenance of the laborer for this time. And, in its application to present-day society, this means, the value of a commodity is determined by the wages contained in it. And this brings us at last to what Herr Duhring is really trying to say. The value of a commodity is determined, in the phraseology of vulgar economics, by the production outlays. Carey, on the contrary, brought out the truth that it is not the costs of production, but the costs of reproduction that determine value, Kritisgeschichte, p. 401. We shall see later what there is to these production or reproduction costs. At the moment we only note that, as is well known, they consist of wages and profit on capital. Wages represent the expenditure of energy embodied in commodities, the production value. Profit represents the tax or price surcharge extorted by the capitalist by virtue of his monopoly, the sword in his hand, the distribution value. And so the whole contradictory confusion of the Duhringian theory of value is ultimately resolved into the most beautiful and harmonious clarity. The determination of the value of commodities by wages, which in Adam Smith still frequently appeared side by side with its determination by labor time, has been banned from scientific political economy since Ricardo, and nowadays survives only in vulgar economics. It is precisely the shallowest sycophants of the existing capitalist order of society who preach the determination of value by wages, and along with this, describe the profit of the capitalist likewise as a higher sort of wages, as the wages of abstinence, reward to the capitalist for not playing ducks and drakes with his capital, as the premium on risk, as the wages of management, etc. Herr Duhring differs from them only in declaring that profit is robbery. In other words, Herr Duhring bases his socialism directly on the doctrines of the worst kind of vulgar economics. And his socialism is worth just as much as this vulgar economics. They stand and fall together. After all, it is clear that what a laborer produces and what he costs are just as much different things as what a machine produces and what it costs. The value created by a laborer in a 12-hour working day has nothing in common with the value of the means of subsistence which he consumes in this working day and the period of rest that goes with it. In these means of subsistence there may be embodied 3, 4, or 7 hours of labor time varying with the stage of development reached in the productivity of labor. If we assume that 7 hours of labor were necessary for their production, then the theory of value of vulgar economics which Herr Duhring has accepted implies that the product of 12 hours of labor has the value of the product of 7 hours of labor, that 12 hours of labor are equal to 7 hours of labor, or that 12 equals 7. To put it even more plainly, a laborer working on the land, no matter under what social relationships, produces in a year a certain quantity of grain, say 60 bushels of wheat. During this time he consumes a sum of values amounting of 45 bushels of wheat. Then the 60 bushels of wheat have the same value as the 45 bushels, and that in the same market and with other conditions remaining absolutely identical, in other words, 60 equals 45. And this styles itself political economy. The whole development of human society beyond the stage of brute savagery begins on the day when the labor of the family created more products than were necessary for its maintenance, on the day when a portion of labor could be devoted to the production no longer of the mere means of subsistence, but of means of production. A surplus of the product of labor over and above the costs of maintenance of the labor, and the formation and enlargement, out of this surplus, of a social production and reserve fund, was and is the basis of all social, political, and intellectual progress. In history, up to the present, this fund has been the possession of a privileged class, on which also devolved along with this possession, political domination and intellectual leadership. The impending social revolution will for the first time make this social production and reserve fund, that is, the total mass of raw materials, instruments of production and means of subsistence, a really social fund, by depriving that privileged class of the disposal of it and transferring it to the whole of society as its common property. Of two alternative courses, 1. Either the value of commodities is determined by the costs of maintenance of the labor necessary for their production, that is, in present-day society, by the wages. In that case each laborer receives in his wages the value of the product of his labor, and then the exploitation of the wage-earning class by the capitalist class is an impossibility. Let us assume that the costs of maintenance of a laborer in a given society can be expressed by the sum of 3 marks. Then the product of a day's labor, according to the above-cited theory of the vulgar economists, has the value of 3 marks. Let us assume that the capitalist who employs this laborer, adds a profit to this product, a tribute of 1 mark, and sells it for 4 marks. The other capitalists do the same. But from that moment the laborer can no longer cover his daily needs with 3 marks, but also requires 4 marks for this purpose. As all other conditions are assumed to have remained unchanged, the wages expressed in means of subsistence must remain the same, while the wages expressed in money must rise, namely, from 3 marks to 4 marks a day. What the capitalists take from the working class in the form of profit, they must give back to it in the form of wages. We are just where we were at the beginning. If wages determine value, no exploitation of the worker by the capitalist is possible. But the formation of a surplus of products is also impossible, for, on the basis of the assumption from which we started, the laborers consume just as much value as they produce. And as the capitalists produce no value, it is impossible to see how they expect to live. And if such a surplus of production over consumption, such a production and reserve fund, nevertheless exists, and exists in the hands of the capitalists, no other possible explanation remains but that the workers consume for their self-maintenance merely the value of the commodities and have handed over the commodities themselves to the capitalist for further use. Or, on the other hand, if this production and reserve fund does in fact exist in the hands of the capitalist class, if it has actually arisen through the accumulation of profit, for the moment we leave the land rent out of account, then it necessarily consists of the accumulated surplus of the product of labor handed over to the capitalist class by the working class, over and above the sum of wages paid to the working class by the capitalist class. In this case, however, it is not wages that determine value, but the quantity of labor. In this case the working class hands over to the capitalist class in the product of labor a greater quantity of value than it receives from it in the shape of wages, and then the profit on capital, like all other forms of appropriation without payment of the labor product of others, is explained as a simple component part of the surplus value discovered by Marx. Incidentally, in Duhring's whole cursus of political economy there is no mention of that great and epoch-making discovery with which Ricardo opens his most important work. The value of a commodity depends on the quantity of labor which is necessary for its production, and not on the greater or lesser compensation which is paid for that labor. In the Kritisgeschichte it is dismissed with the oracular phrase. It is not considered, by Ricardo, that the greater or lesser proportion in which wages can be an allotment of the necessaries of life must also involve different forms of the value relationships. DKG 215. A phrase into which the reader can read what he pleases, and is on safest ground if he reads into it nothing at all. And now let the reader select for himself, from the 5 sorts of value served up to us by Herr Duhring, the one that he likes best, the production value, which comes from nature, or the distribution value, which man's wickedness has created and which is distinguished by the fact that it is measured by the expenditure of energy, which is not contained in it, or thirdly, the value which is measured by labor time, or fourthly, the value which is measured by the costs of reproduction, or lastly, the value which is measured by wages. The selection is wide, the confusion complete, and the only thing left for us to do is to exclaim with Herr Duhring. The theory of value is the touchstone of the worth of economic systems. 499. 6. Simple and compound labor. Herr Duhring has discovered in Marx a gross blunder in economics that a schoolboy would blush at, a blunder which at the same time contains a socialist heresy very dangerous to society. Marx's theory of value is nothing but the ordinary theory that labor is the cause of all values and labor time is their measure. But the question of how the distinct value of so-called skilled labor is to be conceived is left in complete obscurity. It is true that in our theory also only the labor time expended can be the measure of the natural cost and therefore of the absolute value of economic things, but here the labor time of each individual must be considered absolutely equal, to start with, and it is only necessary to examine where, in skilled production, the labor time of other persons, for example in the tool used, is added to the separate labor time of the individual. Therefore the position is not, as in Herr Marx's hazy conception, that the labor time of one person is in itself more valuable than that of another, because more average labor time is condensed as it were within it, but all labor time is in principle and without exception and therefore without any need to take first an average absolutely equal in value, and in regard to the work done by a person, as also in regard to every finished product, all that requires to be ascertained is how much of the labor time of other persons may be concealed in what appears to be only his own labor time. Whether it is a hand tool for production, or the hand, or even the head itself, which could not have acquired its special characteristics and capacity for work without the labor time of others, is not of the slightest importance in the strict application of the theory. In his lucubrations on value, however, Herr Marx never rids himself of the ghost of a skilled labor time which lurks in the background. He was unable to effect a thoroughgoing change here because he was hampered by the traditional mode of thought of the educated classes, to whom it necessarily appears monstrous to recognize the labor time of a porter and that of an architect as of absolutely equal value from the standpoint of economics DKG 499 to 500. The passage in Marx which calls forth this mightier wrath 501 on Herr Duhring's part is very brief. Marx is examining what it is that determines the value of commodities and gives the answer, the human labor embodied in them. This, he continues, is the expenditure of simple labor power which, on an average, apart from any special development, exists in the organism of every ordinary individual. Skilled labor counts only as simple labor intensified, or rather, as multiplied simple labor, a given quantity of skilled being considered equal to a greater quantity of simple labor. Experience shows that this reduction is constantly being made. A commodity may be the product of the most skilled labor, but its value, by equating it to the product of simple unskilled labor, represents a definite quantity of the latter labor alone. The different proportions in which different sorts of labor are reduced to unskilled labor as their standard, are established by a social process that goes on behind the backs of the producers, and, consequently, appear to be fixed by custom. Marx is dealing here first of all only with the determination of the value of commodities, i.e., of objects which, within a society composed of private producers, are produced and exchanged against each other by these private producers for their private account. In this passage therefore there is no question whatever of Endelt quo, absolute value and road quo, wherever this may be in existence, but of the value which is current in a definite form of society. This value, in this definite historical sense, is shown to be created and measured by the human labor embodied in the individual commodities, and this human labor is further shown to be the expenditure of simple labor power. But not all labor is a mere expenditure of simple human labor power. Very many sorts of labor involve the use of capabilities or knowledge acquired with the expenditure of greater or lesser effort, time, and money. Do these kinds of compound labor produce, in the same interval of time, the same commodity values as simple labor, the expenditure of mere simple labor power? Obviously not. The product of 1 hour of compound labor is a commodity of a higher value, perhaps double or treble in comparison with the product of 1 hour of simple labor. The values of the products of compound labor are expressed by this comparison in definite quantities of simple labor, but this reduction of compound labor is established by a social process which goes on behind the backs of the producers, by a process which at this point, in the development of the theory of value, can only be stated but not as yet explained. It is this simple fact, taking place daily before our eyes in present-day capitalist society, which is here stated by Marx. This fact is so indisputable that even Herr Duhring does not venture to dispute it either in his cursus or in his history of political economy, and the Marxian presentation is so simple and lucid that no one but Herr Duhring is left in complete obscurity by it. Because of his complete obscurity he mistakes the commodity value, which alone Marx was for the time being concerned with investigating, for the natural cost, which makes the obscurity still more complete, and even for the absolute value, which so far as our knowledge goes has never before had currency in political economy. But whatever Herr Duhring may understand by the natural cost, and whichever of his 5 kinds of value may have the honor to represent absolute value, this much at least is sure, that Marx is not discussing any of these things, but only the value of commodities, and that in the whole section of Capital which deals with value there is not even the slightest indication of whether or to what extent Marx considers this theory of the value of commodities applicable also to other forms of society. Therefore the position is not, Herr Duhring proceeds, as in Herr Marx's hazy conception, that the labor time of one person is in itself more valuable than that of another, because more average labor time is condensed as it were within it, but all labor time is in principle and without exception and therefore without any need to take first an average absolutely equal in value DKG 500. It is fortunate for Herr Duhring that fate did not make him a manufacturer, and thus saved him from fixing the value of his commodities on the basis of this new rule and thereby running infallibly into the arms of bankruptcy. But say, are we here still in the society of manufacturers? No, far from it. With his natural cost and absolute value, Herr Duhring has made us take a leap, a veritable salto mortale, out of the present evil world of exploiters into his own economic commune of the future, into the pure, heavenly air of equality and justice, and so we must now, even though prematurely, take a glance at this new world. It is true that, according to Herr Duhring's theory, only the labor time expended can measure the value of economic things even in the economic commune, but as a matter of course the labor time of each individual must be considered absolutely equal to start with. All labor time is in principle and without exception absolutely equal in value, without any need to take first an average. And now compare with this radical equalitarian socialism Marx's hazy conception that the labor time of one person is in itself more valuable than that of another, because more average labor time is condensed as it were within it, a conception which held Marx captive by reason of the traditional mode of thought of the educated classes, to whom it necessarily appears monstrous that the labor time of a porter and that of an architect should be recognized as of absolutely equal value from the standpoint of economics. Unfortunately, Marx put a short footnote to the passage in capital cited above. The reader must note that we are not speaking here of the wages or value that the laborer gets for a given labor time, but of the value of the commodity in which that labor time is materialized. Marx, who seems here to have had a presentiment of the coming of his Duhring, therefore safeguards himself against an application of his statements quoted above even to the wages which are paid in existing society for compound labor. And if Herr Duhring, not content with doing this all the same, presents these statements as the principles on which Marx would like to see the distribution of the necessaries of life regulated in society organized socialistically, he is guilty of a shameless imposture, the like of which is only to be found in the gangster press. But let us look a little more closely at the doctrine of equality in values. All labor time is entirely equal in value, the porters and the architects. So labor time, and therefore labor itself, has a value. But labor is the creator of all values. It alone gives the products found in nature value in the economic sense. Value itself is nothing else than the expression of the socially necessary human labor materialized in an object. Labor can therefore have no value. One might as well speak of the value, or try to determine the weight, not of a heavy body, but of heaviness itself, as speak of the value of labor, and try to determine it. Herr Duhring dismisses people like Owen, Saint Simon, and Fourier by calling them social alchemists DKG 237. His subtilising over the value of labor time, that is, of labor, shows that he ranks far beneath the real alchemists. And now let the reader fathom Herr Duhring's brazenness in imputing to Marx the assertion that the labor time of one person is in itself more valuable than that of another 500, that labor time, and therefore labor, has a value to Marx, who first demonstrated that labor can have no value, and why it cannot. For socialism, which wants to emancipate human labor power from its status of a commodity, the realization that labor has no value and can have none is of great importance. With this realization, all attempts inherited by Herr Duhring from primitive workers' socialism to regulate the future distribution of the necessaries of life as a kind of higher wages fall to the ground, and from it comes the further realization that distribution, in so far as it is governed by purely economic considerations, will be regulated by the interests of production, and that production is most encouraged by a mode of distribution which allows all members of society to develop, maintain and exercise their capacities with maximum universality. It is true that, to the mode of thought of the educated classes which Herr Duhring has inherited, it must seem monstrous that in time to come there will no longer be any professional porters or architects, and that the man who for half an hour gives instructions as an architect will also act as a porter for a period, until his activity as an architect is once again required. A fine sort of socialism that would be perpetuating professional porters. If the equality of value of labor time means that each laborer produces equal values in equal periods of time, without there being any need to take an average, then this is obviously wrong. If we take two workers, even in the same branch of industry, the value they produce in 1 hour of labor time will always vary with the intensity of their labor and their skill, and not even an economic commune, at any rate not on our planet, can remedy this evil which, however, is only an evil for people like Duhring. What, then, remains of the complete equality of value of any and every labor? Nothing but the purely braggart phrase, which has no other economic foundation than Herr Duhring's incapacity to distinguish between the determination of value by labor and determination of value by wages. Nothing but the ukase, the basic law of the new economic commune, equal wages for equal labor time. Indeed, the old French communist workers and Weitling had much better reasons for the equality of wages which they advocated. How then are we to solve the whole important question of the higher wages paid for compound labor? In a society of private producers, private individuals or their families pay the costs of training the qualified worker, hence the higher price paid for qualified labor power accrues first of all to private individuals. The skillful slave is sold for a higher price, and the skillful wage earner is paid higher wages. In a socialistically organized society, these costs are borne by society, and to it therefore belong the fruits, the greater values produced by compound labor. The worker himself has no claim to extra pay. And from this, incidentally, follows the moral that at times there is a drawback to the popular demand of the workers for the full proceeds of labor. 87. 7. Capital and surplus value. To begin with, Herr Marx does not hold the accepted economic view of capital, namely, that it is a means of production already produced. On the contrary, he tries to get up a more special, dialectical historical idea that toys with metamorphoses of concepts and history. According to him, capital is born of money. It forms a historical phase opening with the 16th century, that is, with the first beginnings of a world market, which presumably appeared at that period. It is obvious that the keenness of national economic analysis is lost in such a conceptual interpretation. In such barren conceptions, which are represented as half historical and half logical, but which in fact are only bastards of historical and logical fantasy, the faculty of discernment perishes, together with all honesty in the use of concepts DKG 497-98. And so he blusters along for a whole page. Marx's definition of the concept of capital can only cause confusion in the strict theory of national economy, frivolities which are palmed off as profound logical truths, the fragility of foundations DKG 498 and so forth. So according to Marx, we are told, capital was born of money at the beginning of the 16th century. This is like saying that fully 3,000 years ago metallic money was born of cattle, because once upon a time cattle, among other things, functioned as money. Only Herr Duhring is capable of such a crude and inept manner of expressing himself. In the analysis which Marx makes of the economic forms within which the process of the circulation of commodities takes place, money appears as the final form. This final product of the circulation of commodities is the first form in which capital appears. As a matter of history, capital, as opposed to landed property, invariably takes the form at first of money. It appears as moneyed wealth, as the capital of the merchant and of the usurer. We can see it daily under our very eyes. All new capital, to commence with, comes on the stage, that is, on the market, whether of commodities, labor, or money, even in our days, in the shape of money that by a definite process has to be transformed into capital. Here once again Marx is stating a fact. Unable to dispute it, Herr Duhring distorts it. Capital, he has Marx say, is born of money. Marx then investigates the processes by which money is transformed into capital, and finds, first, that the form in which money circulates as capital is the inversion of the form in which it circulates as the general equivalent of commodities. The simple owner of commodities sells in order to buy. He sells what he does not need, and with the money thus procured he buys what he does need. The incipient capitalist starts by buying what he does not need himself. He buys in order to sell, and to sell at a higher price, in order to get back the value of the money originally thrown into the transaction, augmented by an increment in money, and Marx calls this increment surplus value. Whence comes this surplus value? It cannot come either from the buyer buying the commodities under their value, or from the seller selling them above their value. For in both cases the gains and the losses of each individual cancel each other, as each individual is in turn buyer and seller. Nor can it come from cheating, for though cheating can enrich one person at the expense of another, it cannot increase the total sum possessed by both, and therefore cannot augment the sum of the values in circulation. The capitalist class, as a whole, in any country, cannot overreach themselves. And yet we find that in each country the capitalist class as a whole is continuously enriching itself before our eyes, by selling dearer than it had bought, by appropriating to itself surplus value. We are therefore just where we were at the start, whence comes this surplus value. This problem must be solved, and it must be solved in a purely economic way, excluding all cheating and the intervention of any force. The problem being, how is it possible constantly to sell dearer than one has bought, even on the hypothesis that equal values are always exchanged for equal values? The solution of this problem was the most epoch-making achievement of Marx's work. It spread the clear light of day through economic domains in which socialists no less than bourgeois economists previously groped in utter darkness. Scientific socialism dates from the discovery of this solution and has been built up around it. This solution is as follows: the increase in the value of money that is to be converted into capital cannot take place in the money itself, nor can it originate in the purchase, as here this money does no more than realize the price of the commodity, and this price, inasmuch as we took as our premise an exchange of equivalents, is not different from its value. For the same reason, the increase in value cannot originate in the sale of the commodity. The change must, therefore, take place in the commodity bought, not however in its value, as it is bought and sold at its value, but in its use value as such, that is, the change of value must originate in the consumption of the commodity. In order to be able to extract value from the consumption of a commodity, our friend, money-bags, must be so lucky as to find, in the market, a commodity, whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption, therefore, is itself an embodiment of labor, and, consequently, a creation of value. The possessor of money does find on the market such a special commodity in capacity for labor or labor power. Though, as we saw, labor as such can have no value, this is by no means the case with labor power. This acquires a value from the moment that it becomes a commodity, as it is in fact at the present time, and this value is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this special article, that is to say, by the labor time necessary for the production of the means of subsistence which the laborer requires for his maintenance in a fit state to work and for the perpetuation of his race. Let us assume that these means of subsistence represent 6 hours of labor time daily. Our incipient capitalist, who buys labor power for carrying on his business, i.e., hires a laborer, consequently pays this laborer the full value of his day's labor power if he pays him a sum of money which also represents 6 hours of labor. And as soon as the laborer has worked 6 hours in the employment of the incipient capitalist, he has fully reimbursed the latter for his outlay, for the value of the day's labor power which he had paid. But so far the money would not have been converted into capital, it would not have produced any surplus value. And for this reason the buyer of labor power has quite a different notion of the nature of the transaction he has carried out. The fact that only 6 hours labor is necessary to keep the laborer alive for 24 hours, does not in any way prevent him from working 12 hours out of the 24. The value of the labor power, and the value which that labor power creates in the labor process, are two different magnitudes. The owner of the money has paid the value of a day's labor power, his, therefore, is the use of it for a day a whole day's labor. The circumstance that the value which the use of it during one day creates is double its own value for a day is a piece of especially good luck for the buyer, but according to the laws of exchange of commodities by no means an injustice to the seller. On our assumption, therefore, the laborer each day costs the owner of money the value of the product of 6 hours labor, but he hands over to him each day the value of the product of 12 hours labor. The difference in favor of the owner of the money is 6 hours of unpaid surplus labor, a surplus product for which he does not pay and in which 6 hours labor is embodied. The trick has been performed. Surplus value has been produced, money has been converted into capital. In thus showing how surplus value arises, and how alone surplus value can arise under the domination of the laws regulating the exchange of commodities, Marx exposed the mechanism of the existing capitalist mode of production and of the mode of appropriation based on it. He revealed the core around which the whole existing social order has crystallized. However, this creation of capital requires that one essential prerequisite be fulfilled. For the conversion of his money into capital, the owner of money must meet in the market with the free laborer, free in the double sense, that as a free man he can dispose of his labor power as his own commodity, and that on the other hand he has no other commodity for sale, is short of everything necessary for the realization of his labor power. But this relation between the owners of money or of commodities on the one hand, and those who possess nothing beyond their own labor power on the other, is not a natural relation, nor is it one that is common to all historical periods. It is clearly the result of a past historical development, the product of the extinction of a whole series of older forms of social production. And in fact we first encounter this free laborer on a mass scale in history at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century. As a result of the dissolution of the feudal mode of production. With this, however, and with the bringing into being of world trade and the world market dating from the same epoch, the basis was established on which the mass of the existing movable wealth was necessarily more and more converted into capital, and the capitalist mode of production, aimed at the creation of surplus value, necessarily became more and more exclusively the prevailing mode. Up to this point, we have been following the barren conceptions of Marx, these bastards of historical and logical fantasy in which the faculty of discernment perishes, together with all honesty in the use of concepts. Let us contrast these frivolities with the profound logical truths and the definitive and most strictly scientific treatment in the sense of the exact disciplines DKG 498, such as Herr Duhring offers us. So Marx does not hold the accepted economic view of capital, namely, that it is a means of production already produced. 497, he says, on the contrary, that a sum of values is converted into capital only when it increases its value, when it forms surplus value. And what does Herr Duhring say? Capital is a basis of means of economic power for the continuation of production and for the formation of shares in the fruits of the general labor power. DC 40. However oracularly and slovenly that too is expressed, this much at least is certain: the basis of means of economic power may continue production to eternity, but according to Herr Duhring's own words it will not become capital so long as it does not form shares in the fruits of the general labor power, that is to say, form surplus value or at least surplus product. Herr Duhring therefore not only himself commits the sin with which he charges Marx of not holding the accepted economic view of capital, but besides commits a clumsy plagiarism of Marx, badly concealed DKG 506 by high-sounding phrases. On page 262 DC this is further developed. Capital in the social sense, and Herr Duhring still has to discover a capital in a sense which is not social, is in fact specifically different from the mere means of production, for while the latter have only a technical character and are necessary under all conditions, the former is distinguished by its social power of appropriation and the formation of shares. It is true that social capital is to a great extent nothing but the technical means of production in their social function, but it is precisely this function which must disappear. When we reflect that it was precisely Marx who first drew attention to the social function by virtue of which alone a sum of values becomes capital, it will certainly at once be clear to every attentive investigator of the subject that Marx's definition of the concept of capital can only cause confusion. DKG 498 not, however, as Herr Duhring thinks, in the strict theory of national economy, but as is evident simply and solely in the head of Herr Duhring himself, who in the Kritische Geschichte has already forgotten how much use he made of the said concept of capital in his cursus. However, Herr Duhring is not content with borrowing from Marx the latter's definition of capital, though in a purified form. he is obliged to follow Marx also in the toying with metamorphoses of concepts and history 497, in spite of his own better knowledge that nothing could come of it but barren conceptions, frivolities, fragility of the foundations 498 and so forth. Whence comes this social function DC 262 of capital, which enables it to appropriate the fruits of others' labor and which alone distinguishes it from mere means of production? Herr Duhring says that it does not depend on the nature of the means of production and their technical indispensability 262. It therefore arose historically, and on page 262 Herr Duhring only tells us again what we have heard 10 times before, when he explains its origin by means of the old familiar adventures of the two men, one of whom at the dawn of history converted his means of production into capital by the use of force against the other. But not content with ascribing a historical beginning to the social function through which alone a sum of values becomes capital, Herr Duhring prophesies that it will also have a historical end. It is precisely this which must disappear 262. In ordinary parlance it is customary to call a phenomenon which arose historically and disappears again historically, a historical phase. Capital, therefore, is a historical phase not only according to Marx but also according to Herr Duhring, and we are consequently forced to the conclusion that we are among Jesuits here. When two persons do the same thing, then it is not the same. A paraphrase of a dictum from the Commedia Delphoi by the Roman playwright Terentius, Act V, Scene 3, ed. When Marx says that capital is a historical phase, that is a barren conception, a bastard of historical and logical fantasy, in which the faculty of discernment perishes, together with all honesty in the use of concepts. When Herr Duhring likewise presents capital as a historical phase, that is proof of the keenness of his economic analysis and of his definitive and most strictly scientific treatment in the sense of the exact disciplines. What is it then that distinguishes the Duhringian conception of capital from the Marxian? Capital, says Marx, has not invented surplus labor. Wherever a part of society possesses the monopoly of the means of production, the laborer, free or not free, must add to the working time necessary for his own maintenance an extra working time in order to produce the means of subsistence for the owners of the means of production. Surplus labor, labor beyond the time required for the laborer's own maintenance, and appropriation by others of the product of this surplus labor, the exploitation of labor, is therefore common to all forms of society that have existed hitherto, in so far as these have moved in class antagonisms. But it is only when the product of this surplus labor assumes the form of surplus value, when the owner of the means of production finds the free laborer free from social fetters and free from possessions of his own as an object of exploitation, and exploits him for the purpose of the production of commodities, it is only then, according to Marx, that the means of production assume the specific character of capital. And this first took place on a large scale at the end of the 15th and the beginning of the 16th century. Herr Duhring on the contrary declares that every sum of means of production which forms shares in the fruits of the general labor power DC 40, that is, yields surplus labor in any form, is capital. In other words, Herr Duhring annexes the surplus labor discovered by Marx, in order to use it to kill the surplus value, likewise discovered by Marx, which for the moment 3 does not suit his purpose. According to Herr Duhring, therefore, not only the movable and immovable wealth of the Corinthian and Athenian citizens, built on a slave economy, but also the wealth of the large Roman landowners of the time of the empire, and equally the wealth of the feudal barons of the Middle Ages, in so far as it in any way served production, all this without distinction is capital. So that Herr Duhring himself does not hold the accepted view of capital, namely, that it is a means of production already produced DKG 497, but rather one that is the very opposite of it, a view which includes in capital even means of production which have not been produced, the earth and its natural resources. The idea, however, that capital is simply produced means of production is once again the accepted view only in vulgar political economy. Outside of this vulgar economics, which Herr Duhring holds so dear, the produced means of production or any sum of values whatever, becomes capital only by yielding profit or interest, i.e., by appropriating the surplus product of unpaid labor in the form of surplus value, and, moreover, by appropriating it in these two definite subforms of surplus value. It is of absolutely no importance that the whole of bourgeois economy is still laboring under the idea that the property of yielding profit or interest is inherent in every sum of values which is utilized under normal conditions in production or exchange. In classical political economy, capital and profit, or capital and interest, are just as inseparable, stand in the same reciprocal relations to each other, as cause and effect, father and son, yesterday and today. The word capital in its modern economic meaning is first met with, however, at the time when the thing itself makes its appearance, when movable wealth acquires, to a greater and greater extent, the function of capital, by exploiting the surplus labor of free laborers for the production of commodities, and in fact it was introduced by the first nation of capitalists in history, the Italians of the 15th and 16th centuries. And if Marx was the first to make a fundamental analysis of the mode of appropriation characteristic of modern capital, if he brought the concept of capital into harmony with the historical facts from which, in the last analysis, it had been abstracted, and to which it owed its existence, if by so doing Marx cleared this economic concept of those obscure and vacillating ideas which still clung to it even in classical bourgeois political economy and among the former socialists, then it was Marx who applied that definitive and most strictly scientific treatment 498 about which Herr Duhring is so constantly talking and which we so painfully miss in his works. In actual fact, Herr Duhring's treatment is quite different from this. He is not content with first inveighing against the presentation of capital as a historical phase by calling it a bastard of historical and logical fantasy 498 and then himself presenting it as a historical phase. He also roundly declares that all means of economic power, all means of production which appropriate shares in the fruits of the general labor power DC 40 and therefore also landed property in all class societies are capital, which however does not in the least prevent him, in the further course of his exposition, from separating landed property and land rent, quite in the traditional manner, from capital and profit, and designating as capital only those means of production which yield profit or interest, as he does at considerable length on page 156 and the following pages of his cursus. With equal justice Herr Duhring might first include under the name locomotive also horses, oxen, asses, and dogs, on the ground that these, too, can be used as means of transport, and reproach modern engineers with limiting the name locomotive to the modern steam engine and thereby setting it up as a historical phase, using barren conceptions, bastards of historical and logical fantasy and so forth, and then finally declare that horses, asses, oxen, and dogs are nevertheless excluded from the term locomotive, and that this term is applicable only to the steam engine, and so once more we are compelled to say that it is precisely the Duhringian conception of capital in which all keenness of economic analysis is lost and the faculty of discernment perishes, together with all honesty in the use of concepts, and that the barren conceptions, the confusion, the frivolities palmed off as profound logical truths and the fragility of the foundations are to be found in full bloom precisely in Herr Duhring's work. But all that is of no consequence. For Herr Duhring's is the glory nevertheless of having discovered the axis on which all economics, all politics, and jurisprudence, in a word, all history, has hitherto revolved. Here it is. Force and labor are the two principal factors which come into play in forming social connections DC 255. In this one sentence we have the complete constitution of the economic world up to the present day. It is extremely short, and runs. Article 1, Labor produces. Article 2, Force distributes. And this, speaking in plain human language DKG 496, sums up the whole of Herr Duhring's economic wisdom. 8. Capital and surplus value. Conclusion. In Herr Marx's view, wages represent only the payment of that labor time during which the laborer is actually working to make his own existence possible. But only a small number of hours is required for this purpose, all the rest of the working day, often so prolonged, yields a surplus in which is contained what our author calls surplus value, or, expressed in everyday language, the earnings of capital. If we leave out of account the labor time which at each stage of production is already contained in the instruments of labor and in the pertinent raw material, this surplus part of the working day is the share which falls to the capitalist entrepreneur. The prolongation of the working day is consequently earnings of pure exploitation for the benefit of the capitalist. DKG 500-01. According to Herr Duhring, therefore, Marx's surplus value would be nothing more than what, expressed in everyday language, is known as the earnings of capital, or profit. Let us see what Marx says himself. On page 195 of Capital, surplus value is explained in the following words placed in brackets after it: interest, profit, rent. On page 210, Marx gives an example in which a total surplus value of £3.11.0 appears in the different forms in which it is distributed: tithes, rates and taxes, £1 and 10 pence, rent £1 and 80 pence, farmers' profit and interest, £1 and 20 pence, together making a total surplus value of £3.11.0. On page 542, Marx points out as one of Ricardo's main shortcomings that he has not investigated surplus value as such, i.e., independently of its particular forms, such as profit, rent, etc., and that he therefore lumps together the laws of the rate of surplus value and the laws of the rate of profit. Against this Marx announces, I shall show in Book 3 that, with a given rate of surplus value, we may have any number of rates of profit, and that various rates of surplus value may, under given conditions, express themselves in a single rate of profit. On page 587 we find, the capitalist who produces surplus value, i.e., who extracts unpaid labor directly from the laborers, and fixes it in commodities, is, indeed, the first appropriator, but by no means the ultimate owner, of this surplus value. He has to share it with capitalists, with landowners, etc., who fulfill other functions in the complex of social production. Surplus value, therefore, splits up into various parts. Its fragments fall to various categories of persons, and take various forms, independent the one of the other, such as profit, interest, merchant's profit, rent, etc. It is only in Book 3 that we can take in hand these modified forms of surplus value. And there are many other similar passages. It is impossible to express oneself more clearly. On each occasion Marx calls attention to the fact that his surplus value must not be confounded with profit or the earnings of capital, that this latter is rather a subform and frequently even only a fragment of surplus value. And if in spite of this Herr Duhring asserts that Marxian surplus value, expressed in everyday language, is the earnings of capital, and if it is an actual fact that the whole of Marx's book turns on surplus value, then there are only two possibilities: either Herr Duhring does not know any better, and then it is an unparalleled act of impudence to decry a book of whose main content he is ignorant, or he knows what it is all about, and in that case he has committed a deliberate act of falsification. To proceed. The venomous hatred with which Herr Marx presents this conception of the business of extortion is only too understandable. But even mightier wrath and even fuller recognition of the exploitative character of the economic form which is based on wage labor is possible without accepting the theoretical position expressed in Marx's doctrine of surplus value. DKG 501. The well-meant but erroneous theoretical position taken up by Marx stirs in him a venomous hatred against the business of extortion, but in consequence of his false theoretical position the emotion, in itself ethical, receives an unethical expression, manifesting itself in ignoble hatred and low venomousness, while the definitive and most strictly scientific treatment 498 by Herr Duhring expresses itself in ethical emotion of a correspondingly noble nature, in wrath which even in form is ethically superior, and in venomous hatred is also quantitatively superior, is a mightier wrath. While Herr Duhring is gleefully admiring himself in this way, let us see where this mightier wrath stems from. We read on. Now the question arises, how the competing entrepreneurs are able constantly to realize the full product of labor, including the surplus product, at a price so far above the natural outlays of production as is indicated by the ratio, already mentioned, of the surplus labor hours. No answer to this is to be found in Marx's theory, and for the simple reason that there could be no place in it for even raising that question. The luxury character of production based on hired labor is not seriously dealt with at all, and the social constitution with its exploitatory features is in no way recognized as the ultimate basis of white slavery. On the contrary, political and social matters are always to be explained by Economics 501. Now we have seen from the above passages that Marx does not at all assert that the industrial capitalist, who first appropriates the surplus product, sells it regardless of circumstances on the average at its full value, as is here assumed by Herr Duhring. Marx says expressly that merchant's profit also forms a part of surplus value, and on the assumptions made this is only possible when the manufacturer sells his product to the merchant below its value, and thus relinquishes to him a part of the booty. The way the question is put here, there clearly could be no place in Marx for even raising it. Stated in a rational way, the question is, how is surplus value transformed into its subforms, profit, interest, merchant's profit, land rent, and so forth? And Marx, to be sure, promises to settle this question in the third book. But if Herr Duhring cannot wait until the second volume of Capital 88 appears, he should in the meantime take a closer look at the first volume. In addition to the passages already quoted, he would then see, for example on p. 323, that according to Marx the immanent laws of capitalist production assert themselves in the external movements of individual masses of capital as coercive laws of competition, and in this form are brought home to the mind and consciousness of the individual capitalist as the directing motives of his operations, that therefore a scientific analysis of competition is not possible before we have a conception of the inner nature of capital, just as the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies are not intelligible to any but him who is acquainted with their real motions, which are not directly perceptible by the senses. And then Marx gives an example to show how in a definite case, a definite law, the law of value, manifests itself and exercises its motive power in competition. Herr Duhring might see from this alone that competition plays a leading part in the distribution of surplus value, and with some reflection the indications given in the first volume are in fact enough to make clear, at least in its main features, the transformation of surplus value into its subforms. But competition is precisely what absolutely prevents Herr Duhring from understanding the process. He cannot comprehend how the competing entrepreneurs are able constantly to realize the full product of labor, including the surplus product, at prices so far above the natural outlays of production. Here again we find his customary strictness DC 95 of expression, which in fact is simply slovenliness. In Marx, the surplus product as such has absolutely no outlays of production, it is the part of the product which costs nothing to the capitalist. If therefore the competing entrepreneurs desired to realize the surplus product at its natural outlays of production, they would have simply to give it away. But do not let us waste time on such micrological details. DKG 507. Are not the competing entrepreneurs every day selling the product of labor above its natural outlays of production? According to Herr Duhring, the natural outlays of production consist in the expenditure of labor or energy, and this in turn, in the last analysis, can be measured by the expenditure of food. DC 274. That is, in present-day society, these costs consist in the outlays really expended on raw materials, means of labor, and wages, as distinguished from the tax. DC 135, the profit, the surcharge levied sword in hand. 23. Now everyone knows that in the society in which we live the competing entrepreneurs do not realize their commodities at the natural outlays of production, but that they add on to these and as a rule also receive the so-called surcharge, the profit. The question which Herr Duhring thinks he has only to raise to blow down the whole Marxian structure as Joshua once blew down the walls of Jericho. 89. This question also exists for Herr Duhring's economic theory. Let us see how he answers it. Capital ownership, he says, has no practical meaning, and cannot be realized, unless indirect force against human material is simultaneously incorporated in it. The product of this force is earnings of capital, and the magnitude of the latter will therefore depend on the range and intensity in which this power is exercised. 179. Earnings of capital are a political and social institution which exerts a more powerful influence than competition. In relation to this, the capitalists act as a social estate, and each one of them maintains his position. A certain measure of earnings of capital is a necessity under the prevailing mode of economy. 180. Unfortunately, even now we do not know how the competing entrepreneurs are able constantly to realize the product of labor above the natural outlays of production. It cannot be that Herr Duhring thinks so little of his public as to fob it off with the phrase that earnings of capital are above competition, just as the King of Prussia was above the law. 90. We know the maneuvers by which the King of Prussia attained his position above the law. The maneuvers by which the earnings of capital succeed in being more powerful than competition are precisely what Herr Duhring should explain to us, but what he obstinately refuses to explain. And it is of no avail, if, as he tells us, the capitalists act in this connection as an estate, and each one of them maintains his position. We surely cannot be expected to take his word for it that a number of people only need to act as an estate for each one of them to maintain his position. Everyone knows that the guildsmen of the Middle Ages and the French nobles in 1789 acted very definitely as estates and perished nevertheless. The Prussian army at Jena 91 also acted as an estate, but instead of maintaining their position they had on the contrary to take to their heels and afterwards even to capitulate in sections. Just as little can we be satisfied with the assurance that a certain measure of earnings of capital is a necessity under the prevailing mode of economy, for the point to be proved is precisely why this is so. We do not get a step nearer to the goal when Herr Duhring informs us. The domination of capital arose in close connection with the domination of land. Part of the agricultural serfs were transformed in the towns into craftsmen and ultimately into factory material. After the rent of land, earnings of capital developed as a second form of rent of possession. 176. Even if we ignore the historical inexactitude of this assertion, it nevertheless remains a mere assertion, and is restricted to assuring us over and over again of precisely what should be explained and proved. We can therefore come to no other conclusion than that Herr Duhring is incapable of answering his own question, how the competing entrepreneurs are able constantly to realize the product of labor above the natural outlays of production, that is to say, he is incapable of explaining the genesis of profit. He can only bluntly decree, earnings of capital shall be the product of force which, true enough, is completely in accordance with Article 2 of the Thuringian Constitution of Society, force distributes. This is certainly expressed very nicely, but now the question arises: DKG 501, force distributes what? Surely there must be something to distribute, or even the most omnipotent force, with the best will in the world, can distribute nothing. The earnings pocketed by the competing capitalists are something very tangible and solid. Force can seize them, but cannot produce them. And if Herr Duhring obstinately refuses to explain to us how force seizes the earnings of capitalists, the question of whence force takes them he meets only with silence, the silence of the grave. Where there is nothing, the king, like any other force, loses his rights. Out of nothing comes nothing, and certainly not profit. If capital ownership has no practical meaning, and cannot be realized, unless indirect force against human material is simultaneously embodied in it, then once again the question arises, first, how capital wealth got this force, a question which is not settled in the least by the couple of historical assertions cited above; secondly, how this force is transformed into an accession of capital value, into profit; and thirdly, where it obtains this profit. From whatever side we approach Thuringian economics, we do not get one step further. For every obnoxious phenomenon, profit, land rent, starvation wages, the enslavement of the workers, he has only one word of explanation: force, and ever again force, and Herr Duhring's mightier wrath 501 finally resolves itself into wrath at force. We have seen, First, that this invocation of force is a lame subterfuge, a relegation of the problem from the sphere of economics to that of politics, which is unable to explain a single economic fact, and secondly, that it leaves unexplained the origin of force itself, and very prudently so, for otherwise it would have to come to the conclusion that all social power and all political force have their source in economic preconditions, in the mode of production and exchange historically given for each society at each period. But let us see whether we cannot wrest from the inexorable builder of deeper foundations CDC 11 of political economy some further disclosures about profit. Perhaps we shall meet with success if we apply ourselves to his treatment of wages. On page 158 we find: wages are the hire paid for the maintenance of labor power, and are at first taken into consideration only as a basis for the rent of land and earnings of capital. In order to get absolute clarity as to the relationships obtaining in this field, one must conceive the rent of land, and subsequently also earnings of capital, first historically, without wages, that is to say, on the basis of slavery or serfdom. Whether it is a slave or a serf, or a wage laborer who has to be maintained, only gives rise to a difference in the mode of charging the costs of production. In every case the net proceeds obtained by the utilization of labor power constitute the income of the master. It can therefore be seen that, the chief antithesis, by virtue of which there exists on the one hand some form of rent of possession and on the other hand propertyless hired labor, is not to be found exclusively in one of its members, but always only in both at the same time. Rent of possession, however, as we learn on page 188, is a phrase which covers both land rent and earnings of capital. Further, we find on page 174. The characteristic feature of earnings of capital is that they are an appropriation of the most important part of the proceeds of labor power. They cannot be conceived except in correlation with some form of directly or indirectly subjected labor. And on page 183. Wages are in all circumstances nothing more than the hire by means of which, generally speaking, the laborer's maintenance and possibility of procreation must be assured. And finally, on page 195. The portion that falls to rent of possession must be lost to wages, and vice versa, the portion of the general productive capacity that reaches labor must necessarily be taken from the revenues of possession. Herr Duhring leads us from one surprise to another. In his theory of value and the following chapters up to and including the theory of competition, that is, from page 1 to page 155, the prices of commodities or values were divided, first, into natural outlays of production or the production value, i.e., the outlays on raw materials, instruments of labor and wages, and secondly, into the surcharge or distribution value 27, that tribute levied sword in hand 23 for the benefit of the monopolist classes surcharge which, as we have seen, could not in reality make any change in the distribution of wealth, for what it took with one hand it would have to give back with the other, and which, besides, in so far as Herr Duhring enlightens us as to its origin and nature, arose out of nothing and therefore consists of nothing. In the two succeeding chapters, which deal with the kinds of revenue, that is, from page 156 to 217, there is no further mention of the surcharge. Instead of this, the value of every product of labor, that is, of every commodity, is now divided into the two following portions: first, the production costs, in which the wages paid are included, and secondly, the net proceeds obtained by the utilization of labor power, which constitute the master's income. And these net proceeds have a very well-known physiognomy, which no tattooing and no house painter's art can conceal. In order to get absolute clarity as to the relationships obtaining in this field 158, let the reader imagine the passages just cited from Herr Duhring printed opposite the passages previously cited from Marx, dealing with surplus labor, surplus product, and surplus value, and he will find that Herr Duhring is here, though in his own style, directly copying from Capital. Surplus labor, in any form, whether of slavery, serfdom or wage labor, is recognized by Herr Duhring as the source of the revenues of all ruling classes up to now. This is taken from the much-quoted passage in Capital, p. 227, Capital has not invented surplus labor, and so on, and the net proceeds which constitute the income of the master, what is that but the surplus of the labor product over and above the wages, which, even in Herr Duhring, in spite of his quite superfluous disguise of it in the term hire, must assure, generally speaking, the laborer's maintenance and possibility of procreation? How can the appropriation of the most important part of the proceeds of labor power 174 be carried out except by the capitalist, as Marx shows, extorting from the laborer more labor than is necessary for the reproduction of the means of subsistence consumed by the latter, that is to say, by the capitalist making the laborer work a longer time than is necessary for the replacement of the value of the wages paid to the laborer. Thus the prolongation of the working day beyond the time necessary for the reproduction of the laborer's means of subsistence, Marx's surplus labor, this, and nothing but this, is what is concealed behind Herr Duhring's utilization of labor power, and his net proceeds 158 falling to the master. How can they manifest themselves otherwise than in the Marxian surplus product and surplus value? And what, apart from its inexact formulation, is there to distinguish the Duhringian rent of possession from the Marxian surplus value? For the rest, Herr Duhring has taken the name rent of possession Besitzrand from Rodbertus, who included both the rent of land and the rent of capital, or earnings of capital, under the one term rent, so that Herr Duhring had only to add possession to it. *6 And so that no doubt may be left of his plagiarism, Herr Duhring sums up, in his own way, the laws of the changes of magnitude in the price of labor power and in surplus value which are developed by Marx in chapter 15, page 539, et sequentia, of Capital, and does it in such a manner that what falls to the rent of possession must be lost to wages, and vice versa, thereby reducing certain Marxian laws, so rich in content, to a tautology without content. For it is self-evident that of a given magnitude falling into two parts, one part cannot increase unless the other decreases. And so Herr Duhring has succeeded in appropriating the ideas of Marx in such a way that the definitive and most strictly scientific treatment in the sense of the exact disciplines DKG 498 which is certainly present in Marx's exposition is completely lost. We therefore cannot avoid the conclusion that the strange commotion which Herr Duhring makes in the Kritisgeschichte over Capital, and the dust he raises with the famous question that comes up in connection with surplus value, a question which he had better have left unasked, inasmuch as he cannot answer it himself, that all this is only a military ruse, a sly maneuver to cover up the gross plagiarism of Marx committed in the cursus. Herr Duhring had in fact every reason for warning his readers not to occupy themselves with the intricate maze which Herr Marx calls Capital DKG 497, with the bastards of historical and logical fantasy, the confused and hazy Hegelian notions and jugglery 498, etc. The Venus against whom this faithful Eckhart warns the German youth had been taken by him stealthily from the Marxian preserves and brought to a safe place for his own use. We must congratulate him on these net proceeds derived from the utilization of Marx's labor power, and on the peculiar light thrown by his annexation of Marxian surplus value under the name of rent of possession on the motives for his obstinate, repeated in two editions, and false assertion that by the term surplus value Marx meant only profit or earnings of capital. And so we have to portray Herr Duhring's achievements in Herr Duhring's own words as follows. In Herr Duhring's view, wages represent only the payment of that labor time during which the laborer is actually working to make his own existence possible. But only a small number of hours is required for this purpose. All the rest of the working day, often so prolonged, yields a surplus in which is contained what our author calls 500 rent of possession. If we leave out of account the labor time which at each stage of production is already contained in the instruments of labor and in the pertinent raw material, this surplus part of the working day is the share which falls to the capitalist entrepreneur. The prolongation of the working day is consequently earnings of pure extortion for the benefit of the capitalist. The venomous hatred with which Herr Duhring presents this conception of the business of exploitation is only too understandable. 501. but what is less understandable is how he will now arrive once more at his mightier wrath. 501. 9 Natural laws of the economy. Rent of land. Up to this point we have been unable, despite our sincerest efforts, to discover how Herr Duhring, in the domain of economics, can come forward with the claim to a new system which is not merely adequate for the epoch but authoritative for the epoch DKG1. However, what we have not been able to discern in his theory of force and his doctrine of value and of capital, may perhaps become as clear as daylight to us when we consider the natural laws of national economy DC4 put forward by Herr Duhring. For, as he puts it with his usual originality and in his trenchant way, the triumph of the higher scientific method consists in passing beyond the mere description and classification of apparently static matter and attaining living intuitions which illumine the genesis of things. Knowledge of laws is therefore the most perfect knowledge, for it shows us how one process is conditioned by another. 59. The very first natural law of any economy has been specially discovered by Herr Duhring. Adam Smith, curiously enough, not only did not bring out the leading part played by the most important factor in all economic development, but even completely failed to give it distinctive formulation, and thus unintentionally reduced to a subordinate role the power which placed its stamp on the development of modern Europe. 64. This fundamental law, to which the leading role must be assigned, is that of the technical equipment, one might even say armament, of the natural economic energy of man. 63. This fundamental law 66 discovered by Herr Duhring reads as follows. Law number 1. The productivity of the economic instruments, natural resources, and human energy is increased by inventions and discoveries. 65. We are overcome with astonishment. Herr Duhring treats us as Moliere's newly baked nobleman is treated by the wag who announces to him the news that all through his life he has been speaking prose without knowing it. That in a good many cases the productive power of labor is increased by inventions and discoveries, but also that in very many cases it is not increased, as is proved by the mass of waste paper in the archives of every patent office in the world. We knew long ago, but we owe to Herr Duhring the enlightening information that this banality, which is as old as the hills, is the fundamental law of all economics. If the triumph of the higher scientific method in economics, as in philosophy, consists only in giving a high-sounding name to the first commonplace that comes to one's mind, and trumpeting it forth as a natural law or even a fundamental law, then it becomes possible for anybody, even the editors of the Berlin Volkszeitung, to lay deeper foundations. 11 and to revolutionize science. We should then in all rigor 95 be forced to apply to Herr Duhring himself Herr Duhring's judgment on Plato. If however that is supposed to be political economic wisdom, then the author of the Critical Foundations shares it with every person who ever had occasion to conceive an idea or even only to babble about anything that was obvious on the face of it. DKG 20. If, for example, we say animals eat, we are saying quite calmly, in our innocence, something of great import, for we only have to say that eating is the fundamental law of all animal life, and we have revolutionized the whole of zoology. Law number 2. Division of labor, the cleaving of trades and the dissection of activities raises the productivity of labor. DC 73. In so far as this is true, it also has been a commonplace since Adam Smith. How far it is true will be shown in Part 3. Law number 3. Distance and transport are the chief causes which hinder or facilitate the cooperation of the productive forces. 91. Law number 4. The industrial state has an incomparably greater population capacity than the agricultural state. 107. Law number 5. In the economy nothing takes place without a material interest. 126. These are the natural laws 5 on which Herr Duhring founds his new economics. He remains faithful to his method, already demonstrated in the section on philosophy. In economics too a few self-evident statements of the utmost banality, moreover quite often very ineptly expressed, form the axioms which need no proof, the fundamental theorems, the natural laws. Under the pretext of developing the content of these laws, which have no content, he seizes the opportunity to pour out a wordy stream of economic twaddle on the various themes whose names occur in these pretended laws, inventions, division of labor, means of transport, population, interests, competition, and so forth, a verbal outpouring whose flat commonplaces are seasoned only with oracular grandiloquence, and here and there with inept formulations or pretentious hair-splitting over all kinds of casuistical subtleties. Then finally we reach rent of land, earnings of capital, and wages, and as we have dealt with only the two latter forms of appropriation in the preceding exposition, we propose now in conclusion to make a brief examination of the Duhringian conception of rent. In doing this we shall not consider those points which Herr Duhring has merely copied from his predecessor Carey. We are not concerned with Carey, nor with defending Ricardo's views on rent of land against Carey's distortions and stupidities. We are only concerned with Herr Duhring, and he defines rent as that income which the proprietor as such draws from the land, DC 156. The economic concept of rent of land, which is what Herr Duhring is to explain, is straightway transferred by him into the juridical sphere, so that we are no wiser than we were before. Our constructor of deeper foundations must therefore, whether he likes it or not, condescend to give some further explanation. He compares the lease of a farm to a tenant with the loan of capital to an entrepreneur, but soon finds that there is a hitch in the comparison, like in many others. For, he says, if one wanted to press the analogy further, the earnings left to the tenant after payment of rent must correspond to the balance of earnings of capital left with the entrepreneur who puts the capital to use after he has paid interest. But it is not customary to regard tenants' earnings as the main income and rent as a balance. A proof of this difference of conception is the fact that in the theory of land rent the case of management of land by the owner is not separately treated, and no special emphasis is laid on the difference between the amount of rent in the case of a lease and where the owner produces the rent himself. At any rate, no one has found it necessary to conceive the rent resulting from such self-management of land as divided in such a way that one portion represents as it were the interest on the landed property and the other portion the surplus earnings of enterprise. Apart from the tenant's own capital which he brings into the business, it would seem that his specific earnings are mostly regarded as a kind of wages. It is however hazardous to assert anything on this subject, as the question has never been raised in this definite form. Wherever we are dealing with fairly large farms it can easily be seen that it will not do to treat what are specifically the farmer's earnings as wages. For these earnings are themselves based on the antithesis existing in relation to the rural labor power, through whose exploitation that form of income is alone made possible. It is clearly a part of the rent which remains in the hands of the tenant and by which the full rent, which the owner managing himself would obtain, is reduced 157 to 58. The theory of land rent is a part of political economy which is specifically English, and necessarily so, because it was only in England that there existed a mode of production under which rent had in fact been separated from profit and interest. In England, as is well known, large landed estates and large-scale agriculture predominate. The landlords lease their land in large, often very large, farms, to tenant farmers who possess sufficient capital to work them and, unlike our peasants, do not work themselves but employ the labor of hands and day laborers on the lines of full-fledged capitalist entrepreneurs. Here, therefore, we have the three classes of bourgeois society and the form of income peculiar to each: the landlord, drawing rent of land, the capitalist, drawing profit, and the laborer, drawing wages. It has never occurred to any English economist to regard the farmer's earnings as a kind of wages, as seems to Herr Duhring to be the case. Even less could it be hazardous for such an economist to assert that the farmer's profit is what it indisputably, obviously, and tangibly is, namely, profit on capital. It is perfectly ridiculous to say that the question of what the farmer's earnings actually are has never been raised in this definite form. In England there has never been any necessity even to raise this question. Both question and answer have long been available, derived from the facts themselves, and since Adam Smith there has never been any doubt about them. The case of self-management, as Herr Duhring calls it, or rather, the management of farms by bailiffs for the landowner's account, as happens most frequently in Germany, does not alter the matter. If the landowner also provides the capital and has the farm run for his own account, he pockets the profit on capital in addition to the rent, as is self-understood and cannot be otherwise on the basis of the existing mode of production. And if Herr Duhring asserts that up to now no one has found it necessary to conceive the rent, he should say revenue, resulting from the owner's own management as divided into parts. This is simply untrue, and at best only proves his own ignorance once again. For example, the revenue derived from labor is called wages. That derived from stock, by the person who manages or employs it, is called profit. The revenue which proceeds altogether from land, is called rent, and belongs to the landlord.